Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lin Xun refused to play along with this cursed game's twisted arrangement. Instead, he chose a method of death he had never tried before. He opened the shell slots and directly selected the shell of the engineer from the Pyramid Corporation. You have possessed the shell engineer of the Pyramid Corporation. You are bathed in the light of the blood-red sunset, and your sanity begins to slip away. Suddenly, you find that the once bloody sunset before you has become radiant and divine. You can't help but praise the sun. You are dead. The feeble wandering soul is reborn in the familiar sewer corridor. How about that cursed game? Surprised? Didn't see that coming, huh? Lin Xun let out a scoff and put down his phone. After a full day of gameplay and cultivation, it was already approaching dusk. From the sofa in the living room, he could see Lu Tsai already in the kitchen preparing dinner. Smacking his lips, Lin Xun decided he couldn't let himself get too soft and cozy in this domestic bliss. If he didn't finish the recruitment mission and instead let himself get swept up in it, that'd be a disaster. Today, he had to show off a bit in front of Lu Tsai. Before becoming a flop of a web novel author, Lin Xun had been a miserable 996 office drone. As a single guy living alone, aside from gaming and reading novel bins, his biggest hobby was cooking. He used to cook for himself often, but after quitting to become a full-time and broke author, he spent his days writing nonstop and solved meals with rushed takeout orders. Quiet as a shadow, Lin Xun snuck into the kitchen. The kitchen had been clean, spotless. Even the previously yellowed tiles from Greece now gleamed white. The girl wore an apron, softly humming an unfamiliar tune while washing vegetables at the sink. On the countertop, cleaned and chopped ingredients were neatly arranged on small plates, both veggies and meat meticulously sorted. So damn domestic. Lin Xun couldn't help clicking his tongue. He snuck up and tapped her shoulder, startling Lu Tsai out of her focus. All right, go rest on the sofa. I'll handle dinner. Lu Tsai blinked her big eyes in disbelief. You? Rolling up his sleeves, Lin Xun raised a brow. What? You don't think I can cook? The girl quickly shook her head, signaling that she believed him, but the look in her eyes clearly said, "You don't look like someone who can cook." Lin Xun pouted, then got straight to it. He heated up the pan and poured in some oil. The girl in white watched him begin stir-frying with practiced ease, then suddenly froze in thought. Only after a while did Lu Tsai snap out of it. She gave a soft smile, her eyes forming crescent moons. She didn't go rest. Instead, she took off her apron and handed it to Lin Xun, quietly assisting him from the side. Neither of them spoke, yet there was a silent understanding between them in the kitchen. After they enjoyed a delicious dinner, Lu Tsai eagerly cleaned up the dishes. Since he was of no help now, Lin Xun let her be and once again pulled out his phone to continue the game. The Book of Salvation activated. The feeble wandering soul awakens in the familiar sewer corridor. He possessed the shell of the yellow-robed bishop, and right in front of him was the resting page. When he clicked on it, in addition to setting respawn points, resting, and teleporting, a new option had appeared. For Oath, your current oath is to the Golden Blazing Sunday. After winning Oath invasions, you can spend victories to redeem unknown rewards. Current victories, 0. The Oath's blind box rewards were interesting. According to the forum, some lucky players had gotten top-tier gear and items, while others got junk or just 10 spirit. But those who got great items were usually players with high win counts. Lin Xun's first blind box reward had already been decided. After 3 wins in Oath invasions, he'd get the key to unlock his exclusive item. He checked his inventory. Still 1 invasion bookmark left. Not enough to qualify yet. No worries. Once he returned to the library, he'd be able to obtain more invasion bookmarks. Next, he plunged back into the sewers, heading toward the hungry old man. After winding through countless twists and turns, he finally entered the NPC's room. This time, the hungry old man didn't pretend not to know him. You approach to speak. The old man glances up at you, shock flashing in his eyes. He recognizes the presence of the golden blazing sun oath on you. The hungry old man slowly retrieves something from his robes and hands it to you. Then he resumes staring into the candlelight before him. The glimmer of life fades from his eyes as he lowers his head, lifeless. You have obtained putrid Dunkstone's composite, throwable item. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. The hungry old man gave him an item, didn't mention any follow-up quest, and then just straight up died. Seems like the hidden storyline of the Blood Sun world wrapped up here in Chapter 323. Future Oath quests would have to be triggered via the blazing sun ring Dan gave him. You look at the hungry old man's shell. Hungry old man's shell, an enigmatic old man of unknown origin. Perhaps his steadfast faith in the golden blazing sun during life kept him from falling to corruption. He passed after fulfilling his final wish, finding release from the world. Compatibility, 103, plus 35%. Lin Xun possessed the hungry old man and opened the shell panel. His expression darkened. Without hesitation, he dumped the trash shell. Even the black-robed priest had a prayer book. This one had absolutely nothing. And its shell quality was ruined. Why would he keep it? For the holidays? Lin Xun opened his inventory to inspect the item. Putrid Dungstone composite. Throwable item, a composite formed from countless foul dungstones, refining the essence and discarding the waste to create this rare item. When thrown to the ground, it splashes numerous putrid dungstones around you, sticking to enemies. Lin Xun fell silent. What the hell kind of epic attack was this? His hand trembled. He almost materialized the damn thing into the real world. He hastily shut the inventory, muttering how close that was. Exiting the sewers, Lin Xun retraced his steps. After a while, he returned to the ruins of the White Moon Church. The familiar game option popped up again. South of the church, in the distance lies a barren road, where a corrupted subspecies sea dragon blocks the path. A glimpse of its exposed scales and limbs outside the ruined shadows reveals its massive size. With every movement, the ground quakes and crimson shockwaves ripple through the air. Looking at the option for the southern road, Lin Xun smiled faintly. He could still remember the brutal beatdown from the sea dragon boss back then. He could only dodge and flee from the dragon's breath attacks. But now, armed with the Dragon Pearl, a certified low-tier dragon slayer, that little subspecies sea dragon should be easy prey. Just as Lin Xun was about to select the option and engage the boss for a glorious rematch, the game text suddenly jumped. You are being watched by an unfathomable presence. Your connection with the corrupted Blood Sun deepens. Lin Xun slowly typed out 3 question marks. Are you kidding me? I just turned traitor and already got caught. Lin Xun had just betrayed the Blood Sun faction, and already the corrupting Blood Sun had taken notice. When the game text displayed this, Lin Xun immediately sat up straight. He braced himself, fully expecting a few paladins on donkeys to come charging out to hunt him down. But after waiting a good while, there was no follow-up in the game text. False alarm. Lin Xun had a vague suspicion that maybe the corrupting Blood Sun hadn't actually given up on him. Maybe this strengthened connection meant it was even more interested in him? What kind of twisted cuck fetish was this? He didn't bother dwelling on the sudden threat letter and tapped the option to head south. You set off toward the south. You arrive at the end of the path and behold the massive creature before you. Its body is as massive as a mountain, and where its scales have fallen away, decaying and festering flesh is revealed beneath. Its jaws are lined with rows of hook-like fangs, and its fin-like limbs are powerful and thick. It lashes its giant tail, smashing deep craters into the ground. The corrupted subspecies sea dragon roars furiously upon seeing you, opening its putrid, blood-stained maw. Within it, a dangerous crimson light begins to gather. Will you raise your weapon to fight, or turn and flee? Flee? Are you joking? You're about to be the one begging for mercy. Lin Xun sneered, opened his inventory, and selected an item. You use the Dragon Pearl. Dragon Pearl, item. When used, it emits dragonic might, forcing all reptiles, dragon-type subspecies, and hybrid dragon creatures to submit without resistance. A terrifying draconic pressure bursts from your body, rippling outward in invisible waves from your center. All around you, debris and rubble tremble, shudder, and then explode into dust beneath the force. Terror flashes in the vertical pupils of the corrupted subspecies sea dragon. It's a fear that rises from deep within its bloodline. The crimson breath dissipates from its mouth, and its enormous body begins to tremble. It whimpers and, like a puppy, prostrates itself on the ground, lowering its massive head before you. You understand, this is the corrupted subspecies sea dragon begging for mercy. Mighty Apostle, what will you do? 1. Spare this pitiful puppy. It may offer a handsome reward for its life. 2. Raise your staff spear, chant your incantation, and unleash a powerful spell to kill it. Under the draconic pressure, it will not resist. 3. As a bishop, you may attempt to convert it with sacred words of the church, guiding it back to the light, to recite the sacred scriptures each day. Lin Xun automatically ignored options 1 and 3. Without hesitation, he selected option 2. He still remembered all too well the humiliation of being roasted to death by dragon breath. Just kill it, loot the drops, and be done with it. What's with all this moral gymnastics? Vengeful Apostle, you raise your staff spear and begin chanting your incantation. A flash of red light. Corrupt sunlight strikes the sea dragon's enormous head, sending blood spraying everywhere. It lets out a sorrowful cry, cowering on the ground, not daring to move. You raise your staff spear again. A flash of red light. A flash of red light. You have defeated the corrupted subspecies sea dragon. You gained a massive amount of experience points. The power within your shell begins to boil. The level of the corrupted yellow-robed bishop shell has increased. Current shell level, 18 plus 3. After slaying the sea dragon boss, his shell level skyrocketed like a rocket, shooting up to level 18 in one go. You obtained unknown chunk of spirit times 1. You obtained subspecies dragon scale, material. You obtained subspecies dragon fong, material. You obtained boiling subspecies dragon blood essence item. You obtained subspecies sea dragon pearl, item. The sea dragon boss dropped 5 items in one go. Lin Xun was dazzled. You examine the sea dragon shell. Corrupted subspecies sea dragon shell, the offspring of a marine dragon and a large aquatic creature. After generations of interbreeding, the dragon bloodline has become diluted. Its strength pales in comparison to true sea dragons. It died with fear etched across its scorched body. Compatibility, 48 plus 35%. Having seen many types of monster shells, Lin Xun now had a fair understanding of shell compatibility. With his current soul talent level still low, possessing standard human or humanoid monster shells was relatively easy. Non-humanoid monster shells, however, generally had low compatibility and were still beyond his reach. Maybe if I complete a few more organizational missions, I'll get another divine power item? Lin Xun stroked his chin but quickly dismissed the thought. Divine power items were clearly dream-tier epic items for any apostle. With that kind of universal demand, they were surely in short supply. That the organization gave him even one was probably thanks to the help of a certain black-stocking-wearing big sister. He continued reading the game text. As usual, he opened his inventory to inspect the loot. This unknown chunk of spirit would grant 500 spirit when used. He tucked it away, planning to splurge at the library later. Maybe because it was still early game content, the monsters in this chapter were mostly low level, and the spirit dropped seemed to be of lesser quality. But when it came to equipment, skills, items, and shells, the quality appeared to match the original difficulty of the chapter, with no nerfs. The subspecies dragon scale and subspecies dragon fong were forging materials, clearly better in quality than what the wolfhounds dropped. His blacksmith shell had already kicked the bucket, but once he had spare soul strength, he could try forging something powerful with the blacksmith again. Boiling subspecies dragon blood essence, item subspecies dragon blood bubbles and royals, seething with energy, the very source of dragon breath. Upon use, you will unleash a devastating crimson dragon breath from your mouth at the cost of shell death. Lin Xun's eyes widened. What kind of kamikaze attack was this? He had first-hand experience with the sea dragon's breath attack. It could obliterate an entire safe zone in one blast. The sheer power was absolutely broken. With such insane destructive potential, it made sense that the item would require sacrificing a shell to use. The boiling subspecies dragon blood essence was undoubtedly a powerful trump card, worth keeping as a last resort. Lin Xun turned to the last loot drop. Subspecies sea dragon pearl. Item a pearl formed within subspecies dragon-type creatures. Though far inferior to a true dragon pearl, it possesses some unique effects. While carrying this item, you will gain the ability to breathe underwater and fight without restriction in aquatic environments. Currently, his shell slots were 4 out of 5, he still had one open. Why not possess a Blood Sun Grunt and use it as a suicide bomber? Flawless plan. Careful budgeting always brings good luck. He quickly picked a pleasing-looking Blood Sun mob and possessed it. You have possessed the shell of a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Upon checking the panel, the shell was indeed ruin grade, just as trashy as the hungry old man. He refreshed twice at the resting page, committed a small genocide of Blood Sun mobs, and set off again. Bathed in the radiant moonlight, you continue along the ruins of the town of St. Rance. Amid scattered rubble and stones, you spot a decrepit hut not far away, still standing intact among the ruins. Through its metal-barred window, you can faintly see a dim yellow glow within. Do you wish to investigate? Another event. Lin Xun smiled slightly. This thrill of constant exploration was undeniably addictive. He tapped yes. You approach the old hut. Its wooden door is also sealed with metal bars. Looking up, you see several thin branches under the eaves with a tattered canvas draped over them. Scrawled crookedly across it in divine light script are the words, Blind Merchants Exchange. Do you wish to knock on the exchange's door? Lin Xun's eyes widened, his gamer senses went on full alert. A shop. Finally, an NPC merchant. His first thought was should he just shank the NPC and grab everything for free? Then again, Lin Xun realized that couldn't be right, no way the game would leave such an obvious loophole. He quickly logged into the Apostle Forum to check. After some searching, it turned out plenty of apostles had tried killing NPC merchants. But one apostle named String Puppet made a post. I killed a field NPC merchant and nothing dropped. No items, and now I can't buy anything anymore. Reply 2, bro, you should have picked a human NPC. If you're lucky, you might even possess them. Smirk emoji. Reply 3, yeah, best to do it in a settlement. NPCs there usually have higher compatibility, better chance to possess. Reply 4, OP, hope you get a powerful shell out of it. Reply 5, you guys are the real MVPs. I'm heading to the settlement now to kill NPCs too. Reply 6, isn't this kind of cruel? Reply 7, don't be soft, bro. We all went through this. Newbies need to learn too. Reply 108, String Puppet, FK you all and your bloody horses. Reply 109, I killed a human NPC merchant in a settlement, got nothing. Possessed the body, it was trash. Now I lost the side quest, and I'm spawn-camped by NPC guards. Hope you're all happy. Reply 110, nah, not really. File a police report maybe. Reply 111, plus 10,086. Lin Xun scrolled through a lot of threads and finally concluded whether or not to kill NPCs depended on the risk-reward ratio. For trade-type NPCs like merchants, killing them wouldn't drop any goods, nor would you get back any spirit you spent. At best, you might get some tattered clothes or socks, and that was a low-probability drop. Of course, trading and gifting were two different things. Apostles usually only took the risk when the NPC had exceptional gear or skills, and a high probability of being possessable. Lin Xun logged out of the forum and returned to the game. He'd saved up a small fortune in spirit, 1,610 already used, with 2,710 in item form, totaling 4,320 points. That rich but nowhere to spend it frustration had been bugging him for a while now. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xun pressed yes. You knock on the door. The sound echoes through the silent night. After a long time with no response, just as you're about to knock again, you hear some movement from the window on the side of the hut. You walk over to the window. Behind the metal bars is a shattered stained glass window, seemingly pieced together from salvaged fragments of a church's stained glass. Through the brightly colored glass, you faintly see a twisted, monstrous shadow inside. Do you wish to trade with the unknown shadow? Lin Xun frowned, something felt off. The hut was called the Blind Merchants Exchange, so the twisted shadow inside must be the blind merchant? Maybe the merchant had mutated into this form after prolonged exposure to the blood sun. That was Lin Xun's guess. He pressed yes. The window opens a narrow slit. A list covered in divine light script is handed out through it. You think you saw the limb that passed it through, a jointed appendage covered in coarse, bristly hair. You accept the item list and examine it carefully under the moonlight. Crimson Eyeball, junk of blood red eye plucked from the head of a corrupted creature. Its use is unknown. Spirit essence cost, 10. Quantity remaining, 2. Blood-stained linen clothes, junk a set of worn linen clothes soaked in blood. Spirit essence cost, 10. Quantity remaining, 1. Wooden arrows, made from wooden shafts and iron heads. These crude arrows require a bow or crossbow. Spirit essence cost, 20. Quantity remaining, 10. Flame jar, throwable item, a ceramic jar imbued with flame energy. When thrown and shattered, it erupts into flames. Spirit essence cost, 30. Quantity remaining, 5. Crimson flame jar, throwable item, an enhanced flame jar infused with corruption. Its power is slightly increased. Spirit essence cost, 100. Quantity remaining, 5. Corrupted red sorrel, item, a precious herb tainted with corruption. Can slightly relieve fatigue for devout followers of the Blood Sun. Spirit essence cost, 200. Quantity remaining, 5. Lucky gold coin, special item, a golden coin blessed by an unknown entity. While carrying this item, your luck will be slightly increased. Spirit essence cost, 3,000. Quantity remaining, 1. Which item would you like to purchase, or will you quietly leave, your pockets still heavy but your heart too frugal? Lin Xun pondered for a moment. Now that he had joined the golden blazing sun, he wasn't sure if using the herb would still help relieve fatigue. The last item on the list needed no further debate. It was a special item, and even had the effect of increasing luck. That alone made it worth every drop of spirit. Since he had a spellcaster shell, items like throwable flame jars and arrows were redundant. No need to waste money on those. After some thought, Lin Xun decided to first buy the lucky gold coin and one corrupted red sorrel. He'd test whether the herb could relieve fatigue, and if it worked, he'd come back and buy them all. Just as he was about to confirm the purchase, his sixth sense, honed by years of gaming, kicked in. Lin Xun glanced at the two junk items at the bottom of the list. Buying both would only cost him 30 spirit. Maybe they'll come in handy somehow. It was just 30 points, pocket change, so he tossed them into the cart on impulse. You have gifted 3,230 spirit to the unknown shadow behind the barred window. Gifted? Wait a minute, wasn't this a transaction? Why did it say gifted? Lin Xun frowned, something felt off. From inside the hut came a chilling, spine-tingling laugh. The unknown shadow has not handed over any goods, it has toyed with you. Wasn't this supposed to be a clean deal of spirit for goods? This NPC was more cursed than the game itself. It just robbed him of over 3,000 points with no hesitation. Foolish apostle, what will you do now? 1. Accept your loss, curse under your breath, retreat to a quiet corner, and silently lick your wounds. 2. Rage infinitely, curse its entire family, then pick up a stone and throw it through the window. Maybe it'll help you feel better. 3. Raise your staff spear and blast the place open with a corrupting blood sun spell. Make the bastard die with dishonor and a ruptured backside. I was trying to be a kind and lawful apostle. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes and immediately chose option 3, blast it to hell. You stride up to the exchange's front door, raise your staff spear, and chant an incantation. A flash of red light. The wooden door is instantly reduced to ash. The sparse furnishings inside come into full view. The unknown shadow is revealed to be a dancer in a resplendent costume. Its eyes glow crimson, its limbs now grotesquely transformed into jointed, bristly appendages. One arm ends in a blade-sharp claw, catching flickers of light from the room's lone candle. You raise your staff spear, chanting again. The corrupted theater dancer lets out a bizarre laugh and begins a graceful dance. Its figure turns translucent, then vanishes completely. A flash of red light. You blast a massive hole in the inner wall of the exchange, but your target is long gone. Lin Xun stared in disbelief. What the actual? It could go invisible? And it just robbed him of 3,000 spirit and vanished? The more Lin Xun thought about it, the angrier he got, but strangely, his mind remained clear. During the earlier interaction, the game had described the transaction as a gift. That meant if he could kill the dancer, he could reclaim his spirit. He scoured the interior of the exchange, but found no useful items or clues. So he left, and the game text continued. Under the pale moonlight, you proceed along the ruined road of the town. Soon, the path ahead splits into 3. Where will you go? 1. The left path, You raise your hand and peer into the distance. There appears to be a marketplace, deserted and deathly still. Tattered canopies stretch over wooden stakes. 2. The middle path. This leads out of St. Rance. You recall there's a graveyard there. 3. The right path. In the far distance, you glimpse a massive, squat-domed structure, likely the ancient theater of St. Rance. The ancient theater. This was clearly the dancer's lair. Heh, you can run, but your lair can't. I'll raise it to the ground. Lin Xun smashed the third option. You proceed down the right path. On the desolate road, your footsteps crunch over scattered stones, composing a grim melody of vengeance in the dead of night. You arrive before the ancient theater of St. Rance, a massive, squat circular structure made of pale stone. Arched doorways ring its perimeter. Once a place for enjoying music and dance, it was later turned into a blood-splattered arena for beast fights and gladiator matches. Do you wish to enter the ancient theater? You stride through the arched doorway and enter the interior of the ancient theater. You pass through a dark, narrow corridor and emerge at the open-air stands. Moonlight pours in, illuminating the open-air stage at the center like daylight. A dancer in ornate costume twirls elegantly, each step trailing blood-red afterimages. Around the stage, the stone steps of the audience seats are filled with dozens of corrupted Blood Sun cultists watching the performance. Your sudden arrival draws all eyes to you. What will the furious apostle do? 1. Smack your forehead, pretend you forgot to buy a ticket, and flee the theater in shame. 2. Shout, "What are you looking at?" Never seen a stalker fan before, and open fire on the audience. 3. Wave your glow stick, unleash sunlight, and strike the dancer's face in a wild show of support. Option 1 was a retreat, Option 2 targeted the minions, Option 3 was a direct strike on the dancer. Lin Xun didn't hesitate, he picked Option 3. You raise your staff spear, chant the incantation. The dancer in the center of the stage seems to sense your intent. It glances at you, its crimson eyes filled with scorn. The corrupted theater dancer twirls again, its form becoming transparent, then disappearing entirely. A flash of red light. Unfortunately, you missed your target. Lin Xun took a deep breath, forcing down his rage. The dancer refused to fight head-on, it just went invisible and ran. If only it would face him directly, Lin Xun was confident that, with the yellow-robed bishop's laser cannon, he could vaporize it in seconds. He waited a while, but the corrupted theater dancer never reappeared. Frowning slightly, he wondered whether he had scared the boss off, or if it was just a special enemy programmed to flee after being attacked. He opened the Apostle panel Soul Strength, 1/2. He couldn't reshape the Paladin of Discipline or the Engineer shells. But even with those shells, if the boss wouldn't fight directly and kept disappearing, it would just be a frustrating loop. He opened his inventory and reviewed his items. His gaze paused on the boiling subspecies Dragon Blood Essence. After a moment, he shook his head. It wasn't time to use that yet, there had to be another way to deal with the dancer. Suddenly, an idea came to him, maybe there was a way to lure the dancer back. Not entirely sure it would work, but it was worth trying. He exited the theater and traveled to the chapel at Lord Fox's castle. There, he selected the resting page to set a new respawn point, then rested to refresh the instance. After that, he returned to the ancient theater. You pass through the dark corridor and enter the open-air stands. Moonlight falls upon the central stage, and once again, the dancer in ornate costume is twirling gracefully, leaving trails of crimson with every step. Just as he suspected, resting and refreshing had brought the dancer back. Lin Xun licked his lips. Now that he knew he could respawn the dancer with every reset, he had unlimited chances to experiment. He wasn't worried at all, he'd kill this thing no matter what. Lin Xun carefully pondered his next move. His goal now was to find a way to stop the dancer from escaping and, ideally, provoke it into attacking him instead. Your sudden arrival causes all the audience members in the stands to turn and look at you. Reckless Apostle, what will you do? The same familiar 3 options popped up again. Run away, attack the audience, or attack the dancer. When Lin Xun saw the second option, a spark of inspiration struck. Of course! Why hadn't he thought of it earlier? What was the dancer performing for if not the audience? If he blasted all its precious spectators into dust, maybe the dancer would lose it and come after him in a rage. With that in mind, Lin Xun decisively selected the second option. You raise your staff spear toward the stands and begin chanting an incantation. A flash of red light. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. You have defeated. One blast of his laser cannon wiped out over a dozen audience members in an instant. The dancer on the stage lets out a piercing scream, crimson eyes blazing with fury. The corrupted theater dancer leaps onto the stands and charges straight toward you. Lin Xun's eyes sharpened. This was it. He opened the panel and clicked on Corrupt Sunlight. You raise your staff spear and chant an incantation. As the dancer charges at you, it suddenly breaks into nimble steps and vanishes mid-movement. A flash of red light. You failed to hit your target. Damn it. That's cheating. Lin Xun clenched his fists in rage, wishing he could tie the dancer up and blast it with 100 laser rounds. A dangerous aura closes in on you. A sharp edge of a jointed limb slices across your throat. You are dead. Lin Xun set down his phone and lit a cigarette. Huh. He let out a long exhale of smoke. It was already 9:30 at night. The girl in white had long retreated to the bedroom to watch her shows. The living room was quiet, just him alone. Interesting. Really interesting. He took a deep breath, his eyes burning with fury. As a veteran gamer, he'd played plenty of high-difficulty masochistic titles. Did this cursed game think a little setback would make him quit? Keep dreaming. The feeble wandering soul is reborn at the chapel of Lord Fox's castle. Still 30 minutes until his soul strength would recover. Lin Xun puffed on his cigarette, trying to suppress his frustration while brainstorming how to defeat the dancer. Anyone else might have just popped the boiling subspecies dragon blood essence and gone down with the dancer in a blaze. But Lin Xun wasn't about to let it end that way. Now that he'd figured out how to lure the dancer into attacking, all that was left was to find a way to counter its invisibility. Otherwise, no matter what shell he used, Paladin of Discipline or Engineer, it'd still be useless if he couldn't hit the target. He reopened his inventory and carefully browsed each item one by one. After a while, Lin Xun suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up with excitement. I've got it. Dancer, prepare to eat *T. As soon as his soul strength recovered, Lin Xun wasted no time in reshaping the yellow-robed bishop shell. From the chapel, he marched straight back to the ancient theater. Moonlight pours down, and the open-air stage at the center of the theater glows like daylight. The dancer in ornate costume spins elegantly, each graceful movement trailing a crimson afterimage. Around the stage, dozens of corrupted Blood Sun cultists gather in the stands, watching the performance. Before the options could even appear, Lin Xun cast Corrupt Sunlight at the crowd. You raise your staff spear and chant an incantation. A flash of red light. One blast of Corrupt Sunlight annihilated the entire audience. The dancer on stage shrieked in rage, crimson eyes blazing. The corrupted theater dancer charged straight toward you. Lin Xun opened his inventory, waiting for the next game text to appear. A dangerous aura closes in on you. This was the moment. He used the item. Putrid Dungstone Composite. Throwable item, a composite formed from countless foul dung stones, refining the essence and discarding the waste to create this rare item. When thrown to the ground, it splashes numerous putrid dungstones around you, sticking to enemies. You throw the putrid dungstone composite at the ground. A rain of foul stones splatters in every direction. The approaching invisible figure is struck and becomes coated in filth. The transparent form becomes fully visible. The corrupted theater dancer reels in horror and turns to flee. Do you wish to attack? Lin Xun grinned coldly and clicked yes without hesitation. You raise your staff spear and chant an incantation. A flash of red light. You have defeated the corrupted theater dancer. Experience increased significantly. You obtained 3,230 spirit essence. You obtained Crimson Eyeball ×2 junk. You obtained bloodstained linen clothes, junk. You obtained slave cell key. With his vengeance complete, Lin Xun felt totally refreshed, like gulping down a bottle of ice-cold soda in the sweltering heat of midsummer. He checked the game text. Good, he got all 3,230 spirit essence back, just as expected. Huh? Even the crimson eyeballs and bloodstained linen clothes dropped too? Weren't trade items supposed to be undroppable? Lin Xun frowned. Then the realization struck, this dancer hadn't even been a real merchant, much less an NPC. After some thought, he guessed that the monster must have killed the original merchant inside the exchange. The eyeballs and clothes were probably leftovers from the merchant. The dancer had then disguised itself to swindle players. That made sense, but it was still a shame. If the real merchant had been killed, any valuable items like the herbs or the lucky gold coin were probably lost forever. The dancer had also dropped a key. Lin Xun opened its item description. Slave cell key, a key to a slave cell. This key can open the corresponding cell door. This was likely tied to a future event or reward. Lin Xun stored the key carefully and continued playing. You examine the dancer's shell. Corrupted theater dancer shell. For reasons unknown, this assassin grandmaster became obsessed with performing song and dance, craving the applause and praise of an audience. After being deeply corrupted, both their dance and assassination skills saw massive enhancement. Killed by a blast of searing energy. Compatibility, 91, plus 35%. Do you wish to possess the shell? Do you wish to possess the shell? Lin Xun was moved to tears. Not only had the dancer given him all its possessions, it had even handed over its body. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Your shell slots are full, May 5th. Please discard one shell to proceed. Left with no choice, Lin Xun discarded the corrupted Blood Sun cultist shell he had been saving as a disposable suicide bomb. You have possessed the corrupted theater dancer shell. He immediately opened the shell panel. Shell, corrupted theater dancer. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 91%, plus 35%. Shell quality, fine plus grade. Shell level, 14. Shell equipment, ornate performance costume, fine grade, modified from an assassin's night outfit, now adorned with radiant gemstones and gold thread embroidery. Provides negligible defense, but greatly enhances agility and grace. Shell skill, blood shadow step, rare grade, a fusion of an elusive assassin's movement and graceful dance steps. Activating this skill will render you temporarily invisible. Invisibility ends upon attacking. Lin Xun stroked his chin thoughtfully. The dancer's shell wasn't bad at all. The outfit lightened the body, and the skill allowed for invisibility and surprise attacks or a clean escape. A hybrid shell perfect for ambushing and fleeing. You leap down from the stands onto the open-air stage and spot a large archway in the stone wall dividing the stage and audience. It appears to lead to a small underground catacomb beneath the stage. The ancient theater, having been converted into a blood-soaked arena, likely hosted gladiator and beast fights. There may still be gladiators and ferocious beasts lurking in the catacombs. Do you wish to enter the catacombs? Lin Xun didn't enter right away. Instead, he returned to the chapel's resting page. After refreshing the area, he made a beeline back to the ancient theater. Switching back to the yellow-robed bishop shell, he used corrupt sunlight once again to incinerate the audience for a third time. Only after clearing out the spectators did Lin Xun descend into the underground catacombs. You pass through the archway, descending a staircase dimly lit by flickering torches. At the end of the stairs, you push open a massive iron gate and enter the catacombs of the ancient theater. The space ahead is vast and brightly lit. On both sides of the catacombs are a dozen dilapidated living quarters. In the center sit numerous massive iron cages covered by black cloth. Will you explore the living quarters first or examine the giant cages? Just from the game text, Lin Xun deduced the living quarters likely housed gladiators, while the cages had held ferocious beasts. If he fought the beasts first, the humans in the living quarters might be alerted. But if he dealt with the people first, the caged beasts couldn't exactly break free on their own. Decision made, Lin Xun switched to the corrupted theater dancer shell and proceeded to investigate the living quarters. He opened the shell panel and activated Blood Shadow Step. You used Blood Shadow Step. With graceful movement, your shell fades from view. You are now invisible. This status will end after a certain duration or if you launch an attack. Your ornate performance costume lightens your step, making your movements fluid and silent. You tread softly into the first living quarter. The room reeks of decay. A broken wooden board serves as a makeshift bed, stained with dark, dried blood. You search the room and find several tufts of dull yellow bristles. You have obtained dull yellow bristle, junk. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow and opened his inventory. Dull yellow bristle, junk bristle shed from an unknown creature. The dull yellow strands are unusually long, almost the height of a standard shell. He continued combing through the living quarters, but found no enemies, only more bristles. The invisibility had long since expired, but Lin Xun remained cautious and reactivated the skill. You walk to the center of the catacombs. Each iron cage is covered by a heavy black cloth. Do you wish to remove the cloth? You lift the cloth to reveal that the cage's iron bars have been torn open. The beast inside is gone, and the cage is stained with blood and flesh. You examine the torn bars carefully and find massive claw marks that slash inward. Even these reinforced cages couldn't contain the creature for long. Do you wish to uncover the next cage? You lift the cloth and find the same result: no beast, only carnage. Just as confusion begins to set in, you hear heavy breathing and a low, guttural growl from behind. You whirl around. At some point, a massive three-headed lion appeared behind you. Each of its three beastly heads snarls in different tones. Its body towers almost to the vaulted ceiling of the catacombs. Its mane is a mass of long, dull yellow bristles. The corrupted three-headed lion stares past you at the uncovered cage, seemingly unaware of your invisible presence. Fortunately, Lin Xun had remained in stealth. Otherwise, he'd probably be a corpse already. This cursed game had hidden traps and instant death flags everywhere. One wrong move and you'd be food. Lucky Apostle, what will you do? 1. Reveal yourself and perform a dazzling dance, hoping to charm the lion into letting out a roar of admiration. 2. Leave silently, just as you arrived, without disturbing a single speck of dust. 3. While the lion remains unaware, strike first and plunge your jointed limbs into its head. Lin Xun examined the choices. Option 1 was pure suicide. Option 2 was retreat. Option 3 was an ambush. Following logic, he reached to click option 3, but stopped mid-press. Phew, close call. Almost got played by the game again. He realized something. The lion had 3 heads. Even if he managed to take out one, the other 2 would be more than enough to shred a fragile assassin or mage shell. He decisively picked option 2 to retreat. His invisibility was also about to expire. You carefully sneak around the corrupted three-headed lion and cautiously exit the catacombs. You have returned to the open-air stage of the ancient theater. The new invisibility skill was outstanding. The boss didn't notice him at all, and the escape went smoothly. Lin Xun put his phone down and rubbed his forehead. The yellow-robed bishop's laser cannon was powerful, but the shell was way too squishy. Not even the tainted essence sunflower seed could change that. It could handle mobs just fine, but against bosses, all it took was one slightly serious swipe to send him packing. With a boss that attacked in melee range, it would be a coin toss. Corrupt sunlight might kill it, or it might kill him. He opened his inventory and stared blankly at the boiling subspecies dragon blood essence. It was incredibly rare. Using it here would be such a waste. If push came to shove, he figured it would be better to reshape the engineer shell and cheese his way through. Just then, the bedroom door quietly opened. Lutsai walked straight over and sat beside him. She gave him a subtle look, then lifted his hand and placed it on her soft shoulder, snuggling into his arms without a word. Her teeth bit gently at her lip to keep the blush from rising too fast to her cheeks. Lin Xun's pupils contracted sharply, his expression changed instantly. Could it be? At that moment, he heard faint footsteps outside in the courtyard. The new world had arrived. In the living room, the couch sat sideways to the front door. The footsteps were drawing closer, nearly at the entrance. Lin Xun drew in a long breath, regaining a calm expression as he gently stroked the girls back in his arms. With a faint click, the locked door opened automatically. A middle-aged man in a sleek suit, with blonde hair and blue eyes, stepped unhurriedly into the room. The moment Lin Xun saw him, he knew this man had to be the superior of the engineer. Recalling the subtle traits of the engineer's personality, Lin Xun didn't act rashly. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Lu Tsai's waist and buried his face in her silky hair, breathing in deeply. The man walked straight into the living room and sat down on the sofa across from them. He simply stared at Lin Xun, then said, "Engineer." Switched girls again. Lin Xun stuck to the script, expression unchanged. "My lord, just another new contact." The man didn't seem surprised. "Have you given any more thought to my offer?" God knew what offer the guy was talking about, but Lin Xun could only play along. Lu Tsai had probably already called for backup. His job now was to stall for time. Letting go of the girl in his arms, Lin Xun looked the man straight in the eye and slowly shook his head. "Still considering it." The man frowned, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Lin Xun knew instantly, oh, wrong move. Still, he didn't show any reaction on the outside, only held the man's gaze silently. After a long moment, the man's lips curled into a grin and he let out a low laugh. Engineer, you really are the type who won't shoot till you see the rabbit. As he spoke, something appeared in his hand. It was a business card-sized piece of black metal, etched with alien script on both sides, eerily similar to the writing on the cover of the Book of Salvation. Lower-tier seat pass for the Disciple Sanctum. Special item allows the holder to teleport to the Disciple Sanctum from a resting page or within the library. I know you've been dying to enter the Disciple Sanctum, the man said smoothly. But let me tell you this, as long as you're under Bashir's thumb, you'll never have that chance. Only I can get you into the Sanctum. According to intelligence, the Disciple Sanctum was the true core of New World. Infiltrating it would be the same as penetrating the enemy's heart. What Lin Xun hadn't expected was that the Disciple Sanctum was actually a location within the game. Did New World have the power to affect the game world now? Or had this always been a feature, like player-created guilds? From what the man said, Lin Xun deduced he wasn't the engineer's direct superior. That role belonged to someone named Bashir. This man, clearly an ambitious schemer, was using the seat pass as leverage for a deal. But Lin Xun had no idea what exactly the man wanted, so he could only appear tempted but hesitant. You probably don't know this, the man continued, but with your level of power, using the source of the apocalypse in the real world is a death sentence. He toyed with the pass in his hand, upping the stakes. Use the source and you die? Lin Xun feigned shock, and honestly, he was a little shaken. He'd long suspected that the source of the apocalypse had more uses than just being converted into a relic, but he hadn't imagined it could be activated in the real world, and at the cost of your life. That's right, the man said. Since Bashir is just sending you off to die, why not hand the source over to me? Don't worry, I'll handle the excuses with the organization. Once you give it to me, you'll be under my protection. Bashir's reach doesn't extend this far. His voice steady and confident, the man pressed. So? Have you decided? Now Lin Xun understood his true motive. The man, Tauros, apparently wanted the source of the apocalypse the engineer possessed. If Lin Xun could obtain the lower-tier seat pass and hand it to the organization, he was sure they could extract invaluable intel from it. That would mark a perfect completion of his impersonation mission. But in exchange, the source of the apocalypse, our relic-tier item, would have to go to this man. It was a classic trade-off between organizational benefit and personal gain. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes, thoughts racing. A child might struggle to choose, but an adult? I want it all. The ideal outcome was to get the seat pass without giving up the source. Best case, he could even kill this fat fish and take everything. A slightly worse result would be trading the source for the pass, then letting the organization handle cleanup, hopefully retrieving the source from the man's corpse afterward. But if the backup arrived too late, the source would be lost. And of course, just handing over the source was the safest route. He'd avoid any conflict. But Lin Xun? He had no intention of giving it up. Feigning internal struggle, he put on an elaborate act, tension in his face, lips pressed tight, fists clenched, veins bulging at his temple. Finally, after a long breath and trembling slightly, he opened his eyes and said, "My lord, allow me more time. Engineer, you do realize I can just kill you and loot the source off your corpse?" The man's eyes gleamed with menace as he laid down the threat. Lin Xun rubbed his temple, stalling. One hand drifted to Lutsai's soft waist, running along it slowly. Lutsai tensed. This was the signal. He was ready to fight. Silently, she prepared to manifest her shell. She knew there was no avoiding a battle tonight. Engineer, my patience is limited. The man no longer hid the killing intent in his eyes. One refusal, and he'd strike, no hesitation, then pry the source from Lin Xun's cold, dead hands. Lin Xun knew that if he didn't agree soon, combat was inevitable. But he hadn't received the seat pass yet, and the organization's reinforcements hadn't arrived. Now was not the time to act. He manifested an item in his hand, a clump of foul, rotting sludge. Type 2 source of the apocalypse fragment, corrupted mire. This item is unique. Upon the apostle's death, it is guaranteed to drop. You may bring this item to the library and solidify it into a relic. Very good. You know how to read the room. The man nodded in satisfaction, but still didn't hand over the pass. Instead, he stood and approached, reaching for the source in Lin Xun's hand. Wait. Lin Xun pulled back slightly. The seat pass, my lord. The man glared at him, still clutching the pass, voice turning sharp. What, you think I won't give it to you? Lin Xun's heart sank. Damn, it's a scam. He really does plan to rob me empty-handed. There was no way a sneak attack would work here. This guy's face was clearly a shell from the game. Thinking quickly, Lin Xun shifted tactics. Looking worried, he asked, but my lord, if I give you the source, what should I tell Bashir? The man, Talros, frowned, clearly annoyed. Once you're in the sanctum, you'll be under my command. I'll give you a new shell and brand it myself. But, my lord, you haven't given me the seat pass yet. Enough talking. Give me the source already. Talros, his patience spent, was clearly ready to take it by force. Lin Xun took a step back, face darkening. My lord, don't force me. His clenched right fist began to emit a faint crimson glow. A devastating power surged forth from the rising mist of blood, warping the very air around him. In the distortion came the distant roar of some unspeakable beast. Talros, as he called himself, clearly sensed the danger and quickly backed away, suppressing his anger with a deep breath. Good. Very good. Engineer. No wonder Bashir entrusted the source of the apocalypse to you. My lord, give me the seat pass and I'll hand over the source immediately. Talros' expression shifted erratically for a while, before finally settling back to calm. He even smiled faintly. But Lin Xun sharply caught the killing intent flickering in the depths of the man's eyes. Talros casually tossed the pass to him. Lin Xun caught it and swiftly stored it in his inventory. Without a word, he extended the source of the apocalypse with both hands. My lord, please accept it. Talros, unable to hide his joy, stepped forward to take the festering sludge. But just as he reached for it, Lin Xun's wrist flicked and the source vanished. In its place appeared the gleaming, fast-approaching tip of a golden spear. A spearhead blazing with deadly light. Now, that night in the outskirts of Wen City, inside a 2-story bungalow. On the ground floor, more than a dozen fully armed men and women stood ready. They were elite apostles from the Armed Division and Intelligence Division. Though unaware of the exact objective of this joint mission, they followed their team leader's orders and waited in silence. Upstairs, team leader Wang Zong paced impatiently, frequently checking the watch on his wrist. On the couch nearby sat a beautiful woman in a black skirt suit, Li Xingyue casually flipping through television channels. Li Xingyue, we've been waiting here like idiots for ages. What if the enemy doesn't take the bait? Then we keep waiting. Don't forget, your precious little darling is in there too. Wang Zong fumed. You. Seriously, you're a division leader and you couldn't find a better pretty boy? You bring that punk into the organization fine, but dragging me into this mess. If I'd known you were sending her to protect that little punk, I'd never have lent her to you. The memory of that humiliating night flashed in his mind again. That cursed upside-down photo of him had become a meme among his comrades, still popping up in the group chat from time to time. This grudge must be repaid, he thought bitterly. Once this mission ends, he's going to make that punk pay dearly. Li Xingyue ignored him, casually changing channels. Wang Zong scoffed internally. Fine. You sent my girl into the fire? Just don't cry when I go all out on your boy toy. He alternated between cursing Lin Xun and worrying for Lu Tsai's safety. No chair could hold him long, he kept rising to pace. Suddenly, his wristwatch buzzed. Across the room, Li Xingyue looked up at the same moment. The enemy had taken the bait. Move. Now. At Lin Xun's command, the engineer shell burst forth with surging power. His body was covered in dark silver knight plate armor, and his thunder dragon staff spear thrust directly at the enemy's face. Within the confined space, the weapon tore through the air with an ear-piercing screech. Lu Tsai had been waiting for this signal. In a heartbeat, the gentle girl transformed into a fierce warrior, clad in a beast-hide top and skirt. Her metallic lion-headed gauntlets howled with wind pressure as they slammed toward Talros. Boom! Flames burst forth from Talros' body, followed by an explosive blast like a bomb going off. The intense heat wave smashed into Lin Xun, hurling him away before his spear could even land. His vision blacked out. Crash, crack. The entire bungalow collapsed in an instant. Lin Xun was blown through several walls and sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into the ground and forming a crater. Pfft. He coughed up blood, staggering to his feet from the pit. His armor was cracked and scorched. He looked toward where the house once stood, now just rubble. Amid the wreckage stood a burning figure wielding a guard-hand rapier, locked in combat with Lu Tsai in her warrior shell. Cling! Lu Tsai's lion gauntlet struck the thin rapier, but it was like smashing into a steel wall. Talros deflected her attack with ease, then retaliated with blazing speed, leaving a charred hole in her shoulder with a strike of fire. Run! I'll hold him off. Though clearly struggling, Lu Tsai still fought to protect Lin Xun. Lin Xun swallowed the blood rising in his throat and lowered his body, charging forward like a battering ram. He swung his staff spear at the enemy, but Talros blocked effortlessly. The thin blade felt like an impassable wall. It wasn't just the weapon, it was the immense gulf in their levels. No epic weapon could bridge that gap. With his left hand, Talros parried Lin Xun's spear. With a quick sidestep, he punched Lin Xun and sent him flying again. He followed up with a casual kick, launching Lu Tsai backward as well. Engineer. So you really did betray New World and side with the Apostle Security Council. Even roped in an official apostle. He clearly recognized Lu Tsai's shell. Talros walked toward Lin Xun, rapier in hand. Lin Xun got up, gritting his teeth, hands gripping his spear tightly. He twisted his waist and swung again. Talros deflected it calmly. If you'd handed over the source earlier, I might have spared your miserable life. But now that you've got the seat pass to the sanctum, I can't let you leave alive. Lu Tsai charged again, her fists flying. Talros parried every blow with elegant ease, one man overwhelming both of them. Lin Xun knew it now, he and Lu Tsai couldn't win. If they ran now, maybe they could escape, but Talros would surely report them to New World, rendering the seat pass meaningless. If they stayed, they'd both die before backup arrived. His mind made up, Lin Xun shouted, "Run. I'll handle him. Engineer, today, none of you are leaving alive." Talros' eyes blazed with fury as a pillar of fire erupted around him. He unleashed the same earth-scorching inferno that had flattened the house. Lu Tsai gazed deeply into Lin Xun's eyes. It was clear she understood his intent. As Talros began casting his ability again, not only did she refuse to back down, but she charged forward, fists swinging. She would use her own body to take the brunt of the enemy's attack, to buy Lin Xun the precious seconds he needed to unleash his trump card. The soul talent endless strength surged through her. The massive lion-headed gauntlets on her hands compressed the air itself, their impact howling with wind and thunder. Boom! Her iron fist landed squarely on the enemy, blasting him backward. But what followed was an overwhelming tide of explosive flames. Lu Tsai took the full brunt of Talros's powerful ability. The blast nearly tore her apart, leaving her with devastating injuries. She could no longer maintain her manifested shell, her warrior body faded away, and the collapsed figure reverted back to the frail girl in white. As an apostle of the armed division, maybe death in battle is my true fate. I just couldn't protect him. Lin Xun saw her recklessly throw herself into danger to shield him, saw her punch the enemy through sheer willpower. Talros, knocked away by the blow, staggered to his feet. No longer calm and composed, he limped and wobbled, glaring at Lin Xun with fury. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Xun gritted his teeth, summoning a sticky, half-solid, half-liquid mass of crimson blood boiling, bubbling, and emanating a terrifying aura. Within that blood, it was as though a dreadful beast's soul had been sealed. Just looking at it made his ears ring with the echoes of a furious dragon's roar. Boiling subspecies dragon blood essence. Item: the subspecies dragon blood bubbles and churns, containing the core of draconic breath. Using this item will unleash a devastating crimson dragon breath at the cost of your shell's death. If a game shell dies, as in real life, the cost to reshape it temporarily increases by 1 soul strength point, can be paid in installments, and it becomes unusable for 24 hours. Lin Xun took a deep breath. You have manifested the shell, Blood Sun Paladin of Discipline. The engineer's shell vanished. In its place appeared a towering, grotesque figure nearly 2.5 meters tall. Its flesh squirmed with pulsating tumors, its body bulging with swollen muscles. Veins twisted like black cords across its arms, overflowing with explosive power. It was a fallen knight corrupted by the corrupted blood sun, a terrifying monster bound to depraved laws. Lin Xun threw his head back and chugged the bubbling dragon blood. In that instant, It felt like drinking molten lava. The essence seared through his mouth and throat, blazing a trail down to his gut. Scorching crimson fumes billowed from the corners of his mouth. Lin Xun inhaled sharply, his already massive chest expanded grotesquely, like a furnace primed to explode. Within his maw, crimson light began to condense, a force of annihilation primed to erupt. Tauros, limping toward him, froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. The engineer had changed shells. How was that possible? That abominable body couldn't possibly belong to any ordinary apostle. He wasn't the engineer. Tauros watched in horror as the monster raised its arm and summoned a sphere of red light, its aura smothering and terrifying. A power of this level would cost the user dearly, and destroy everything in its path. Grah! Tauros shrieked and turned to flee. But behind him, the roar of a colossal beast split the heavens, a sound unmistakably belonging to a dragon. Tauros saw the last light of his life. A torrent of crimson dragon breath filled his entire vision. For off-road vehicles had already arrived near the battlefield, but were blocked by a squad of black-robed defenders. After a fierce fight, the joint forces of the armed and intelligence divisions finally eliminated the enemies. As the convoy neared the compound, team leader Wang Zong peered through the windshield. The once familiar bungalow was now rubble. Flames blazed among shattered bricks and tiles. His precious girl, Lutsai, lay collapsed nearby. She looked drained but alive. Damn it, that pretty boy. Why didn't he just give them the source? If anything happened to Yi, just watch me beat him senseless. Despite his grumbling, Wang Zong exhaled in relief. By the ruins, a burning figure staggered to a halt, as if paralyzed by some nameless fear. He shrieked and turned to run. Behind him stood a towering humanoid form. With a dragon's roar that shook the skies, it unleashed a crimson blaze capable of incinerating the world. Above the city, the night sky turned a vivid, demonic red. Li Xingyue watched in stunned silence. To her, all things lost color, save for the overwhelming brilliance of that crimson dragon breath. Time passed. The red light finally faded, revealing a massive chasm stretching for miles. Within the rift, red heat still boiled like magma. Even distant hills had failed to stop the dragon's fury. Everything touched by the breath had been reduced to smoldering ash. At the very origin of the blast, a devastatingly handsome man in a t-shirt and jeans lay slumped on the ground. Wang Zong stared in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. That guy, didn't he look just like that pretty boy? No. No way someone this strong could be just a pretty boy. He must be Yi's man. Yes, he must be the armed division's future son-in-law. Lin Xun felt all the strength drain from his body. His legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. Tauros had been completely obliterated by his dragon breath, not even ashes remained. Like the White Moon Church and the nun, he vanished into thin air. His aim had been fairly accurate. The dragon breath hadn't touched Lutsai. It just seemed like he had scared the girl badly. Even now, the white-robed girl's beautiful eyes were wide open in shock, her pretty face frozen in a daze. The suburban residential area was sparsely populated. The dragon breath only vaporized a few hills, and no bystanders were harmed. But today's commotion was massive, which meant the logistics division personnel would be busy. Seeing the organization's team finally arrive, and tardily at that, Lin Xun had no strength left to complain. If he hadn't had a powerful trump card, both he and Lutsai would have perished here. You okay? Li Xingyue and Yi Xiaoqi rushed forward to help Lin Xun up. Behind them were several apostles he had never seen before. Judging by their appearance, they were also from the intelligence division. Among them was a bespectacled man in his early 20s, Fang Yifei, whom Lin Xun had once encountered briefly at the Cultural Bureau. Fang Yifei's eyes widened, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. He was an old-school otaku. He used to pride himself on having no interest in real-life girls, only in 2D waifus. But during the organization's annual party, the girls from the intelligence division had done a spicy dance while cosplaying. He had an epiphany. Fang Yifei felt like his waifu had come to life in 3D. As a former apostle of the armed division, he had impulsively transferred to the intelligence division. He thought he was starting a blissful new life. But to his dismay, after transferring, the previously warm and smiling ladies began telling him they weren't into otaku shut-ins. To this day, he remained hopelessly single. Women. This mission was a joint operation between the armed and intelligence divisions, and he wasn't privy to the details. When he ran into his old armed division colleagues, he felt ashamed and cursed himself for being so young and foolish, switching departments so rashly. But to save face, Fang Yifei put on a front, bragging about his happy life in the intelligence division. He talked such a big game that the other single dogs from the armed division had stars in their eyes, itching to follow his lead and giving him envious looks. At that moment, Fang Yifei felt maybe joining the intelligence division had been the right choice after all. Besides, the intelligence division recently welcomed a newcomer, an online shut-in who also wrote web novels, just like him. Fang Yifei was deeply moved. At one of life's darkest crossroads, the most comforting thing isn't sympathy. It's meeting someone who's even worse off than you. Another shut-in, and a newbie even weaker than he was. Fang Yifei was convinced that this new apostle named Lin Xun had to be having an even rougher time than him. I'm not the most miserable. Someone out there has it worse. With that belief, Fang Yifei regained his spirits. His eyes lit up, his posture straightened, and his confidence surged. Before the operation began, he finally learned the mission details: rescue the rookie apostle Lin Xun and eliminate the enemy faction. Fang Yifei made a silent vow to himself. He would rescue Lin Xun no matter what. The two of them could then support each other, becoming a pair of battle-worn comrades. He mustn't die. If he does, I'll become the most miserable person in the intelligence division. So Fang Yifei told himself. Even though the enemy had blocked their path mid-operation, delaying them by 2 minutes, it didn't dampen his burning desire to fight. But when he saw the so-called rookie unleash a world-destroying dragon breath that disintegrated the enemy into dust and leveled entire mountains, his worldview shattered. This guy's a rookie? This isn't someone pretending to be weak. He's a damn boss in disguise. The colleagues around him were just as stunned. Fang Yifei couldn't believe how fast times had changed. Veterans like him were being completely drowned out by these monstrous newcomers. He tried to comfort himself. So what if he's strong? Strength can be improved through grinding. But being handsome is forever. But then he saw the rookie cancel his shell manifestation. What appeared was a devastatingly handsome guy. The girls nearby had stars in their eyes, clicking their tongues and gasping things like, "So handsome, I heard he doesn't have a girlfriend. His looks are perfect for our intelligence division." Fang Yifei's entire worldview collapsed. Weren't we all supposed to be shut-in losers? Then why was he better looking than me? We're both otakus. How can the difference in treatment be so vast? Are women really that shallow, judging a man's worth by nothing but his looks? Then he saw his ice-cold goddess superior, the black stocking lady, step up to the rookie, help him up, and whisper intimately in his ear. His faith crumbled. I want to go back to the armed division. What did I do to deserve this injustice? I'm quitting the intelligence division. I hope team leader Wang will forgive me and take me back. At least the armed division still has our team mascot, Dear Goddess. And then, he saw the team mascot, the white-clothed girl, refuse the help of her armed division colleagues, forcing her frail body forward to stand before the rookie. Blushing, she bowed her head and apologized. His world shattered. Let it all end. I'm done. Fang Yifei muttered to himself. Middle-aged team leader Wang, who had always treated the Dear Goddess like his own daughter, quietly approached the rookie. Fang Yifei's eyes lit up. He had one last shred of hope. Everyone in the armed division knew that team leader Wang cherished the Dear Goddess like a precious little princess. If this rookie dared to steal the old man's darling, there was no way he'd escape a beating. Given Wang's temper, punching him on the spot wasn't out of the question. Fang Yifei crossed his arms and waited eagerly for the show. Team leader Wang approached the rookie. The rookie looked surprised, his whole body tense, clearly bracing for a fight. Wang extended his massive palm, wide as a fan. Hit him. Come on, start swinging. Fang Yifei rubbed his hands together, giddy at the thought of a brawl. Instead, he heard Wang's booming voice laugh and say, "Young man, looks like we got off on the wrong foot. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Wang Zong, head of the armed division. The moment I saw you, I knew you're a good kid. These past few days, thank you for looking after E." Fang Yifei froze, dumbfounded, unable to move. What is wrong with this world? Li Xingyue helped Lin Xun into the back seat of the car. Before long, Lutsai was also helped into the vehicle. The white-clothed girl kept apologizing to Lin Xun for not protecting him during the fight and instead needing his rescue. Lin Xun waved it off, saying there was no need to apologize. If anything, he should be thanking her. If Lutsai hadn't risked her life earlier, he would have had to pay a far steeper price to defeat the enemy. Yi Xiaoqi, meanwhile, kept chattering, bombarding him with questions about how he had become a jet-propelled warrior. Just as Lin Xun leaned back to close his eyes and rest, he noticed Li Xingyue and Wang Zong take the front seats. The bearded man turned back and grinned at him. "Hey kid, how about dropping by our armed division sometime?" The black-stocking lady floored the gas pedal. "Keep dreaming." 1 hour later, Intelligence Division Headquarters, 3rd floor, Division Leader's office. There were only 2 people in the office, 1 man and 1 woman. Lin Xun explained everything that had happened that night to his female superior in detail. The black-stocking lady, dressed in a fitted business suit, had a hint of reproach in her eyes. "Lin Xun, the source of the apocalypse is far less important than your life. If necessary, you should have handed it over. Your safety comes first, but forget it. You must have weighed the risks carefully and had a trump card, otherwise you wouldn't have acted that way. Just don't ever do that again. If your so-called trump card hadn't been enough to eliminate Tauros, the consequences would have been unthinkable." Lin Xun nodded and manifested the lower-tier seat pass for the Disciple Sanctum, handing the card to Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue took the card and sighed. The operation was a bit reckless, but it turned out well. "Tonight, you not only obtained a crucial item for infiltrating the enemy, but also eliminated a disciple candidate from the new world on the spot." "A disciple candidate?" "Yes. Although this particular candidate was ranked low, he was still a decent catch." She knew the item Lin Xun had used to eliminate Tauros was incredibly rare. Consuming such a valuable item during a mission meant the organization would certainly need to compensate him. Otherwise, once morale was damaged, managing the team would become difficult. "With these 2 accomplishments plus the rare item you expended, I'll submit a request to HQ for rewards and compensation. I had originally arranged for Lutsai to protect you, but in the end, you were the one who saved her. For a newly appointed apostle, your growth rate is truly astounding." The black-stocking lady was very pleased with his performance, praising him repeatedly. Lin Xun recalled what Tauros had said about the price of using the source of the apocalypse in reality, and he asked his superior if it was true. Li Xingyue nodded. "Using the source of the apocalypse in the real world does come with a severe cost. Only enemy factions like the New World would risk doing so. As for the real-world effects of the source of the apocalypse, that's tied to highly classified information. For you, it's enough to complete the initial chapter and then solidify it into a relic once you return to the library." Lin Xun didn't press further. Information about the source of the apocalypse likely involved a higher access level, and it was normal that a new recruit like him couldn't learn more. In any case, the engineer's mission should now be finished. Once he cleared the initial chapter and solidified the source of the apocalypse into a relic, the matter would no longer concern him. "Don't discard the engineer shell for now. The New World imprint on the shell might still come in handy." Lin Xun nodded. He never planned on abandoning the engineer shell anyway. He had let the Paladin of Discipline bear the cost of using Dragon Breath precisely because he was worried the engineer's plugin might temporarily fail. Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, Lin Xun left the office. To his surprise, Yi Xiaoqi was waiting right outside the door. "Lin Xun, you really earned major credit with this mission. Normally, with so many of our intelligence division people in the office at once, you'd have to treat everyone to a meal. But I figured you must be exhausted tonight, so I turned them down on your behalf." The short-haired girl boldly slung an arm around his shoulder. Unfortunately, she wasn't quite tall enough, so she patted him on the back instead. "This lady here has decided to escort you, our big hero, home. Aren't you going to thank me properly?" The short-haired girl pulled him into the elevator and pressed the button for the 1st floor. A familiar citrus fragrance wafted from her side. "Shouldn't I at least go to the 2nd floor and say goodbye to them? Leaving like this feels a bit rude." They were co-workers after all, and they had carried out this late-night mission to rescue him. Not even saying goodbye seemed inconsiderate. "No need, no need. They all understand. We'll just head out." When the elevator reached the first floor and they exited the Intelligence Division building, Yi Xiaoqi pulled him into a small car and floored the gas pedal, heading straight for Lin Xun's place. Back home, Lin Xun logged into the Apostle Forum. He searched for information related to the source of the apocalypse. As expected, the search returned nothing but a blank screen. His brow furrowed tightly. He was growing more suspicious of the Apostle Forum. The source of the apocalypse was a type of item that could only be obtained by clearing a chapter and receiving an S-rank evaluation. There was no reason the New World could obtain an S-rank evaluation while the Apostle Forum had no S-rank strategies at all. He accessed the Intelligence Division permissions and carefully browsed the strategies available on the forum. There were quite a few chapter-clearing guides, but most of them were D-rank, the lowest possible evaluation. Even C-rank guides were rare. Many civilian apostles were so weak they couldn't even follow the guides. Due to their own levels, skills, or equipment, they failed to clear the chapters. It was like watching a master's no-damage boss fight on a stream. Even if you study it repeatedly, if you're all thumbs, you'll never replicate it. As an official apostle, Lin Xun knew the organization had many hidden talents. There were plenty of strong apostles. If the New World could achieve S-rank evaluations, then even if the official apostles couldn't, their guides wouldn't be stuck at D and C. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes. Based on everything, there was only one truth. The Apostle Security Council was deliberately hiding high-rank strategies, preventing civilian and official apostles from obtaining higher evaluations. The likely reason for this was the source of the apocalypse. Were they afraid of people obtaining the source of the apocalypse and recklessly using it in the real world? Or was it that there were enemy moles within the organization, afraid of leaking strategy information? Whatever the reason, this kind of practice would inevitably limit the strength growth of the organization's apostles. Cutting off one's own hands to weaken the enemy was clearly foolish. Besides, the enemy was still managing to achieve S-rank evaluations. This method hadn't weakened them in the slightest. Upon careful thought, Lin Xun realized that the Apostle Security Council must possess high-rank strategies. There were probably even higher-level military organizations behind the scenes. Those top-level strategies were most likely circulated only among the organization's core personnel. Early the next morning, since his mission was complete, Lin Xun didn't need to clock in for work. Opening his phone, he saw a string of spam messages from the short-haired A-cup beauty, urging him to update his novel. According to Yi Xiaoqi, the black-stocking lady had taken a flight to Yun capital city today, all because of the seat pass for the disciple sanctum he had obtained. Only the four of them knew about this matter, and one of them was Lu Tsai. My superior is probably going to help me apply for a reward. I wonder what I'll get. Automatically ignoring Yi Xiaoqi's messages urging him to update his web novel, Lin Xun opened the game. The Book of Salvation activate. His current soul strength was 2-2. Lin Xun carefully considered which shell to reshape. The yellow-robed bishop hadn't been destroyed, so there was no need to reshape it. Reshaping the Paladin of Discipline required 2 points of soul strength. He could first spend 1 point to partially recharge it, then after 12 hours spend another to fully recharge and reshape it again. Better to explore the game for now. I'll reshape the Paladin of Discipline once I have excess soul strength. As for the Engineer shell, its quality was very low. It wasn't even on par with the Paladin of Discipline, let alone comparable to the Dancer or the yellow-robed Bishop. Lin Xun had always treated it as a temporary shell. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't waste experience points on the Engineer. Suddenly, his eyes fell once again on the summoning horn in his inventory. He furrowed his brow, thought for a while, and chose to reshape the mount. You have consumed 1 point of soul strength and reshaped the Turkoman blood horse. The passage leading from the ancient theater to the catacombs was designed for gladiators and large beasts. Even something as massive as the three-headed lion had entered the catacombs. There was no reason a warhorse couldn't. If he could ride the horse around the iron cages, maybe he could kite the three-headed lion using the yellow-robed bishop's abilities. Compared to giving experience points to the Engineer shell, Lin Xun preferred to feed them to the higher-quality yellow-robed bishop. Of course, kiting was just Lin Xun's planned tactic. If the three-headed lion turned out to be faster than the horse, he'd be doomed anyway. Let's test it first. You have discovered a large archway built into the stone wall separating the stage and the audience seating. It leads to the underground catacombs beneath the ancient theater. Do you wish to pass through the archway and enter the catacombs of the ancient theater? Lin Xun opened his inventory and clicked the summoning horn. With a loud, clear horn blast, you have summoned the tall and sturdy Turkoman blood horse. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church. Switching back to the yellow-robed bishop shell, Lin Xun mounted the horse and entered the catacombs. You ride through the archway. In the dim torchlight, your horse's hooves strike the stone steps as you descend. You pass through a massive iron gate at the bottom of the stairs and arrive in the catacombs of the ancient theater. Your vision clears. The catacombs are vast and brightly lit. On either side are over a dozen decrepit living quarters. In the center are several huge iron cages covered in black cloth. Only 2 cages have had their coverings removed. Will you explore the unopened iron cages or search for the traces of the corrupted 3-headed lion? The first time he encountered the 3-headed lion, Lin Xun had been inspecting a cage. It had silently appeared behind him. The 3-headed lion probably hadn't emerged from one of the cages in the central area. Given its massive size, if he had been facing the cage at the time and the dancer wasn't blind, there was no way they would have missed it. There might be some hidden mechanism in the catacombs that allowed the lion to conceal itself. If he could find it, maybe it would lead to an unexpected reward. Lin Xun chose the second option. You search the catacombs carefully for traces of the corrupted 3-headed lion. Following faint bloody clawprints on the ground, you ride to a corner of the catacombs. You notice that the floor here is slightly different from elsewhere. Listening closely, you hear the steady breathing of a large beast from underground. The corrupted 3-headed lion appears to be slumbering beneath the disguised floor. Do you wish to attack it? The yellow-robed bishop riding a warhorse made far more noise than the dancer using stealth. Yet the dancer had been discovered, while the mounted bishop had not. Could it be that the 3-headed lion was nocturnal and currently asleep during the day? Should I blast it with a laser cannon? The kiting strategy was just a theory. It might not be the optimal approach. Plus, there was a big risk. If the lion outran the horse and caught up, he'd lose 2 points of soul strength. After some thought, Lin Xun decided that since the lion was asleep and hadn't been disturbed by the noise of his horse, he might as well go explore the cages first. He rode out of the catacombs, dismounted at the open-air stage, and switched to the dancer shell. Using stealth again, he re-entered the catacombs to inspect the black-covered cages. You lift the black cloth and find that the metal bars of this massive iron cage have been torn open. The beast inside is nowhere to be found, leaving only bloodstains and shredded flesh. Inspecting the broken bars closely, you see massive claw marks that clearly came from the outside. Even this sturdy cage couldn't hold a wild beast for long. Do you want to remove the cloth from the next iron cage? Same text as before. You remove the cloth from the next iron cage and find it too has been damaged. The beast once inside is gone, leaving only blood and meat fragments behind. Lin Xun continued exploring the cages one by one, until finally, when he reached the last cage, the text changed. You lift the cloth on the cage and find the metal bars perfectly intact. Inside lies a person sleeping soundly, dressed in tattered clown attire, with dried blood covering his mouth. He appears to be one of the performers from the ancient theater. The gap in the iron bars is just wide enough for your slender body to barely squeeze through. Do you want to wake the corrupted circus clown, or quietly sneak in and kill it? The name immediately reminded Lin Xun of the corrupted theater dancer. Perhaps the clown was another special type monster like the dancer. But if the clown turned out to be an NPC, killing it could mean missing a side quest. At that moment, the game notified him that his stealth duration had expired. Lin Xun opened the panel and clicked to activate stealth again. With stealth active, what was there to fear? Lin Xun selected the first option to wake the clown. You take out a piece of foul dung stone and toss it at the sleeping clown's face. It jolts awake, glancing around in confusion. All it sees is the black cloth lifted from the cage. The clown wipes the dung stone off its face in disgust, scratches its head in confusion, and then lays back down to sleep again. Do you want to reveal yourself and talk to the clown? It didn't seem like this clown was one of those twisted NPCs. Lin Xun thought for a moment and clicked yes. You cancel stealth and reveal yourself in front of the clown, preparing to speak to it. The clown stares at you in terror, suddenly pulls out a brass whistle and shoves it into its mouth to blow, intending to summon the 3-headed lion. What will you do? Are all the NPCs in this game this messed up? Is there not one normal person? Lin Xun typed 3 question marks and stared at the screen in utter disbelief. The clown stares at you in horror, pulling out a brass whistle and preparing to blow it, intending to summon the 3-headed lion. What will you do? 1. Dash into the cage and slice the clown's throat with your sharp appendage before it can react. 2. Flee the catacombs immediately before the whistle is blown and the 3-headed lion awakens. 3. Use a foul dung stone to knock the whistle from the clown's hand and threaten to kill it if it makes a sound. The game text trembled violently. This was a time-limited decision. Without time to overthink, Lin Xun decisively chose the 3rd option. You throw the foul dung stone, striking the brass whistle from the clown's hand. It clatters to the ground. You squeeze through the gap between the iron bars and approach the terrified clown, pressing your sharp appendage to its neck. Your crimson eyes radiate killing intent. One wrong move and you will end its life without hesitation. The clown trembles all over, begging for mercy, and hands you the fallen brass whistle. You have obtained the brass whistle special item. Huh? Could it be? Lin Xun sensed a possibility and eagerly opened his inventory to check. Brass whistle, corrupted 3-headed lion, special item, a small, finely crafted whistle made of a special copper alloy, engraved with a cute 3-headed lion. Use it to summon the creature corrupted 3-headed lion, which can serve as both a mount and a battle companion. Blowing the whistle again will cancel the summon. If the creature dies, you must consume 1 point of soul strength to reshape it before it can be summoned again. Only one summoned creature can exist at a time. If another creature is already summoned, using this item will call forth the corrupted 3-headed lion and cancel the previous summon. This item is currently sealed. Complete a related quest from a specific NPC to unseal it. Summon the 3-headed lion. Lin Xun's eyes widened as if he had just been struck by a heavenly windfall. The 3-headed lion was clearly a powerful boss-tier creature, far beyond the Turkoman blood horse in strength. And it wasn't just a mount, it could also fight independently, a versatile summon beast. Dozens of strategies ran through his mind. With 3 heads, unless it was some absurdly broken boss, it basically had 3 lives. He could summon the lion to tank the boss while the yellow-robed bishop stood safely behind, dealing constant damage. And if he still couldn't win, he could ride the lion and flee. That was the perfect balance of offense and defense. But when he saw that the item was sealed and required a side quest to unseal, Lin Xun sighed. So that's why you shouldn't randomly kill NPCs. Even if the clown had dropped the whistle after dying, it would have remained a sealed piece of junk. Suppressing his excitement, he looked back to the game text. The corrupted circus clown pulls a tattered portrait from its clothing and hands it to you. You have obtained Portrait of the Blind Merchant quest item. Upon reflecting, you come to a realization. If you can find the person in the portrait and bring them before the clown, it will unseal the brass whistle for you. Lin Xun slowly typed 3 question marks. The blind merchant was likely already killed by the dancer. His eyes were gouged out, his clothes stripped away. Where was he supposed to find the blind merchant to complete the quest? Would the corpse work? Back in the blind merchant's exchange, Lin Xun had searched thoroughly and only found some junk. He hadn't discovered the merchant's body. But the clown never said whether it had to be alive. It only needed to be the blind merchant. Which meant, if he could find the merchant's corpse and bring it back, it should still count. That would make the quest flow make sense. He suddenly recalled the 3-pronged path after the exchange. The middle path seemed to lead toward a cemetery on the outskirts of St. Rance. Do you want to accept the quest from the corrupted circus clown? With that thought in mind, Lin Xun pressed yes. The clown is thrilled that you accepted the quest and urges you to quickly locate the blind merchant. Lin Xun clicked to talk to the clown again, but no new dialogue appeared. The clown just kept urging him to find the person. Seeing no further leads, Lin Xun exited the catacombs of the ancient theater. He mounted his warhorse and rode full speed to the blind merchant's exchange. He searched the place again. This time, not even junk was left. He had already looted the area clean, let alone finding the merchant's corpse. Left with no choice, Lin Xun continued onward. Beneath the crimson sunlight, you ride through the ruined streets of the town. Soon, you come to a fork in the road with 3 paths, left, center, and right. Where do you wish to go? 1. Left path. you shield your eyes and look ahead. There appears to be a deserted marketplace at the end, eerily silent, with dirty tarps stretched over wooden frames. 2. Center path. Following this road leads to the outskirts of St. Rance. You recall that there may be a cemetery there. 3. Right path. You gaze into the distance and spot a large, squat, round building, the ancient theater of St. Rance. Lin Xun suddenly thought, would the dancer have buried the merchant in the cemetery? More likely, the body was dumped somewhere nearby. But still, the chances of finding the body in the cemetery were clearly higher than in the market. He selected the second option. You gallop down the road on your warhorse. Soon, you pass through the ruined city gates of St. Rance. Beneath the collapsed metal drawbridge, sewage spreads everywhere, reeking of decay. The moat is about 10 meters wide, and floating within it are numerous bloated, rotting corpses. You peer into the distance. Amid the overgrown weeds, you faintly make out a cemetery surrounded by tall wooden fences. Do you want to head toward the cemetery? Just as Lin Xun was about to press yes and head to the cemetery, he suddenly felt like he'd forgotten something. After thinking for a moment, he slapped his thigh. He opened his inventory and checked an item he hadn't used yet. Subspecies Sea Dragon Pearl. Item: a pearl formed within subspecies dragon-type creatures. Though far inferior to a true dragon pearl, it possesses some unique effects. While carrying this item, you will gain the ability to breathe underwater and fight without restriction in aquatic environments. With this item, could he explore the moat? There might be a chance that the merchant's body was one of the corpses floating in the water. He tried clicking on the subspecies Sea Dragon Pearl. Clever apostle, it seems you've discovered something. Do you wish to dismount and dive into the filthy, foul-smelling moat of St. Rance? Lin Xun grinned and pressed yes. You leap into the filthy, foul-smelling river. The subspecies Sea Dragon Pearl on your body glows with a faint blue light. You gain the ability to breathe underwater and fight without hindrance beneath the surface. Do you want to search the corpses floating on the water? Did he even need to think about it? Lin Xun immediately clicked yes. You search each bloated corpse drifting on the water, comparing them to the image of the blind merchant in your mind. Searching. You have obtained filthy boots, junk. Searching. After searching for quite a while, all he collected was junk. There was no sign of the blind merchant. Do you want to dive underwater to continue exploring? Finding nothing, you choose to dive below the surface. The icy, bone-chilling water is murky and tinged with yellow and black. Your surroundings blur, you can only see what's very close to you. Thanks to the underwater breathing granted by the Sea Dragon Pearl, you can clearly smell the river's putrid stench of decay. Several corrupted scavengers roaming the river spot the glow of the subspecies Sea Dragon Pearl. They begin swimming toward you. Do you wish to attack them? Just from the name, he could tell these were similar to the corrupted crawlers in the St. Rance sewers, experienced delivery mobs. Seeing that only a few weak monsters were coming his way, Lin Xun hit yes. You swing your sharp appendage, ruthlessly slaying your enemies. You defeated a corrupted scavenger. Experience slightly increased. You obtained rotted meat chunk, junk. You defeated a corrupted scavenger. Experience slightly increased. You defeated. You examine the corpse of a corrupted scavenger. Corrupted scavenger, a type of carrion-feeding humanoid creature, corrupted after consuming too many mutated humans. Killed cleanly by a throat slash. Compatibility, 82%, plus 35%. Ever since obtaining the dancer shell, Lin Xun's shell slots had been at May 5th. Each shell had its unique traits. There was no point in replacing them with weaklings like this. Wish my superior would reward me with another divine item. My shell slots are really full. After slaughtering several small mobs, the text continued. You continue killing corrupted scavengers. Black-red blood spreads through the water. The stench of blood draws a large swarm of dark shadows toward you. So dense they block the sunlight above the river. A tide of corrupted scavengers is swarming your way. Damn, this cursed game never changed its tone. Lin Xun knew at once he'd triggered a monster swarm event. He quickly opened the panel and activated Blood Shadow Step. You used Blood Shadow Step. Your swimming posture becomes fluid, and your shell gradually vanishes from view. You are now in stealth mode. The incoming scavengers do not notice you. They begin savagely devouring their fallen comrades' corpses. The stench in the river becomes even more revolting. Having narrowly avoided disaster, Lin Xun let out a deep breath. Do you wish to continue exploring or return to the shore? Just as Lin Xun was about to click continue exploring to keep searching for the merchant's body, he had a sudden flash of insight. He immediately clicked to return to the shore. Frightened by the mob of corrupted scavengers, you hastily swim to the surface, scrambling onto the metal drawbridge in a panic. Lin Xun smirked and switched to the yellow-robed bishop shell. He opened his panel and unleashed a corrupt sunlight into the river. Ashamed but determined, you raise your Thunder Dragon staff spear toward the river filled with monsters and begin chanting. A crimson flash. The scarlet sunlight pierces the river, sending up clouds of mist. You defeated a corrupted scavenger. Experience slightly increased. You defeated a corrupted scavenger. Experience slightly increased. You defeated a corrupted scavenger. Experience slightly increased. The text scrolled wildly, as if the screen were being flooded. His experience bar surged rapidly. The scavengers in the river seem unable to survive on land. Despite the corpses of their kin floating nearby, they continue to feast. Time for another satisfying farming session. Seeing another opportunity to rake in free XP, Lin Xun postponed the search for the merchant and resumed farming. He continued clicking skills. After casting Corrupt Sunlight 7 or 8 times in a row, the river was finally cleared of the mobs. Power boils within your shell. The corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church shell has leveled up. Current shell level, 19. Nice. With the farming so fruitful, Lin Xun didn't hold back. He returned to the resting page to reset and then cleared another 2 waves of monsters. Power boils within your shell. The corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church shell has leveled up. Current shell level, 20. It had been a long time since he felt the joy of leveling up. After wiping out 3 waves of scavengers, he'd pushed the shell straight to level 20. Switching back to the dancer shell, he dove once again into the river. You dive to the bottom of the moat. Black aquatic grass sways atop the muddy riverbed, writhing like demonic limbs. You swim along the silt and discover piles of gleaming white bones scattered along the bottom. Amid the bone piles, you spot something glowing. You quickly swim over to inspect it. You have obtained Crimson Flame Jar Shard Junk. Huh? Wasn't the Crimson Flame Jar an item sold by the blind merchant? How did it end up here? And in a broken state too, meaning it had already been used. Lin Xun was puzzled, his mind spinning up possible scenarios. You continue exploring along the riverbed and discover a large, ancient chest buried in the silt. Do you want to approach and open the chest? Lin Xun opened his panel and clicked Attack out of habit. Seeing no signs of a mimic, he clicked Yes. You open the large, weathered chest. You have obtained Unknown Chunk of Spirit, X1. You have obtained Intermediate Forging Stone, X1. You have obtained Cross Pendant of the Dead Wife Key. This chest is kinda stingy. Lin Xun muttered to himself and opened his inventory to check the items. He tucked away the 200 Spirit Essence first. The Intermediate Forging Stone could be used to enhance equipment below epic grade. He already had 2 more on hand. Cross Pendant of the Dead Wife, key a pendant once belonging to someone's deceased wife. The end of the cross is shaped like a key. It may unlock a related mechanism. Lin Xun still had another key, which had dropped from the dancer. He clicked to continue searching the riverbed, but after a long time found nothing else of value, just more junk. It seemed the merchant's corpse wasn't here. The most valuable item in the moat was probably the cross pendant of the dead wife. You resurface and climb back onto the metal drawbridge. Lin Xun furrowed his brow. Since the merchant wasn't in the moat, he was most likely in the cemetery. You gaze into the distance. Far along the weed-choked road, you can vaguely make out a desolate cemetery enclosed by a tall iron fence. Do you want to go to the cemetery? He pressed the yes option. You gallop ahead, continuing toward the distant cemetery. The desolate and gloomy cemetery is surrounded by a tall, sturdy metal fence. Inside, shattered stones litter the ground, wild grass grows in abundance, and broken tombstones stand upright. As you draw near, you discover countless black phantoms swirling in the sky above the cemetery. Their shrill wails and cries pierce into your mind, causing your head to throb in agony. You are unable to take even one step closer. Do you want to attack the wandering phantoms? Looks like I have to clear out the mobs before I can enter the cemetery. Lin Xun frowned slightly. The swarm of phantoms gave him a noob feeling. Not the kind of noob mobs you farm for loot, but the red noob insult this cursed game used to mock him. He opened his inventory and examined his items one by one. After rummaging for quite a while, he still didn't find anything suitable for this situation. Let's try attacking first. Maybe a single laser blast is all it takes. He opened the panel and clicked on Corrupt Sunlight. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant an incantation. A flash of red light. Corrupt Sunlight only managed to melt a small portion of the wandering phantoms. Your attack alarmed them. With gut-wrenching cries and screams, more phantoms surged toward you like a tide. Lin Xun quickly opened the panel, intending to possess the dancer and escape with stealth. You are engulfed by the endless phantoms. You died. I knew it. Lin Xun took a deep breath. The bad news was that he died. The good news was that the horse was fine. Still, the death wasn't entirely in vain. At least he now understood the phantoms' attack mechanics. It seemed that the phantoms only retaliated against those who actively attacked them, which explained why the warhorse survived. Also, no experience was shown upon killing them, which suggested the phantoms weren't regular monsters, but some sort of trap or monster derivative. It reminded him a bit of the vines he had encountered at the gates of Fox Castle. The feeble wandering soul is reborn at the familiar small church. You possess the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. He possessed the dancer shell again, mounted the warhorse, and charged toward the cemetery. After opening the panel and activating the stealth skill, countless black phantoms swirl above the cemetery. Their mournful cries pierce into your mind, causing a searing headache. You are unable to approach the cemetery. The game text was identical to before. He still couldn't get close to the cemetery. It appeared that stealth could not bypass the phantom's psychic attack. Do you want to attack the wandering phantoms? The game kept popping up the same message. Lin Xun ignored this cursed game. Maybe I haven't acquired the key item required to enter the cemetery. There was still the marketplace in St. Rance left to explore. Perhaps the key item was hidden there. At the moment, the only remaining living shell in the shell slots was the dancer. Lin Xun set down his phone, planning to wait until nighttime when his soul strength recovered before continuing his exploration. By then, he could alternate between the yellow-robed bishop and the dancer, giving him more flexibility than relying on the dancer alone. He opened his computer, launched the writer's assistant, and began his writing session. But his mind kept drifting back to the game, which made his writing choppy and uninspired. After struggling all the way into the night and finally regaining his soul strength, he had only managed to produce 2 chapters. After publishing the chapters, he notified his loyal female fan Yi Xiaoqi, letting her know the web novel had updated, so the short-haired beauty wouldn't keep texting him to post more. Lin Xun pulled out his phone and resumed the campaign. He spent 1 point of soul strength to reshape the yellow-robed bishop. He possessed the bishop, mounted the warhorse, and rode straight to the crossroads near the exchange. To the left, as you raise your hand to peer down the road, you see what appears to be a marketplace at the far end. It is utterly silent, deserted, with filthy tarpaulins propped up by wooden stakes. You ride down the left road. Before long, you enter the deserted marketplace. You have entered the St. Rance marketplace. This once bustling marketplace now holds only abandoned shops and scattered remnants of limbs strewn across the ground. Do you want to compare with the portrait of the blind merchant to search among the remains on the ground? Lin Xun perked up and quickly clicked yes. You search and compare one by one. Most of the remains are mangled and indistinguishable, covered in blood and gore. After careful examination, you fail to find any remains resembling the blind merchant. You shake your head in disappointment and press on. Ahead on the marketplace road, 3 paths appear: left, center, and right. Which path do you choose? There was no description distinguishing the 3 paths, so Lin Xun planned to pick one at random. Following habit, he decided to try the left path first. Just as he was about to click the option, the game text suddenly shifted. At the far corner of the marketplace, you spot a suspicious figure trying to sneak into the right path ahead. What is your next action? 1. Raise your staff spear, chant the incantation, and fire a corrupt sunlight to send them to the heavens. 2. Follow the figure secretly and see what they're up to. 3. Pretend you didn't see anything and continue searching for clues about the blind merchant. 2 longs and 1 short. Pick the short. This was the go-to strategy for underachievers. This sneaky figure was probably a randomly triggered event. If he missed it, it might not appear again. Lin Xun was about to select option 2 when he narrowed his eyes. His hands moved quickly. You possess the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. You use Blood Shadow Step, stepping forth in a graceful motion. The shell's figure gradually fades and vanishes. You are now in stealth. He clicked option 2, follow in secret. You move silently, following the figure unnoticed. As you draw near, you see the figure clearly. It differs slightly from a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Its eyes glow crimson, its figure is gaunt, and its garments are richly adorned. It seems to have held a distinguished identity in life. It glances back repeatedly. Seeing nothing unusual, it darts quickly down the winding alleys into the depths of the marketplace. Good thing Lin Xun reacted quickly and used the dancer shell's stealth skill. Otherwise, he surely would have been spotted and the pursuit would have failed. He guessed that succeeding in the pursuit might trigger some kind of special event. You follow behind without drawing attention. The figure enters a fruit stall. The produce on the street display has long since rotted and is covered in flies. You enter the shop but find the figure has vanished. Inside, there's only rotten fruit and swarming insects. Do you want to search the shop carefully? Lin Xun figured there was probably some sort of hidden passage or secret tunnel in the shop. That would explain why the figure vanished. You search the shop carefully. You obtained rotten melon rind, junk. You search the shop carefully. You obtained wilted gourd, junk. You search the shop carefully. In a corner cabinet inside the shop, you discover an old candlestick. There are wear marks around the base. You try rotating the candlestick. The cabinet door opens automatically, revealing a stone staircase leading downward. On the walls along the staircase, burning torches hang. At the bottom, you see a large door left ajar. You have discovered a hidden location deep within the marketplace. The shattered memories within the dancer's shell begin to stir. The shattered memories within the dancer's shell gradually awaken. After the Church of Divine Light issued its decree abolishing slavery, most of the slave markets in the cities didn't vanish, but simply moved underground. As for the church, it turned a blind eye, maintaining the superficial image of the divine light blessing the world. As a dancer of the ancient theater, you are privy to some of these hidden truths. Most of the gladiators in the ancient theater were purchased from the slave markets. The strong were trained to become gladiators who fought beasts. The weak, meanwhile, were fed to those beasts. Do you want to enter the underground slave market of St. Rance? Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. So the dancer remembered this place was a hidden slave market. Why couldn't the memory just tell him where the merchant it supposedly killed ended up? He still had to waste effort investigating. He pressed yes. You step silently, descending the stairs. You sidestep through the doorway. Inside the vast underground chamber, bright torchlight illuminates the area. Along the hallway, a series of holding cells have been set up. Most of the metal-barred cell doors are wide open, with no one inside. Only a few cells deep in the corridor seem to have some shadowy movement. Do you want to investigate? His stealth was about to run out. Lin Xun exited the underground chamber, activated the stealth skill again, and selected Investigate. While still in stealth, you move into the depths of the corridor. In the far-end cells, several female, corrupted Blood Sun slaves are bound in chains and shackles, imprisoned here. The sneaky figure from before is in one of the cells, engaged in some sort of reproductive act with the defenseless captives. 3 question marks slowly appeared over Lin Xun's head. What kind of bizarre fetish was this? Wait, no. These were all corrupted monsters. Since they were of the same kind, it made sense their aesthetic tastes had changed. Apostle in hiding, what will you do? 1. Shout, caught you in the act, and frighten the corrupted slave master into total impotence. 2. Cautiously ask the corrupted slave master if you can join in the feast. 3. Sneak up on the corrupted slave master and demand to know the whereabouts of the blind merchant. The slave master knows where the merchant is? Lin Xun immediately ignored the first 2 choices and quickly pressed the third. Unamused apostle, you silently step into the open cell. You place your sharp appendage at the neck of the corrupted slave master. Panting heavily, it seems to sense the icy blade at its throat and collapses to the ground in fear, foaming at the mouth. Red light flashes in your eyes as you pull out the portrait and demand to know if it has seen the blind merchant. The corrupted slave master trembles, nodding repeatedly, a pleading look in its eyes. It wants to trade information about the blind merchant in exchange for its life. Do you accept this trade? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this NPC to actually have clues about the merchant. He had no interest in this wretched shell anyway, so he immediately chose yes. You nod, promising to spare its life if it provides the relevant information. The corrupted slave master rolls its crimson eyes, then faces the direction where the blood sun rises. It places its right fist horizontally over its chest. You understand. It wants you to swear an oath to the blood sun as a guarantee that you'll honor your promise. Do you want to forsake your oath to the golden blazing sun and convert your faith to the corrupting blood sun? I'd have to be out of my mind to switch to the corrupting blood Sunday. If it offered a divine artifact, maybe Lin Xun would have considered betraying his oath. But he still had an exclusive item that hadn't been unlocked yet. For this NPC to ask him to abandon his oath just for a clue was utterly delusional. No point thinking it over. He pressed no right away. The NPC's life was still in his hands. If it didn't talk, he'd just end it. Impatiently, you press the sharp appendage harder against its throat. The corrupted slave master is scared out of its wits, begging desperately for mercy. You kick it once, forcing it to spit out the information. The corrupted slave master scrambles to its feet and signals for you to follow. It trots quickly down the corridor to its deepest end. It unlocks the final cell at the far end. In the corner of the large cell is a separate locked solitary confinement chamber. The heavy metal door is tightly shut. You can only vaguely see a silhouette inside through a narrow slit. The figure looks quite similar to the blind merchant. Huh? The merchant isn't dead. Lin Xun was stunned. He had always assumed the dancer killed the merchant. After all, the bloodied eyeballs and stained clothing seemed like clear proof. Maybe those two junk items were from other monsters the dancer looted? The corrupted slave master shrugs with both arms spread, indicating the key to the cell is lost and the door cannot be opened. After bringing you here, it darts off back to its previous cell, eager to resume its unfinished great endeavor. The game text stopped there. Lin Xun grinned and opened his inventory. The key dropped after defeating the dancer was still sitting quietly inside. Slave cell key, a key to a slave cell. This key can open the corresponding cell door. After selecting the item, the game text resumed as expected. Do you want to use this key to open the iron door of the cell? Considering the likelihood that there was bad blood between the merchant and the dancer, using this shell might trigger some unfortunate plot event. Better to switch back to the yellow-robed bishop shell to play it safe. With that thought, he swapped to the yellow-robed bishop shell and selected Use Key. You use the slave cell key and successfully unlock the door to the solitary confinement chamber. You push the door open and see the restrained figure inside. It's the blind merchant. The merchant is completely naked, bound by iron chains at the limbs. Its eye sockets are now two dark holes, the crimson eyes gouged out. You step forward to speak with it. The two dark hollows turn toward you. The blind merchant silently shakes its head, refusing to speak. Lin Xun frowned and tried interacting again. The two dark hollows look at you. The blind merchant points to its empty eye sockets and bare body, then again silently shakes its head, refusing to speak. You understand, the merchant is unwilling to communicate until you recover its gouged-out eyes and stripped clothing. So the eyeballs and clothes really did come from the merchant after all. The dancer might as well be renamed Highway Robber. Lin Xun opened his inventory and stared at the two pieces of junk inside. T/N, author is one horny guy LOL. Crimson eyeball, junk a blood-red eyeball taken from the head of a corrupted creature. Its use is unknown, X2. Blood-stained linen clothes, junk a set of old clothes made of linen, heavily stained with blood. Clicking the two junk items indeed brought up the gift option. Do you want to give these items to the blind merchant? These two pieces of junk were clearly key to advancing the story. You give the crimson eyeballs and blood-stained linen clothes to the blind merchant and remove the chains binding it. It takes the two eyeballs and embeds them into its empty sockets, then puts on the blood-stained clothes. The blind merchant is very grateful and is finally willing to speak with you. It begs you to escort it back to the exchange. If you agree, it will reward you handsomely. Kind-hearted apostle, do you agree? As expected, gifting the two items triggered the next stage of the quest. Lin Xun pressed yes. The blind merchant is overjoyed and cautiously follows behind you, glancing around warily from time to time. Still, Lin Xun was skeptical after being mugged by the dancer. What valuables could the merchant possibly still have? And there was something suspicious about how the merchant ended up imprisoned here. The eyeballs and clothing dropped by the dancer confirmed that the merchant had indeed been robbed. The dancer even had the cell key on its body. But when the slave master saw the dancer, the game didn't display any recognition between them. He returned to the slave master and tried to initiate dialogue again. The corrupted slave master glances at you, tilts its head in confusion, then continues its noble undertaking. Lin Xun tried leading the merchant back to the upper-level fruit shop, then returned alone to the cell using the dancer shell and spoke to the slave master. The text was identical, no new dialogue appeared. Lin Xun frowned slightly. It seemed the slave master's story was over. He switched back to the yellow-robed bishop and escorted the merchant out of St. Rant's marketplace. The route from the marketplace to the exchange had no enemies. The monsters behind the exchange had already been cleared out earlier. You bring the blind merchant into the exchange. It seems extremely happy to return to its home. The only regret is that the exchange's main gate has been blasted to ash and a massive hole gapes in one of the interior walls. The blind merchant chants a long, complex incantation and a large linen sack appears on its back out of thin air. It gropes its way to the windowsill and hands you a familiar item list. You accept the list and find that all items are now listed at half price. This is the blind merchant's way of showing gratitude. Wooden arrows, made from wooden shafts and iron heads. These crude arrows require a bow or crossbow. Spirit essence cost, 10. Quantity remaining, 10. Flame jar, throwable item, a ceramic jar imbued with flame energy. When thrown and shattered, it erupts into flames. Spirit essence cost, 15. Quantity remaining, 5. Crimson flame jar, throwable item, an enhanced flame jar infused with corruption. Its power is slightly increased. Spirit essence cost, 50. Quantity remaining, 5. Corrupted red sorrel, item, a precious herb tainted with corruption. Can slightly relieve fatigue for devout followers of the Blood Sun. Spirit essence cost, 100. Quantity remaining, 5. Lucky gold coin, special item, a golden coin blessed by an unknown entity. While carrying this item, your luck will be slightly increased. Spirit essence cost, 1500. Quantity remaining, 1. What will you choose? Or will you quietly leave empty-handed? Oh, I can still buy stuff. Lin Xun had assumed the merchant was completely looted by the dancer. He hadn't expected to regain access to the trade function after rescuing him. Maybe the merchant refused to hand over his wares, which led to the dancer secretly imprisoning him. He speculated on the backstory. Aside from all items now being half-priced, the 2 junk items had vanished from the list. To ask your savior for payment feels a bit cold-hearted. Since a free handout wasn't happening, he stuck to his original plan and bought the lucky gold coin and 1 corrupted red sorrel. After opening the inventory and clicking on the corrupted red sorrel, he confirmed it could indeed restore fatigue. Lin Xun bought the remaining corrupted red sorrels as well, spending a total of 2,000 spirit essence. He now had about 2,500 spirit essence left. He opened his inventory to inspect his new items, then tried manifesting the lucky gold coin. A worn, ancient golden coin appeared in his hand. It was slightly larger than a normal coin, heavy to the touch, and faintly glowed with a subtle light. Lin Xun blinked. The lucky gold coin was said to improve luck. He wanted to test its effect. Under the cover of night, he dashed downstairs and headed outside the complex. The lottery shop beside the late-night snack stalls was still open. He bought a few scratch tickets and used the coin to scratch them. A 10 yuan ticket won 10 yuan. A 20 yuan ticket won 20 yuan. It was the same for all of them. No losses, no gains. It really is just a slight boost to luck. His fantasy of winning 5 million in his youth did not come true. Lin Xun returned home and carefully put away the coin, then continued the game. The blind merchant has received a great sum of spirit essence from you and is very pleased. It takes out a small iron box from the linen sack, secured with a metal-inscribed lock. The blind merchant tells you that the box contains a treasure and relics of its deceased wife. Sadly, it failed to escape St. Rant's, and the key was lost somewhere along the way. If you can find the key, it will open the box and give the treasure to you. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. He had found a key in the moat named Cross Pendant of the Dead Wife. That was probably the key to this iron box. He opened the inventory and selected Cross Pendant of the Dead Wife. Do you want to give the Cross Pendant of the Dead Wife key to the blind merchant? After clicking yes, the game responded exactly as he'd expected. The blind merchant takes the pendant from your hands, gazing at you in disbelief with its crimson, unseeing eyes. It uses the cross pendant to unlock the small iron box, revealing a long metallic strip and a jumble of its wife's old belongings. The blind merchant hands you the metal strip. You received Luminous Talisman item. Lin Xun quickly opened his inventory to check. Luminous Talisman item, a charm made of unknown metal, long and narrow in shape, etched with strange symbols and lines. When carried, low-level phantoms will avoid you, and you will not be attacked by them. Lin Xun was overjoyed. Wasn't this the key item needed to enter the cemetery? He hadn't expected that unlocking the iron box would require spending a certain amount with the merchant. Thinking it over, it seemed he had actually gone through the quest steps in reverse. The proper flow should have been to speak with the clown first, then head to the marketplace to trigger the slave master and merchant events, complete the trade, and then go to the moat to find the iron box key. But that was fine. So long as the storyline progressed, it didn't really matter. With the critical item for entering the cemetery in hand, the game text resumed. You accept the Luminous Talisman and take the opportunity to ask the blind merchant to accompany you to the catacombs to meet the clown. The blind merchant is horrified, shaking its head repeatedly and flatly refusing your request. Will you threaten it, or give up? Lin Xun frowned. He hadn't expected the merchant to refuse. From the wording, there might be some bad blood between the merchant and the clown. If he had taken the merchant straight to the theater without returning to the exchange, the trading storyline might not have triggered at all. It looked like this was a branching quest. Either bring the merchant to meet the clown, forgoing the trade, and thus losing the chance to obtain the Luminous Talisman and getting stuck at the cemetery gate, but earning a rare item that could summon the three-headed lion. Or trade with the merchant to get the key item for the cemetery, advancing the main storyline, but sacrificing the unique summoning item. Unwilling to give up, Lin Xun pressed yes, choosing to threaten the merchant to test his theory. You place your sharp appendage at the blind merchant's throat, forcing him toward the catacombs. The blind merchant remains unmoved, displaying an unshakable will. Well now, I didn't expect you to have a backbone. Makes sense, though. The dancer must have tortured the merchant severely to get him to hand over his goods, yet the merchant still hadn't cracked, even when locked away in the cell. The merchant refused to meet the clown, and the text continued. Do you want to kill the merchant? Since the merchant was currently a vital NPC, Lin Xun didn't act rashly. Instead, he left the exchange and headed for the ancient theater's catacombs, intending to talk to the clown and see if it would trigger new dialogue. You pass through the massive iron gate at the end of the staircase and arrive at the ancient theater's catacombs. Your vision brightens. The catacombs are vast and well-lit. On either side are more than a dozen rundown dormitories, while the center holds numerous giant iron cages. In the deepest cage, the corrupted circus clown is sound asleep. You walk forward slowly, approaching the final cage, and are about to take out the foul dung stone to wake the clown. A thunderous and terrifying roar erupts from behind you. You turn and see the corrupted three-headed lion lunging toward you. Crap. I forgot the lion wakes up at night and attacks on sight. Just as Lin Xun braced for death, a sharp whistle pierces the air. The corrupted three-headed lion, after pinning you down with its massive front paw and baring its fangs with a deafening roar, drooling foul-smelling saliva all over your face. It does not crush your skull, but instead trots over to the cage at the sound of the whistle and lies down meekly. The corrupted circus clown, now awake, pulls a drool-covered finger from its mouth, wipes it on its clothes, and asks whether you've found the blind merchant. You explain the situation. Upon hearing you found the merchant, the clown is overjoyed. Learning that the merchant refuses to come to the catacombs doesn't surprise it. The clown advises, it's best to bring the blind merchant here alive. Otherwise, once the whistle is unsealed, it will become a one-time-use consumable summoning item. Things weren't as bad as Lin Xun had feared, but they weren't good either. If the merchant was brought here dead, the brass whistle would become a one-use summoning item. A typical player reaching this point might be totally screwed. But not Lin Xun. He had a unique talent. Now at a crossroads, Lin Xun made a final decision: kill the merchant, then possess him to meet the clown. He made his way back to the exchange. Upon seeing the merchant again, the game text had changed. Do you want to buy items from the merchant? Lin Xun opened his panel, ready to unleash corrupt sunlight and blast him with a laser to heaven. Then he suddenly thought of something and stopped. He opened his shell panel. It clearly showed 5 out of 5: yellow-robed bishop, paladin of discipline, blacksmith, engineer, dancer. 5 shells, all lined up nice and neat. Killing the merchant and possessing his shell to meet the clown would mean discarding 1 shell. But each of his current shells had a unique, indispensable role. The yellow-robed bishop was his main body, his strongest shell aside from the engineer, absolutely irreplaceable. The paladin of discipline had a true name. If Lin Xun lost a real-life PK while using the bishop, he could respawn in the paladin shell, essentially giving him an extra life. When he killed Talros, he used the paladin shell, and all the injuries were transferred there, bones broken, bloodied, while the engineer shell stayed intact. The blacksmith was a support shell. Though it couldn't enhance epic gear yet, future opportunities might upgrade or evolve its forging skills. The dancer had an extremely useful stealth skill, and even though it was a recent acquisition, it had already proven invaluable many times. And the engineer, not only could it manifest, effectively granting him a 3rd life. It was also his hidden ace in the hole. He couldn't bear to discard any of them. Lin Xun's brilliant plan hit a wall. The current situation was like being faced with a girlfriend ready and waiting in full pose, only to realize he was exhausted, utterly spent, and couldn't initiate a blood charge. He felt like texting his boss, missing divine item. Online now. Very urgent. I wonder how long Team Leader Li is going to be in Yun capital city. Now stuck in a deadlock, Lin Xun could technically proceed to the cemetery and continue the main story, but he wasn't willing to give up yet. I can't abandon a shell, but I also need the merchant to meet the clown. The game's design must have presented this as a binary choice. By choosing the merchant, he'd locked himself out of the clown's full questline. Is there any way to possess a body without discarding a shell? Lin Xun thought it was unlikely. Just as he was about to give up, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that early in the game, he had once triggered a specific mechanic. Back then, he only had 2 shell slots. After his White Moon Paladin died, he had possessed the nun. At that point, his shell slots should have shown 2 halves. Then, after repeatedly using skills to heal the paladin, the nun eventually fainted and he ended up possessing the priest. That meant the game had replaced the nun shell with the priest shell. But the fainted nun's body didn't disappear. It remained at the White Moon Church until the entire church was destroyed. Lin Xun immediately pulled up old game logs and searched through them. After carefully combing through the early text, he found it exactly as he remembered, word for word. Eyes narrowing, Lin Xun set down his phone. He opened the Apostle Forum and searched for the keyword, fainted. There weren't many posts on the Apostle Forum discussing shells fainting. Apostles generally avoided letting their shell's fatigue reach 0, because once the shell fainted, the feeble wandering soul would automatically leave the body for a short period. And the feeble wandering soul wasn't just incredibly fragile, it also seemed to carry a cursed aura of bad luck. Even if you cleared all the mobs on the map and then used the wandering soul to explore, you would still inexplicably get hit by random attacks. For example, being killed by a falling bird from the sky or tripping over a rock on the ground and dying. It was as if the game world actively rejected the wandering soul. If you fainted while grinding monsters and your wandering soul detached in a horde of monsters, even a level 1 mob would instantly kill you. The consequence of the wandering soul dying was a permanent account ban. Such severe death penalties made apostles avoid any instance of the text "you feel a bit tired, like the plague." They would rather get killed by a monster than collapse from exhaustion. After completing the initial chapters, when apostles re-entered a chapter, there was always a resting page at the starting point. You could refresh your shell's fatigue there, so it was almost impossible to encounter fainting situations. After figuring things out, Lin Xun continued the game. He controlled the yellow-robed bishop and headed all the way to the small church at Fox Castle. Next to the resting page, he opened the shell slots. Only 2 shells were still alive, and he switched to the dancer shell. Then, he began madly attacking the air. He kept at it until his fingers went sore, and finally the text popped up, you feel a bit tired. This is rough on my hands, and I do care about my future girlfriend's well-being. Lin Xun shook his hands out, returned to his bedroom, and dragged a big cardboard box out from under the bed. After rummaging for a while, he pulled out a massage gun with a powerful vibration mode. A physical cheat is the deadliest kind. He turned on the massage gun, and the silicone massage head began twitching uncontrollably. He pointed it at his phone screen to activate his physical cheat. Finally, just before the tempered glass screen protector cracked, he managed to make the dancer faint from exhaustion. Prolonged attacks leave you panting and weak all over. You feel utterly exhausted, and even the slightest movement is an impossible luxury. The shell of the corrupted theater dancer has collapsed from overwork and fainted. Do you want to detach from the shell? Tossing aside the massage gun, Lin Xun clicked yes. He immediately possessed the yellow-robed bishop, opened the shell slots, and sure enough, it now showed April 5th. The dancer shell lay quietly inside the small church. For other apostles, this kind of operation was pointless because they only had one shell and couldn't let their feeble wandering soul leave the resting page. Otherwise, they could die suddenly at any time and get their account permanently banned. But Lin Xun was different. Humming a little tune, he controlled the yellow-robed bishop and rode off toward the exchange. You dismount and walk into the exchange on foot. The blind merchant is leisurely sitting on a chair, browsing through the items in his linen bag. Do you want to purchase items from the blind merchant? After checking the trade list, Lin Xun found that the items he had previously emptied out had disappeared completely, with the rest of the inventory unchanged and no new items added. He opened the panel and was about to click Corrupt Sunlight, but then reconsidered, realizing the skill was too powerful. One shot would probably reduce the merchant to ashes. He quickly switched to a normal attack. Do you want to stab the blind merchant with a Thunder Dragon staff spear? You grip the staff spear tightly and thrust the spear tip into the merchant's chest. You defeated the blind merchant. Your experience increased slightly. After killing the merchant, as expected, no items dropped. You look at the merchant's shell in front of you. Blind Merchant Shell, a middle-aged merchant who settled in the town of St. Rance. After the invasion of the Blood Sun's power, he failed to escape St. Rance and was later corrupted by the corrupting Blood Sunday. There is a bloody hole in his left chest, caused by a fatal penetrating wound that ruptured his heart. Compatibility 102%, plus 35%. Do you want to possess the shell? Lin Xun possessed it and opened the shell slots to check. The shell level was 2, and thanks to the compatibility exceeding the critical threshold, its shell quality had improved to ruined plus grade. The merchant's shell came with just one piece of equipment, the familiar blood-stained linen clothes, still with its junk attributes. A thoroughly trashy shell. If not for quest requirements, Lin Xun wouldn't even glance at a shell like this. He immediately controlled the merchant's shell and headed for the catacombs beneath the ancient theater. The catacombs are vast and brightly lit. On both sides are over a dozen dilapidated living quarters, with large iron cages placed in the center. In the deepest part of the catacombs, the corrupted circus clown is waiting quietly inside an iron cage. You step forward and approach the cage. The clown, upon seeing your appearance, shows an excited expression, puts 2 fingers in its mouth, and blows a sharp whistle. A huge, terrifying beast's shadow suddenly pounces on you from behind. Its gaping maw snaps down and bites off your unsuspecting head. You died. Lin Xun had a vague sense that the clown and the merchant had a grudge, but he didn't expect it to act so decisively. No talk, no nonsense, just immediately ordered the 3-headed lion to kill the merchant. Shouldn't there at least have been some villain monologue? Something like, "You have your day too," or "Finally, you're in my hands now." The feeble wandering soul is reborn at the familiar small church. Inside the small church, just as he expected, the dancer's shell lay quietly, just like the choir sister had before. He reclaimed the dancer's shell, and the shell slots returned to May 5th. Another successful trick play. He possessed the yellow-robed bishop, mounted his warhorse, and arrived at the catacombs. The game text changed. The catacombs are vast and brightly lit. On both sides are over a dozen dilapidated living quarters, with large iron cages placed in the center. In the deepest part of the catacombs, the corrupted circus clown cheerfully waves at you. You step forward and approach the cage. The clown is very pleased with your performance. You perfectly fulfilled its wish. The clown gestures for you to hand over the brass whistle. It promises to lift the seal on this item. Do you want to hand over the brass whistle? Could it be that after handing over the whistle, the clown would turn hostile? Judging by the cursed nature of the game, a plot twist like that wouldn't be surprising. However, if the whistle wasn't unsealed by the clown, it was nothing more than junk. Lin Xun silently prepared to attack, just in case the clown betrayed him. With his lightning-fast reflexes, he was confident he could kill the clown before the three-headed lion could pounce. You hand the brass whistle to the clown. The clown takes the whistle, clasps it between its hands, and closes its crimson eyes. Not long after, the clown hands the brass whistle back to you. You have obtained brass whistle, special item. With a deafening roar, the corrupted three-headed lion dissolved into shimmering starlight and disappeared. The little lion engraved on the brass whistle seems more lively now. Lin Xun opened his inventory. Brass whistle, corrupted three-headed lion, special item, a small, finely crafted whistle made of a special copper alloy, engraved with a cute three-headed lion. Use it to summon the creature, corrupted three-headed lion, which can serve as both a mount and a battle companion. Blowing the whistle again will cancel the summon. If the creature dies, you must consume 1 point of soul strength to reshape it before it can be summoned again. The sealed state of the brass whistle item had already been lifted. Looks like there are still some good guys in this cursed game. With a thought, the brass whistle materialized in his hand. The small whistle gleamed with a copper-yellow hue. Its icy metal texture felt substantial in his grip. Though tiny, it was surprisingly weighty. On the side of the whistle, a miniature three-headed lion was engraved. The little lion seemed to sense its master's gaze. It lifted a paw and began clawing playfully, baring its tiny fangs. Having seen creatures on summon items move before, Lin Xun was no longer surprised by it. He stored the brass whistle back in the game and looked at the game text. After lifting the seal, the corrupted circus clown fell into a deep sleep, and only the faint sound of its snoring echoed through the catacombs. The dialogue option disappeared, signaling that the clown's storyline was likely finished. Lin Xun remembered he hadn't fully explored the marketplace yet. Glancing at the time, it was already the dead of night. He decided to wait until the next morning, after reshaping the engineer, to continue playing. The next morning, after completing his usual morning run, Lin Xun returned home. His female boss was still in Yun capital city, so he didn't have to go to the office. This was one of the perks of being a full-time web novel author living alone. As long as he stayed home, there were no random chores to worry about, and he could focus entirely on leveling up in the game. He turned on his computer and checked the recent stats for his web novel. The 4 rounds of new book recommendations had run their course, and his bookmarks had barely surpassed 6,000, truly living up to his reputation as a struggling author. Was this the classic case of success in gaming, failure in writing? Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone. He decided to bask in his gaming success a bit longer. The Book of Salvation launch. The feeble wandering soul awakens in the familiar small church. His soul strength had recovered to 2 halves, and Lin Xun reshaped the engineer shell. You spent 1 point of soul strength to reshape the shell of the Pyramid Corporation's engineer. He then possessed the yellow-robed bishop shell. Opening the inventory, he clicked on the brass whistle he had unsealed the night before. You used the brass whistle. With a crisp whistle sound, you summon the fierce and muscular corrupted three-headed lion. You can issue simple combat commands to the corrupted three-headed lion. The text displayed options such as follow, attack, retreat, and mount. There were no monsters around right now, so Lin Xun casually clicked mount. When monsters showed up, he planned to have the three-headed lion charge into battle while he, as the resident mage, could sit back and safely fire off laser blasts. The corrupted three-headed lion lowered its body obediently. The yellow-robed bishop, skilled in riding, swiftly mounted, gripping the dark yellow mane behind its heads and using it as reins to gallop forward. Lin Xun rode the lion straight to the St. Rance marketplace. You have entered the St. Rance marketplace. This once bustling marketplace now holds only abandoned shops and scattered remnants of limbs on the ground. As you proceed, you see 3 paths ahead in the marketplace: left, center, and right. Which path do you choose? The right path led to the slave market, which Lin Xun had already explored. Between the remaining left and center paths, he picked one at random. You turn your lion onto the left path. As you continue forward, You discover a small gathering deeper in the marketplace. Dozens of corrupted Blood Sun cultists are kneeling on the ground, bowing and worshipping the corrupting Blood Sun hanging in the sky. They completely ignore your sudden appearance. In front of them is a massive monster leading their prostration. This gigantic monster is formed from the fused limbs, torsos, and even heads of countless cultists. The sight of this twisted, grotesque creature sends a chill down your spine. Do you want to attack the corrupted aggregate? This monster was probably a mini-boss. If Lin Xun had been alone, dealing with a boss that brought a bunch of minions would have been a headache. Most likely, he would have had to kite it with hit-and-run tactics. But now that he had the three-headed lion, he could send it in to draw aggro. It was a perfect opportunity to test his summon strength. He clicked no first, then dismounted. You let go of the lion's mane and dismount, feeling a bit reluctant to stop riding. You issue an attack command to the corrupted three-headed lion. The corrupted three-headed lion lets out an earth-shaking roar, opens its three massive jaws, and lunges at the corrupted aggregate. Lin Xun stroked his chin, planning to wait until the lion was close to collapsing before firing off a laser blast. He wanted to see how long the lion could hold its own against the mini-boss. If it could go toe-to-toe with the boss, that would prove this little pet was seriously strong. The corrupted three-headed lion slammed its massive claw down, sending the monster's flesh flying. The corrupted three-headed lion opened its three bloody mouths and tore the monster into pieces. Your summoned creature has defeated the corrupted aggregate. Your experience has increased significantly. You obtained Unknown Trace of Spirit *1. You obtained Beginner's Bookmark *1. You obtained Flesh Core item. The corrupted three-headed lion continued to pounce on the corrupted Blood Sun cultists. Your summoned creature has defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Your experience has increased slightly. Your summoned creature has defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Your experience has increased slightly. Your summoned creature has defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Your experience has increased slightly. Lin Xun stared at the rapidly scrolling text in shock. Holy crap! This three-headed lion was insane. Am I playing Pokemon or a text-based game? He had never expected his pet to be stronger than himself. After thinking it over, it made sense. By following the normal progression, obtaining the three-headed lion as a summon meant sacrificing the rest of the chapter's content. So, the lion being this powerful was logical. The corrupted three-headed lion slaughtered all the Blood Sun cultists, then licked its paws and leisurely walked back to your side, lying down and rubbing its three massive heads against you. Scrolling back through the text, Lin Xun confirmed that the monsters defeated by his Pokemon-like pet still granted experience to the trainer. That settled any worries he had about missing out on experience points. The game text showed no new routes after clearing this path, meaning the left side of the marketplace was fully explored. Only the center path of the marketplace remained. But the loot he just got seemed a bit unusual. He opened his inventory to check it out. The Unknown Trace of Spirit would grant 300 spirit essence when used, so Lin Xun, as usual, set it aside for later. Next, he checked the other item. Beginner's Bookmark? He vaguely remembered seeing this thing mentioned on the Apostle Forum. It was said to only drop while grinding monsters if you were extremely lucky. Probably the lucky gold coin effect kicking in. Beginner's Bookmark. When used, you can invade an apostle who is still in their initial chapter. After defeating that apostle, you will gain unexpected rewards. So basically a tool for bullying noobs? He figured that in the entire game, there were probably no other apostles as powerful as himself in the starting chapter. If only this beginner's bookmark could be exchanged for 2 invasion bookmarks instead. Lin Xun was still thinking about the sealed exclusive item in his inventory, wondering what kind of effect it would have once unsealed. Without overthinking it, he used the beginner's bookmark, randomly selecting a lucky apostle to invade. Feeling a bit mischievous, Lin Xun controlled his mage, but didn't even fire the laser blast. He just rushed in with his spear for some melee combat. With one stab, he killed the trembling apostle, earning 100 spirit essence. After wiping out the unlucky victim, he felt it was a bit boring. Looks like bullying noobs isn't really for a high-end player like me. He moved on to check the last item. Flesh Core. Item: a strange crystal formed from the condensed flesh and limbs of countless bodies, exuding a fragrant scent of flesh. When used, you can control unclaimed flesh for a short period. Control unclaimed flesh? What was this? Some kind of necromancer gimmick? Lin Xun's mind started buzzing with all kinds of possibilities. For boss shells that he couldn't possess due to low compatibility, could he use this item to command the dead boss to rise and fight for him? I just wonder how long that short period really lasts. If the control duration was long enough, this item would definitely be a god-tier artifact. After reviewing his loot, Lin Xun issued the follow command to the three-headed lion. He returned to the crossroads in the marketplace and headed for the remaining center path. You proceed down the center path of the marketplace. At the end of the path, you discover a shop that sold funeral items. The shop had long been abandoned, leaving only withered lotus flowers and a few scattered white candles. Do you want to enter the shop and search? No need to think twice. Free loot was still loot, and there was always a certain charm to scavenging. Greedy apostle, you scour the shop thoroughly. You obtained withered lotus flower, junk, *5. You obtained memorial white candle, junk, *4. Lin Xun frowned. His sixth sense as a seasoned gamer was tingling. He opened his inventory to inspect the two junk items. Withered lotus flower, junk, a white perennial herbaceous plant. According to church customs, this is placed in front of tombstones to pay tribute to the deceased. Memorial white candle, junk, a small, white, round candle made of paraffin, beeswax, and spices. According to church customs, this is lit in front of tombstones to honor the deceased. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes, instantly piecing the clues together. Judging by the item descriptions, these two junk items were very likely meant to be used in the cemetery. After exiting the shop, no new routes appeared in the game text. To be thorough, Lin Xun combed through the entire marketplace one more time, confirming there were no missed items or events before leaving the area. With that, the entire marketplace had been fully explored. Lin Xun mounted the lion and headed straight for the cemetery outside St. Rance. You ride the lion toward the distant cemetery. The desolate, gloomy cemetery is surrounded by a tall, sturdy metal fence. Inside, shattered stones litter the ground, wild grass grows everywhere, and broken tombstones stand upright. As you approach, you see countless black phantoms swirling in the sky above the cemetery. Their shrill cries pierce into your mind. The luminous talisman you carry begins to glow faintly. What was once a mind-splitting cacophony now sounds like the playful chatter of children. You find their noise irritating, but otherwise harmless. Do you want to attack the wandering phantoms or enter the cemetery? Lin Xun checked the luminous talisman's description. Luminous talisman, item, a charm made of unknown metal, long and narrow in shape, etched with strange symbols and lines. When carried, low-level phantoms will avoid you, and you will not be attacked by them. So, with the luminous talisman equipped, attacking the phantoms wouldn't trigger retaliation. With that assurance, Lin Xun didn't hesitate and clicked to attack the phantoms. He still had a score to settle from the last time these guys got him killed. Brave apostle, you raise the thunder dragon staff spear and chant an incantation. A flash of red light. Corrupt sunlight only melted a small portion of the wandering phantoms. Your attack alerted them. Amid noisy wails and cries, more phantoms surged toward you like a tide. But they all recoiled at the light radiating from the luminous talisman, not daring to come near you, and soon retreated back to hover over the cemetery. Lin Xun smiled slightly and opened the panel, spamming the skill button. The phantoms kept coming and going, acting purely on instinct, seemingly devoid of intelligence. After firing off 7 or 8 rounds of corrupt sunlight, he finally cleared them all out. Just like last time, no experience points were gained, and no items dropped from the phantoms. The metal gate of the cemetery stands open. You ride the lion inside. Within the desolate cemetery, shattered stones and wild grass are everywhere, and broken tombstones stand upright. In the distance, at the cemetery's rear gate, a winding path stretches out of sight. Beside that path seems to be a rundown shed. Do you want to search the cemetery first, or head out to check the shed? No monsters? I thought a few mobs would spawn as soon as I came in. Seeing no cannon fodder mobs to farm, Lin Xun chose to search the cemetery first. The graves in the cemetery appear to have been neglected for a long time. At a glance, there are no flowers or candles placed in front of the tombstones. You begin examining the damaged gray tombstones, moving from near to far. At the first tombstone, you step on a small bug. At the second tombstone, you scrape off a chunk of mud. At the third tombstone, you peel off a patch of gold paint. Lin Xun looked at the game text with a dark expression as the yellow-robed bishop poked here and prodded there, inspecting tombstones one by one. After all that searching, nothing valuable had turned up yet. Getting a bit bored, he opened his writing software. He propped his phone up beside the computer, typing his novel while occasionally glancing at the game text. By the time Lin Xun finished a 2,000-word chapter, the yellow-robed bishop finally completed the search. He scrolled through the game text to see if he'd gotten anything worthwhile. Huh? Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. He had spotted a special event. At the 58th tombstone, you sense something unusual. At the 112th tombstone, you sense something unusual. At the 186th tombstone, you sense something unusual. He carefully scrolled through the text and discovered that a total of 5 tombstones in the cemetery showed these messages. Lin Xun tried clicking on one again. You walk up to the 58th tombstone and notice that it is perfectly intact. The inscriptions on the stone faintly glow. That was all the text displayed, no new options popped up. Lin Xun clicked through the other tombstones with anomalies, and the result was the same every time. He frowned and thought hard about it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened the inventory and clicked on the junk item he had found earlier, the withered lotus flower. Do you want to place the withered lotus flower in front of the tombstone? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. Bingo! You place the withered lotus flower in front of the tombstone and bow in silent tribute. The inscriptions on the tombstone glow even brighter. But the text ended there again. Lin Xun suspected the offering wasn't enough. He opened his inventory again and clicked on the withered lotus flower once more. You have already used this item to pay tribute. Using the same item again will weaken the effect of the tribute. This tombstone's a bit picky. Lin Xun then clicked on the junk item, Memorial White Candle. You place the Memorial White Candle in front of the tombstone and light it. After bowing in silent tribute, the inscriptions on the tombstone glow even brighter. A faint rumbling sound comes from deep beneath the cemetery. You seem to have unlocked part of a hidden mechanism. Lin Xun instantly understood. The 5 tombstones were part of a mechanism's activation sequence. As long as he paid tribute to each of them, he could unlock some kind of hidden mechanism. Following the same process, he quickly unlocked all the tombstones with anomalies. Until he got to the last one. You place the withered lotus flower in front of the tombstone and bow in silent tribute. The inscriptions on the tombstone glow even brighter. Just as he was about to click the white candle, he realized he had run out of them. He quickly checked the earlier marketplace text. Back then, he had gotten 5 withered lotus flowers and 4 memorial white candles. What the heck? Missing 1 candle. Lin Xun hurriedly mounted his beloved lion and rushed back to the marketplace. He re-entered the shop and searched every corner, but found absolutely nothing. Lin Xun stared at the screen, baffled. Now what? Without that last crucial item to complete the mechanism, the cemetery exploration couldn't continue. He thought it over carefully. The text had mentioned before that beyond the cemetery's back gate, the next area was a rundown shed. Could it be that the missing candle was inside the shed? With that thought, he headed back to the cemetery. Good thing he had a mount. Otherwise, half the game time would have been spent on just traveling back and forth. You enter the cemetery again. In the distance, at the cemetery's rear gate, a winding path stretches out of sight. Beside that path seems to be a rundown shed. Do you want to search the cemetery again, or head out to investigate the shed? Lin Xun clicked to head toward the shed. You ride the lion, galloping through the cemetery's back gate, following the path ahead. Soon, you arrive at the wilderness shed. You dismount and enter. The ramshackle shed lets in the wind from every side, and inside, you see something familiar. Floating in midair is a giant glowing page, giving off a faint light. You have discovered a remnant page of the Book of Salvation resting page. Lin Xun was speechless. He'd been expecting a treasure chest inside the shed, something that might have the crucial candle he needed. Still, since he was already here, he figured he might as well set a new respawn point. You have set the wilderness shed resting page as your new respawn point. After rummaging through the shed, just as he expected, there was absolutely nothing useful to be found. Lin Xun scratched his head, realizing he was stuck once again. If only I could bring real-world items into the game. He sighed. If that were possible, he could just walk into one of those shops with a one-stop funeral services sign and buy candles. Forget candles, he could even buy a paper villa or a paper sports car to really impress that picky tombstone. With the shed now set as his new respawn point, he returned to the cemetery. He carefully reviewed the earlier text, hoping to find something like, "You see a white candle at the foot of tombstone no. XXX." If he spotted a line like that, he'd gladly go loot another tombstone. Unfortunately, after searching for what felt like forever, his eyes sore from scanning, he found nothing of the sort. Lin Xun put down his phone and let out a long sigh. Now he understood why other apostles were always complaining about getting stuck. Not only were the monsters and NPCs devious, but even the progression mechanics were infuriating. Out of leads for now, he turned on his computer and logged into the Apostle Forum to browse posts. He didn't bother looking for walkthroughs for Chapter 323. The noob apostles on the forum couldn't even pass the tower, so they had nothing useful to offer. He finally found a serrated guide for a different chapter. Thinking a stone from another mountain can polish jade, he gave it a read. But the apostle who wrote the guide wasn't like Lin Xun, who fully explored and looted every corner of the map. Instead, they used a personal talent to skip some of the dead-end sections and eventually spent a huge amount of spirit essence to buy a powerful item to brute force the final boss. This kind of guide is useless. Skipping steps only lowers your final score. Lin Xun shook his head and closed the forum page. No point copying the homework of someone who is failing. Better to rely on himself. He reopened the game and started combing through the earlier game text, hoping to find a clue. After searching for a long while, Lin Xun finally spotted a hint. It was from the first time he entered the small church at Fox Castle. You enter the small church. Rows of pews are lined with burning white candles. The pure white candlelight fills the entire space, making you feel slightly uncomfortable. At the far end of the church, the host's lectern bears the symbol of the radiant crescent. Lin Xun smacked his thigh and instantly decided to raid the small church for supplies. He jumped onto his lion and sprinted full speed, spending a good chunk of time before finally arriving at the small church. You have entered the small church of Fox Castle. Beyond the host's lectern is the resting page. Do you want to approach it and resonate with it, or stay where you are? This cursed game had only described the church's furnishings in detail the first time he entered. On return visits, it deliberately left out those details, trying to make him forget the key clues. Lin Xun sneered and chose to stay and search. The apostle with a photographic memory seems to have noticed something. 1. Yawn, lie down on the ground, and enjoy a nice nap. Everything is possible in your dreams. 2. Your little lion seems impatient, waiting at the church entrance. Hurry up and pet your lion. 3. Hidden option. Steal a white candle from one of the church pews. As usual, Lin Xun automatically ignored the first two options and selected the third. You stride confidently to the pew and pocket an eternally burning white candle. You obtained White Moon Candle *1 junk. Not a memorial white candle. Lin Xun quickly opened his inventory to check. White Moon Candle, junk, a small, white, round candle made from the fat of the giant white whale of the sea. Used to offer tribute to the radiant crescent, typically seen in white moon churches. He raised an eyebrow. This candle was clearly higher end than the memorial white candle. He wondered whether that fancy tombstone could handle such a premium offering. Leaving the small church, he mounted his lion and spent another stretch of time traveling back to the cemetery. He proceeded to the final tombstone. Opening his inventory, he clicked on the newly obtained White Moon Candle. Do you want to light the White Moon Candle in front of the tombstone? You place the White Moon Candle in front of the tombstone and light it. After bowing in silent tribute, the inscriptions on the tombstone glow even brighter. Good, so the White Moon Candle can substitute for the memorial white candle's effect. Lin Xun quietly waited to see what would happen next. A faint rumbling rises from beneath the earth. The center of the cemetery suddenly collapses, revealing a deep, yawning pit. You step forward to take a look and find the pit to be over 2 meters wide. The crimson afternoon sunlight barely illuminates the top layer of the pit's dirt walls. Peering down, you see nothing but endless darkness. Do you want to leap into the pit? Another leap of faith? Lin Xun frowned, scanning his items and flipping through the text. After a good while, he still couldn't find any clues to solve this jumping problem. According to the description of Bottomless, without some sort of anti-death item, jumping down had a high probability of ending in death. He thought about it and decided to switch to the dancer shell. You have possessed the corrupted theater dancer shell. The dancer, once a master assassin, had shell equipment that reduced body weight. At the same height, the dancer's chance of dying from a fall would certainly be lower than that of the yellow-robed bishop. Just as he was about to choose to jump into the pit, another clever idea popped into his head. Both of his summoned creatures were currently alive. The three-headed lion worked as a mount, but you couldn't have both summons out at once. So why not send the warhorse down first to test if it would die? After all, the horse was a bit redundant now, and if it died, it wouldn't cost any soul strength to reshape. Alternatively, he could ride the warhorse and jump down himself, using the horse's body as a giant cushion. That should reduce the chance of dying. But there was some risk in that approach. If both horse and rider died, he'd be out 2 points of soul strength. After thinking it through carefully, Lin Xun decided to go with the second plan, jump down while mounted on the horse. Because if he went with the first plan and the horse died, he'd have to resort to the second plan anyway. He opened his inventory and clicked the summoning horn. A clear horn blast rings out. You summon the tall, strong Turkoman blood horse. With the Turkoman blood horse summoned, the corrupted three-headed lion lets out a low growl, dissolving into shimmering starlight, dispersing with the wind and awaiting your next summon. You mount the horse, grip the reins tightly, and ride into the bottomless pit. After a moment, the text finally continued. You and the Turkoman blood horse crash to the bottom of the pit. The immense impact from the fall kills your summoned creature. You also suffer serious injuries. Your lower body is paralyzed, leaving you unable to walk. You're at the bottom of the pit, shrouded in darkness. The air is thick with the stale scent of earth. You seem to spot a faint light in the distance. Do you want to drag your crippled lower body and crawl forward? Success! Lin Xun pumped his fist in excitement. The warhorse had sacrificed itself as a cushion, allowing his shell to survive the fall. As long as he made it to the new area alive, the plan was a success. Paralysis? Just a minor inconvenience. In this game, an injured shell could simply be refreshed at a resting page to restore it to full health and status. He opened the shell slots and clicked on the yellow-robed bishop. You have possessed the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church shell. The Thunder Dragon scepter in your hand glows softly with a golden hue. You see that a long corridor stretches ahead of you, with faint light glowing at the far end. Do you want to proceed to explore? Lin Xun cautiously selected no. The game did not bring up any search options. Seeing that there was nothing else to explore in place, he had no choice but to enter the corridor. Guided by the soft glow of your weapon, you step into the dark, narrow passageway. You have entered the Nameless One's grave. The Nameless One's grave? Lin Xun immediately thought of burial treasures, loot, and treasure chests. But knowing how cursed this game was, even if there were treasure chests, they'd definitely be guarded by some kind of boss monster. You approach the faint light at the end of the corridor, only to discover that it is a huge crystal embedded at the bend of the passage. The crystal is taller than a person, with a smooth, polished surface so clear you can see your reflection perfectly. Could this be the grave's treasure? Most likely a giant luminous pearl type of a grave lighting equipment. A glowing crystal this large must be valuable, Lin Xun mused. It hinted at a grave owner of significant status. Your reflection is caught in the crystal. You have triggered a trap. The crystal, which was glowing faintly, suddenly shoots out a bright beam of light, striking you directly. You are disintegrated by the beam of light. You died. That trap hit so suddenly, Lin Xun didn't even have time to react. He had been expecting a text like, "You obtained XX crystal," to pop up. Instead, the crystal turned out to be a deadly trap. This stupid game really is next-level cursed. Having experienced so many bizarre deaths, Lin Xun thought they should just change the game's name from the Book of Salvation to the Encyclopedia of Ways to Die. The feeble wandering soul is reborn at the wilderness shed. He tapped the resting page to rest and healed the dancer shell's paralysis. Now his shell slots still had the engineer and dancer shells alive, and he still had the three-headed lion as a summon. Lin Xun reviewed the text from his recent death. Your reflection is caught in the crystal. You have triggered a trap. In other words, as long as the crystal doesn't catch your reflection, and you use an invisibility skill, you can avoid the trap. Lin Xun stroked his chin in thought. But the price of dying inside the grave was steep. Entering the grave cost a summon creature, and if you messed up, your shell could end up crippled. Given that kind of risk, the rewards inside the grave had to be pretty significant. Since the crystal's trap needed to be bypassed with the dancer's invisibility skill, Lin Xun decided the dancer shouldn't be the one jumping into the pit. He thought carefully and made a plan to sneak past the trap using full invisibility. If he ran into a boss, he would use the engineer as his ace up the sleeve. It wasn't that he couldn't beat the boss. It was just that trial and error inside the grave was too costly. Dying once would cost him 2 points of soul strength, which would seriously slow down his game progress. Lin Xun wasn't stubborn. When it was time to use a cheat, he would use a cheat. With that thought, he opened his writing software. After finishing 2 chapters, he waited until nightfall, and his soul strength was fully restored. He picked up his phone. The Book of Salvation activate. The feeble wandering soul awakens in the wilderness shed. Lin Xun spent 1 point of soul strength to reshape the yellow-robed bishop. After possessing the shell, he summoned the 3-headed lion and once again made his way to the pit in the cemetery. Ahead of you is a pit over 2 meters wide. The bright moonlight of the deep night only illuminates the top of the pit's dirt walls. You peer down, seeing nothing but endless darkness. Do you want to ride the lion and jump into the pit? With limited soul strength, Lin Xun couldn't afford to reshape the warhorse after reviving the yellow-robed bishop, so he had to let the 3-headed lion serve as the buffer this time. And to make sure both the dancer and engineer shells remained intact after entering the grave, he had no choice but to burn soul strength to create a shell purely to sacrifice. Well, maybe not sacrifice, more like maim. He stripped the dancer's dance wear and equipped it on the yellow-robed bishop first. This piece of gear reduced body weight. You ride the lion and leap into the bottomless pit. After a moment, the text continued. You and the corrupted 3-headed lion crash to the bottom of the pit. The immense impact from the fall kills your summoned creature. You also suffer severe injuries. Your bones are shattered, and you are fully paralyzed, losing all ability to move. Last time, the dancer had only ended up half paralyzed. Despite swapping equipment, the yellow-robed bishop didn't have the dancer's agility and got turned into a complete vegetable. Lin Xun returned the performance costume to the dancer and opened the shell slots, clicking on the dancer shell as planned. You have possessed the corrupted theater dancer shell. You used blood shadow step. With nimble, graceful steps, your shell's form gradually fades and disappears. You are at the bottom of the pit, shrouded in darkness. The air is thick with the scent of old earth. You see a faint light in the distance. It's the trap crystal positioned at the bend of the corridor. You move toward the faintly glowing crystal. The crystal, taller than a person, has a smooth surface that cannot reflect your figure. You do not trigger the trap and pass safely through the corridor. Lin Xun let out a silent sigh of relief. Sure enough, as long as the invisibility skill was used, he could perfectly bypass the crystal trap. The dancer's invisibility skill was truly a treasure hunter's best friend. You turn the corner of the corridor and continue onward. Maintaining invisibility, Lin Xun pressed deeper into the grave. Ahead is another dark, narrow passage. At the end, giant crystals are embedded in both walls. The faint glow from the crystals illuminates a massive stone door at the end of the corridor. Do you want to continue forward? With invisibility active, the crystal traps posed almost zero threat. Lin Xun had no immediate worries about those anymore. He tapped the screen and pressed yes. You cautiously advance, making your way toward the massive stone door at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, you feel the stone floor underfoot sink slightly. You have triggered a mechanism in the grave. Damn it. Am I about to die again? Lin Xun felt his hair stand on end. Losing 2 points of soul strength per death was a heavy price to pay, and it was nerve-wracking. 2 narrow slits appear horizontally along the walls of the corridor, shooting out 2 sharp beams of cold light, aiming to slice you in half. The dancer's agile body leaps high, and the cold light narrowly grazes beneath your feet. You land back on the ground, completely unharmed. Do you want to continue forward? Lin Xun let out a long breath of relief, feeling like he had just dodged death by a hair's breadth. That was intense. 2 points of soul strength meant an entire day of cooldown, a brutally effective internet addiction cure. Luckily, the dancer's identity as a master assassin saved the day, allowing him to evade the trap. If he'd been using the yellow-robed bishop or the engineer, they'd have been toast for sure. With some invisibility time remaining, Lin Xun tapped yes. You maintain your invisibility and continue cautiously forward. Just as you near the crystal, you trigger another floor trap. Again, the sheer number of traps in this grave made Lin Xun wonder how any apostle could possibly explore this area. Or maybe the idea was to just skip the grave entirely and explore the next location. Tiny holes appear all over the walls beside you, and a barrage of arrows shoots out, aiming to turn you into a pincushion. The dancer's body suddenly drops flat, crawling along the ground as the arrows whiz overhead and slam into the walls with sharp thuds. You didn't completely dodge the arrows, 3 of them are lodged in your back. Fortunately, the arrows missed any vital points. You break off the shafts and adjust yourself, feeling mostly fine. Do you want to continue forward? Lin Xun's heart was pounding as if he were on a roller coaster. Every moment felt like it could be his last. Whether it was thanks to the dancer's skill set or the lucky gold coin working its magic, he once again survived with only minor injuries. He still hadn't reached the 2 trap crystals near the giant stone door yet. Calculating his remaining invisibility time, Lin Xun figured it was running low. He opened the panel, waiting for the invisibility to expire so he could refresh it. You continue cautiously forward. You reach the end of the corridor. The trap crystals on both sides of the walls do not reflect your figure. Do you want to push open the giant stone door and enter the burial chamber? Lin Xun's guard shot up to maximum. A corridor packed with deadly traps meant one thing: there had to be a big reward inside. But knowing this cursed game, there could easily be another surprise before he could grab it. You exert all your strength, and the giant stone door slowly creaks open. Light floods your vision. The burial chamber is ablaze with the glow of countless burning white candles. At the far end of the chamber lies a massive stone sarcophagus. Before it stands a gigantic figure, silently guarding the tomb. The towering figure gleams in the candlelight, completely made of dazzling crystals. Its transparent, angular body is solid as rock. 2 crimson lights flicker where its eyes should be on its massive crystal head. You have discovered the giant crystal golem guarding the grave. Do you want to step forward and fight it in a life-or-death battle? Seeing that text, Lin Xun instantly knew that sending the dancer shell to fight would be suicide. Since he had already prepared to cheat, he didn't hesitate. He handed over the best gear from his inventory to the engineer. Once everything was ready, he clicked the engineer shell. You have possessed the engineer of Pyramid Corporation shell. The giant crystal golem guarding the grave spots you and starts lumbering toward you. Each thunderous step it takes makes the entire burial chamber tremble. You show no fear, gripping the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and striding forward. After a fierce and grueling battle, you narrowly defeat the giant crystal golem guarding the grave. Your experience points increase significantly. The golem's body shatters, collapsing into countless crystal fragments that scatter across the floor. You obtain Source of Crystal, material. Lin Xun was speechless. Even using the engineer, basically his cheat mode shell, it was only a narrow victory against the boss. If he'd tried it with the yellow-robed bishop, he'd have been obliterated. And after all that, the boss only dropped a single material? That seemed a bit stingy. He squinted, thinking it over. Based on experience, the game's risk-to-reward ratio was usually balanced. With so many traps and a boss that tough, there had to be something else. The real treasure had to be inside that massive stone sarcophagus up ahead. Do you want to push open the lid of the stone sarcophagus? Do you want to step forward and push open the lid of the stone sarcophagus? Lin Xun licked his lips, his heart brimming with anticipation. Without hesitation, he tapped yes. You stride forward and push open the lid of the stone sarcophagus. Inside the sarcophagus lies a long-decayed skeleton, with a few burial items placed beside it. You obtained Nameless Large Chunk of Spirit *1. You obtained Widowmaker, Hidden Blade, Rare plus Grade. You obtained Phantom of the Night Cloak, Rare plus Grade. You obtained Ezio's Exploration Notes document. You obtained Ancestor Giant's Tomb map. A 5-item haul at once, an absolute jackpot. Although the game was infamously punishing, whenever the risk was sky-high, the rewards were always generous. Lin Xun grinned and immediately opened his inventory. Checking loot was always the most exhilarating part. The first item was the material dropped by the boss. Source of Crystal, material the power core that drives the giant crystal golem, containing unimaginable energy. Sounded like the kind of material you'd need to build a Gundam, probably useless for now. Lin Xun moved on to the next item, the Nameless Large Chunk of Spirit. This spirit essence item granted a whopping 1,000 spirit essence when used, making it the heftiest spirit essence drop he'd seen so far. As usual, he stashed the spirit essence item for later and didn't use it right away. Widowmaker, Hidden Blade, Rare Plus Grade. The Hidden Blade is the most agile weapon in an assassin's arsenal, concealing a sharp retractable blade within the gauntlet. This infamous Widowmaker earned its name by slaying countless enemies with stealthy, lethal strikes, leaving countless married women widowed in its wake. When wielding this weapon, if you successfully kill a target while in stealth, you can remain in stealth and will not become visible. Lin Xun carefully analyzed the weapon's description and realized this was more than just a tool for mob fights. The description hinted at its high lethality and also noted a passive ability that allowed him to stay invisible after landing a kill in stealth mode. In situations swarming with weak monsters, this meant he could assassinate them one by one without breaking stealth. And in fights where a boss was surrounded by minions, this weapon would let him thin out the mobs first, leaving only the boss for last. This hidden blade was practically made for the Dancer Shell, almost like a signature weapon. Lin Xun immediately transferred the weapon into the Dancer's Shell inventory. He then turned his attention to the next Rare Plus Grade piece of gear. Phantom of the Night Cloak, Rare Plus Grade, a pure black high-collared cloak crafted from unknown silk fabric. It is extremely lightweight while also offering impressive defensive strength thanks to its unique material. When worn with the hood up and secured by the short straps at the neck, the cloak's special effects are activated. When wearing this equipment, you can block skill detection of Rare Plus Grade or below, and your scent will be completely concealed, making you extremely difficult to detect. Another piece of shell equipment with a unique effect. Judging by the description, this gear even blocked skill-based detection. Lin Xun hadn't yet encountered detection-type skills in the game, but he imagined those skills wouldn't matter much in PvP. After all, once the apostles invaded each other's worlds, it was do or die. No point in finding out someone was stronger if you couldn't escape anyway. Detection skills were probably far more useful in PvE, where scouting a monster's strength could save you from wasting precious soul strength on unwinnable fights. Or maybe, they'd be even more effective in real-life PK. Lin Xun transferred the cloak to the Dancer's Shell inventory. He expected it to replace the ornate performance costume, but to his surprise, both pieces of equipment could be worn simultaneously. Makes sense, though. A cloak could naturally be draped over regular clothing. In this respect, the Cursed game was refreshingly realistic, unlike other games that forced you into the silly one-outfit-only rule. He moved on to the next piece of loot. You obtained Ezio's exploration notes, document chronicling the adventures of Ezio, a legendary assassin and top-tier explorer. I traversed the shadowy forests southwest of St. Rance and crossed the nameless mountain range beyond. Deep within the mountains, I found the fabled beastmen giants. According to legend, the giants, descendants of titans, once interbred with massive wild beasts, giving rise to the beastmen giants. Their giant bloodline may be thin, but they still retain enormous size. They are carnivorous, savage, and incredibly strong. More beast than giant. They've gathered into sizable tribes with their own civilization, though they seem uninterested in leaving the mountains. Wherever there is civilization, there are treasures. Cloaked in my Phantom of the Night, I infiltrated their territory, hoping to uncover clues about the beastmen giants' hidden riches. Deep in the mountain's tombs, I discovered a massive crystal coffin containing the preserved corpse of an ancient giant, a true descendant of the titans spoken of in epic legends. My god, I never expected the beastmen giants still worshipped their ancestor. The giants, descendants of titans, have titan blood coursing through them, granting unimaginable might. The colossal crystal coffin seemed imbued with strange magic, keeping the ancient giant's corpse perfectly intact, as if merely sleeping. Despite countless years, it showed no signs of decay, eerily lifelike. But why has the corpse shrunk so much? Even though giants aren't as massive as the titans, they should still be towering beings, as tall as a dozen men stacked together. What's going on? After much study, I finally understood. The crystal coffin isn't preserving the corpse. It's a vampiric leech, slowly siphoning power from the giant's body. The beastmen giants aren't honoring their ancestor, they're exploiting what remains of its titan bloodline. Truly a savage species. I tried to break the crystal coffin, but my attempts made too much noise. Not only did I fail, but I also attracted the tomb guards. After many close calls, I barely escaped back to St. Rance. Unfortunately, I sustained grievous wounds while fighting the beastmen giants, injuries that can never heal. I know my time is short. Adventurer, if you're reading this, it means you have great strength, as you've managed to open my coffin. I've left you my best equipment from life. I hope you will carry out my final wish, explore the ancestor giant's tomb, and unlock that long-sealed crystal coffin. Believe me, you will gain unimaginable power. This document was packed with information, leaving Lin Xun stunned. The tomb's owner, Ezio, had discovered that deep in the mountains lay a beastmen giant tribe with an ancient tomb that housed the corpse of a Titan-descended giant. Beastmen giant tribe, ancestor's tomb, crystal coffin, ancient giant, corpse shell. A series of keywords made Lin Xun's mouth water. If he could get his hands on the ancient giant shell, and if the compatibility allowed him to possess it, wouldn't that be an instant ticket to god-tier status? A thrill, like winning a multi-million-dollar lottery, surged through him. He turned to the final piece of loot. Ancestor Giant's Tomb Map. This map marks the location of the Ancestor Giant's tomb deep within the southwestern mountains of St. Rance. After using the map, you'll be guided to find the path to this location. Lin Xun stared at the notebook text, calming his excitement as he began to think things through. According to Ezio's notes, reaching the Ancestor Giant's tomb would require passing through several key locations. First, he'd have to cross the shadowy forest southwest of St. Rance, then climb over the nameless mountain range, locate the Beastmen giant tribe, and finally break through the tomb guards to reach the burial chamber. That route was bound to be full of danger. But with the dancer's invisibility skill and the newly acquired Phantom of the Night cloak, how could he possibly pass up such a hidden map? In this cursed game, the rule was clear: the greater the risk, the bigger the reward. If he could find that giant's corpse, there was an 80% chance he'd be able to possess it. Lin Xun pressed on with his journey. After looting Ezio's sarcophagus, no new options appeared in the game text. With the tomb fully explored, Lin Xun had no choice but to backtrack all the way to where he had first dropped into the pit. You are surrounded by smooth rock walls. Above your head, the pit's entrance looks tiny, no bigger than a fist. You fall deep into thought. After a long pause, new text appeared. After much consideration, unable to return to the surface, do you want to slam your head into the rock wall and end your life? Damn it. Why did the scene feel so familiar? Lin Xun scratched his head. This cursed game had found yet another inventive way to kill him off. At the moment, there was no room for any other move. Even if he wanted to die differently, he couldn't. Left with no choice, he pressed yes. You take 10 paces back and charge full speed at the solid rock wall. Thunk. You are dead. The feeble wandering soul is reborn in the desolate wilderness shack. Lin Xun opened his shell slots and saw that only the dancer and the fully paralyzed yellow-robed bishop remained alive. He tapped the resting page to refresh, and the yellow-robed bishop's injuries were healed. Putting down his phone, he decided to wait until the next day to reshape the three-headed lion and the engineer before continuing his exploration. He opened his computer and reluctantly dove back into his writing work. Yun Capital City. Top floor office of the Apostle Security Council's headquarters. Li Long rubbed his temples, looking exasperatedly at his niece sitting on the sofa in a sleek black business suit. Little brat, last time I gave you a divine artifact, that was already breaking all the rules. You really think these things grow on trees? Every apostle in the organization dreamed of getting their hands on a precious divine artifact. These items, which could boost one's soul talent, were incredibly rare in the game. Apostles who managed to acquire them would almost always use them on themselves immediately. Very few would ever turn such treasures over to the organization in exchange for other resources. Calling them in short supply didn't even do justice to their rarity. Li Xingyue raised her teacup, took a delicate sip, and calmly said, "Wasn't the contribution he made this time enough? Besides, he used up a similarly valuable item to complete the mission." Li Long sighed. "That new apostle you're talking about really did achieve something impressive this time. If you were asking for other kinds of resource allocations, I'd approve without hesitation. But divine artifacts, it's not that I won't approve. It's that there's a queue." There were plenty of apostles in the organization who had made major contributions and were eagerly waiting their turn for divine artifacts, even preferring them over other forms of rewards. With only a limited supply of divine artifacts, the organization had no choice but to make apostles wait in line for their share. According to the current queue, it'll take at least a few more months before you can apply for another one. Unless Li Long manifested a square black card in his hand. The lower-tier seat pass for the Disciple Sanctum that Li Xingyue had turned in the previous day. Li Xingyue instantly understood what her uncle meant. This entry pass had already been modified by the organization, so it could successfully infiltrate the core of New World. And Lin Xun's talent was perfectly suited for this kind of deep-cover mission. She hesitated for a long while, then nodded. Fine, but one divine artifact isn't enough. You little rascal. Li Long rubbed his temples again, exasperated. I can only approve one divine artifact. That's non-negotiable. If the divine artifact isn't negotiable, then I want a camouflage mask instead. Li Xingyue knew full well that asking for 2 divine artifacts at once was unrealistic. What she really wanted was to secure the special item called the camouflage mask for Lin Xun. Li Long mulled it over, visibly conflicted. If the girl sitting across from him weren't his niece, he'd have shown her to the door by now. In the end, with a pained expression, he nodded in agreement. Once the matter of the newcomer's reward was settled, Li Long switched topics. There's something else I want to tell you in advance. After multiple rounds of discussions, Headquarters has decided to establish elite military branches, similar to Heavenly Punishment, in cities at all levels. Li Xingyue's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Heavenly Punishment was the Apostle Security Council's elite combat unit, and they were only stationed in the capital cities of each province. Every apostle in that unit was a top-tier elite, the cream of the crop, boasting formidable combat power. Why was the organization suddenly expanding the Heavenly Punishment Force? And where would they find enough elite apostles to fill those new positions? She frowned deeply. Li Long explained, New World has developed a method to split the source of the apocalypse. Previously, New World used the source of the apocalypse in a concentrated form, targeting a single point. But now they've figured out how to spread it across a broader area. While the destructive force isn't as catastrophic as the concentrated version, the overall impact is just as bad, if not worse. Li Xingyue was stunned by this revelation. New World's mastery over the source of the apocalypse had reached terrifying new heights. Headquarters has decided to set up forces like Heavenly Punishment in every city, codenamed Thunder Tribulation. These units will primarily consist of local team members, with Headquarters dispatching combat apostles to supplement them. As for the new Thunder Tribulation team in Win City, I don't trust Wang Zong with it. You'll be the one in charge. Don't worry, I won't parachute in some superior officer over your head. I'm only sending you enforcers. You'll return to Win City tomorrow and start assembling Thunder Tribulation right away. Li Xingyue nodded and began asking her uncle about the details. The next morning, after an all-nighter writing chapters for his new book's launch, Lin Xun picked up his phone. The Book of Salvation activate. The feeble wandering soul awakens in the desolate wilderness shack. His soul strength had fully recovered to 2 halves, and he had reshaped the engineer's shell last night. He possessed the yellow-robed bishop's shell and exited the shack. Opening his inventory, he tapped the brass whistle. Do you want to spend 1 point of soul strength to reshape the summoned creature corrupted 3-headed lion? With a crisp whistle, you summon the fierce and massive corrupted 3-headed lion. You can now issue simple battle commands to the corrupted 3-headed lion. He tapped the ride command. The corrupted 3-headed lion obediently lowered its body. The yellow-robed bishop, a masterful rider, swung up effortlessly, gripping its thick dark yellow mane as reins. Everything was ready. Lin Xun set out to explore the road beyond the shack. But the game text that appeared next made his eyes go wide in shock. Lin Xun was just about to explore the path behind the shed. The apostle, battered by hardships, continues riding along the road for nearly half a day's journey. You will reach the end of this chapter, the temple ruins of the Church of Divine Light. Do you want to continue forward? He widened his eyes. Was chapter 323 really about to end? Thinking back, in this 3rd difficulty chapter, he had already spent a long time strategizing. Not only had he fully explored St. Rance, but he had also discovered the forgotten abyss of the fading afterglow. But he had just obtained the Ancestor Giant's tomb map from the last stop at the burial chamber, with a massive reward right in front of him. Yet now the cursed game was telling him that the chapter was ending. Could it be that the ancestor giant's tomb belonged to the next chapter? Lin Xun frowned and opened his inventory, attempting to click on the ancestor giant's tomb map. You have used the ancestor giant's tomb map. You can now follow its guidance to find the path to that location. According to the map's guidance, you realize that heading southwest along the road will eventually lead you into the shadowy forest. Do you want to head to the temple ruins of the Church of Divine Light, or divert to the shadowy forest? Lin Xun let out a long breath. Thankfully, the hidden map was part of Chapter 323. If the cursed game had told him that entering the shadowy forest required progressing to Chapter 324, he would have been forced to use the anchor bookmark to continue the Blood Sun world's journey. He clicked on Shadowy Forest. You ride the lion, leaving the road and galloping southwest. The text froze at that point, likely indicating that the yellow-robed bishop was currently racing ahead on the lion. Compared to last time, when the yellow-robed bishop had to run a marathon on foot in the forgotten abyss of the fading afterglow, the lion ride this time was clearly much faster. As you race along, you notice sparse trees beginning to appear ahead. These tall trees have twisted, withered trunks, and their leaves, which should be green, exude an eerie crimson hue, as if stained with blood. Slender vines dangle from the branches, swaying gently in the wind. Scarlet sunlight pours down, passing unhindered through the leaves and casting grotesque shadows of branches and trunks onto the ground. As you gallop on, the sparse crimson trees grow denser. Yet the ground beneath you splits open with cracks, leaving no grass or vegetation, while the crimson trees grow even thicker and taller. Along the way, you don't see a single living creature. The entire forest is deathly silent, with only the rustling of crimson leaves stirred by the wind. You have entered the shadowy forest. You follow the map's guidance and are about to continue your journey, but you notice the surroundings have grown so silent that your hair stands on end. Even the rustling of wind in the branches has disappeared without a trace. Do you want to keep moving forward or stay where you are? Lin Xun became alert instantly. Instead of charging ahead recklessly, he cautiously chose to stay put. Moving quickly, he dismounted and issued a guard command to the three-headed lion. The cautious apostle chooses to stay put, carefully scanning the surroundings to guard against any danger. The corrupted three-headed lion stands guard quietly at your side, crouching low and gathering strength, ready to spring into action to shield you from any threat. The crimson shadows of the trees ahead sway and shift, gradually drawing closer to you. Facial features emerge from the mottled bark of the tree trunks. They sway their branches and vines, wriggling their thick roots as they slowly close in on you. Do you want to attack the corrupted forest tree ants? What was this? Some kind of Groot? The description shows that these tree ants weren't moving very fast. Riding the three-headed lion, he could kite them like a mobile artillery platform. In other words, were these mobs here just to hand over experience points? With that thought, Lin Xun immediately began his kiting tactics. You swing yourself onto the corrupted three-headed lion, gripping its mane tightly behind its head. You issue a combat command to the corrupted three-headed lion to maintain distance. The three-headed lion under you keeps retreating, always maintaining a set distance from the corrupted forest tree ants. Lin Xun opened the panel and clicked Corrupt Sunlight. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant the incantation. A flash of red light. You defeated a corrupted forest tree ant. Experience points increased slightly. You obtained Crimson Branch, Junk, *1. The scorching heat from corrupt sunlight made the surrounding tree ants thrash their branches wildly. Sparks from the heat burst into flames among the tree ants, igniting a blazing inferno. You defeated a corrupted forest tree ant. Experience points increased slightly. You defeated a corrupted forest tree ant. Experience points increased slightly. You obtained Crimson Leaf, Junk, *1. You defeated. Lin Xun's single laser blast ended up setting the tree ants on fire. The game text on the screen jumped frantically, a true one-shot harvest. Watching the repeated experience points increase slightly notifications, he once again rediscovered the simple joy of gaming. Overconfident apostle, you failed to notice that the scarlet sunlight around you has been overshadowed by a massive silhouette. Noticing the sudden dimming around you, you whip your head around. A towering ancient tree, blocking out the sky, had appeared behind you at some unknown point, its enormous roots writhing as it loomed closer. On the thick trunk, which would take over a dozen people to encircle, massive humanoid facial features emerged. The two dark hollows where eyes should be blazed with crimson light. The corrupted ancient primordial tree, having been spotted by you, rips countless thick roots from the earth. With a thunderous roar and flying chunks of cracked soil, its roots intertwine into two colossal tree legs. The corrupted ancient primordial tree strides toward you, each massive step shaking the ground. Do you want to recklessly attack, or acknowledge your weakness and flee? Damn. Took out the kids, and now the parent shows up. Even game mobs call their family. Lin Xun grumbled as his hands moved fast, slamming the retreat option. The apostle, at least wise enough to know his limits, yanks the lion's mane hard. The corrupted three-headed lion lets out a mighty roar and bolts away at full speed. As Lin Xun fled, he hit corrupt sunlight again. Just running away without testing the boss's strength? That wasn't his style. Gripping the mane with one hand, you raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear with the other and chant the incantation. A flash of red light. A thick crimson beam strikes the massive trunk of the ancient tramp behind you, leaving a small round charred mark. Compared to the enormous tree trunk, it's like pricking it with a tiny needle. This cursed game dares to mock me for being weak? Cursing under his breath, Lin Xun stopped using skills and focused entirely on fleeing. If you can't win, just run. No shame in that. Your mount, the three-headed lion, is frantically escaping, but the deafening footsteps behind you keep drawing closer. The trent's massive size means each of its strides equals half a marathon for my lion. What now? Am I about to lose 2 soul strength points again? The rapidly updating game text showed the giant treant was closing in fast. Rather than die together with the three-headed lion, I should just cancel the summon and die alone. That way, I'll save 1 point of soul strength. Just as Lin Xun was about to give up on escaping and dismiss the three-headed lion to minimize losses, he suddenly remembered that he had the Dancer Shell. The powerful stealth skill was practically a god-tier escape tool. Plus, the Dancer was equipped with the Phantom of the Night Cloak, which blocked detection and concealed scent. With the combo of stealth skill and special gear, he had a good chance of handling the current crisis. With that realization, Lin Xun hurriedly opened the shell slots. In the shell slots, the Dancer Shell lay there, completely intact. Lin Xun quickly clicked to possess it. You possess the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. Your mount, the corrupted three-headed lion, is still fleeing madly, but the deafening footsteps behind you are drawing ever closer. With hand speed that came from being single for so long, he opened the inventory and clicked the brass whistle again. You have canceled the summoning of the corrupted three-headed lion. The lion beneath you dissolves into shimmering starlight, vanishing into the wind. With the summon cancelled, the massive inertia from the high-speed run sends you tumbling forward. The dancer's nimble form rolls across the ground and seamlessly continues sprinting. The deafening footsteps behind you are right at your heels. Even the stones and dirt kicked up by the colossal trent steps splatter against your back. He opened the panel and, with lightning speed, slammed down Blood Shadow Step. You used Blood Shadow Step, stepping nimbly into a sprinting motion. The shell's form gradually fades and disappears. Lin Xun couldn't be sure if stealth would guarantee escaping the ancient primordial tree's pursuit. He stared hard at the game text, terrified of seeing the dreaded "you died." Your vision goes black. The colossal tree foot, blotting out the sky, stomps down toward you, ready to crush you into pulp. It's over. This was the end. Lin Xun watched the text scroll with unwilling eyes. If only he had switched to the Dancer Shell and used the stealth skill earlier, maybe he could have rewritten his doomed fate. You crane your neck. The enormous tree foot completely blocks your view, descending with thunderous force, ready to flatten you. The lucky gold coin you carry glimmers faintly. The corrupted ancient primordial tree suddenly stumbles, as if tripping over something unseen. The massive tree foot brushes past your body and crashes to the ground. With a booming crash, the tree foot smashes into the earth. The force of the impact blasts you away, the violent shockwave making you dizzy and nearly causing you to lose your stealth state. That was a close call. The lucky gold coin was seriously amazing. That 1,500 spirit essence was so worth it. After dodging the ancient primordial tree stomp, Lin Xun didn't dare relax. He knew the real danger was only just beginning. The corrupted ancient primordial tree wobbles, scattering crimson leaves. It gradually steadies itself and starts to look down at its feet to confirm the kill. Lin Xun remained in stealth, but he knew it wasn't safe. In his mind, he envisioned the next scene. When the ancient primordial tree failed to find his corpse, it wouldn't simply give up. If it went berserk and stomped around wildly, the range of those gigantic tree feet would still spell his doom. Even if he was lucky enough to dodge once, there was no guarantee he could keep dodging. The panicked apostle, do you want to continue fleeing in futile resistance, or sit still and await death with closed eyes? The blood-red text trembled endlessly, signaling that the ancient primordial tree was about to realize it hadn't crushed him yet. At this critical moment, Lin Xun's mind grew colder, his thoughts racing. The curse game offered two options. Whether fleeing or staying put, both were clearly dead-end choices. The in-game options were useless now. He had to rely on outside forces. He quickly opened the inventory, searching for something that could break the stalemate. His eyes swept across the items, but everything seemed useless here. The corrupted ancient primordial tree lowers its crown, slowly raising its tree foot. Its massive crimson eyes gaze downward. No time left. Lin Xun frowned, thinking hard. Suddenly, he spotted an item long forgotten in the corner of the inventory. That's it. This thing. As long as the ancient primordial tree was tricked into believing it had stomped him dead, he could break free of the crisis. Without hesitation, Lin Xun selected the junk item and clicked discard. You dropped rotted meat chunk *5, junk, on the ground. The corrupted ancient primordial tree gazed down with its massive crimson eyes, seeing only a small pile of shredded, blackened flesh on the ground. Its crimson gaze flickered, then it nodded its tree crown in satisfaction and moved its colossal tree feet toward the nearby forest fire you had started. Lin Xun finally let out a deep breath. Good thing I'm clever. Just now, the game text had shown that when the ancient primordial tree was about to stomp on him, the lucky gold coin had activated, letting him narrowly escape death. Then, thinking quickly, he tossed down the rotted meat chunk he had looted from the corrupted scavengers back in the St. Rance moat. It worked. The ancient primordial tree mistook the rotten flesh for his crushed corpse. Sure enough, in this cursed game, even junk could have unexpected uses. The corrupted ancient primordial tree stamped out the forest fire one blaze at a time, then its huge entangled tree feet slowly unraveled, reverting to countless thick roots. It slithered away into the forest depths, bringing along the surviving smaller tree ants. Do you want to secretly follow them, or continue toward the direction marked on the map? You could even track the tree ants? Lin Xun's mind buzzed with visions of potential reward events. As the saying goes, surviving disaster often leads to unexpected fortune. After escaping the ancient primordial tree's deadly pursuit and pulling off such a high-difficulty maneuver, it would be natural for the cursed game to grant some kind of reward. He still had the map, and the ancestor giant's tomb wasn't going anywhere. But if he didn't follow the ancient primordial tree now, he might miss a rare reward event. Although that ancient primordial tree was insanely strong, with Lin Xun's gambler's mindset, how could he pass up a fleeting reward opportunity? He decisively pressed secretly follow. You maintain your stealth state, trailing far behind the tree ants. With the towering ancient primordial tree as your landmark, you keep your distance, following them quietly through the forest. The trent's slithering speed is slow. You keep your distance, weaving through the crimson woods, staying on their trail. Lin Xun was a bit worried that when the stealth state ended and he renewed the skill, there might be a brief moment of visibility. If he reappeared right when the trance looked back, he'd likely get hit with a big fat red noob mark. Not daring to be careless, he refreshed his stealth skill immediately when it expired. Fortunately, no unlucky coincidences happened, for now. You keep passing through crimson trees, quietly following the trance. Lin Xun had to keep using Blood Shadow Step to maintain stealth, and the dancer shell jogged alongside the trance in a marathon-like pace. Before long, the game displayed, you feel a bit fatigued. He opened the inventory, where he still had the herbal items bought from the blind merchant last time. Corrupted red sorrel, item a precious herb tainted with corruption. Can slightly relieve fatigue for devout followers of the Blood Sun. He had 5 of them to relieve fatigue, enough to last through a grueling climb if needed. Every time the dancer shell was about to collapse from exhaustion, Lin Xun used 1 red sorrel herb. After using 2 of them, the game text finally updated. The crimson trees around you become increasingly sparse. In the distance, the massive trance gradually slow their movements. Do you want to go closer and investigate? Lin Xun first selected no, waited until the stealth state wore off, then reactivated the stealth skill. This way, he ensured he had as much time as possible to investigate without risking being exposed mid-approach. You continue in stealth, stepping silently and moving in quickly. As you approach, the crimson trees around you have disappeared completely. In the distance, you see the corrupted forest trance rooted in place. Their humanoid facial features vanished from their trunks as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. The corrupted forest trance are seated in a semicircle, and at the other end of the semicircle sits the corrupted ancient primordial tree. Dozens of trance are rooted here, forming a massive circle. Through the gaps between them, you catch a glimpse of shimmering water, a miniature lake. Changing your angle to keep observing, you spot, at the center of the small lake, a patch of floating soil where a crimson sapling grows. The intense crimson hue looks like dried, blackened blood. The sapling is only as thick as a human wrist, its dark red branches swaying gently in the wind. For a moment, you seem to glimpse a dark red fruit hidden among the sparse branches of the sapling. There's treasure. There's treasure. The small sapling encircled by the trance in the center of the lake was no ordinary thing. The fruit growing on that sapling was definitely a highly valuable reward. Lin Xun's eyes gleamed as he stared at the game text. Hesitant apostle, what will you do? 1. You've already been hunted once, and you've clearly lost the courage to fight. Silently mutter, I didn't see anything, and turn around to leave. 2. The trance are asleep anyway. Stay invisible, swagger right into their encirclement, swim into the middle of the lake, and pick the mysterious fruit from the sapling. 3. Sneak behind the small trance while invisible. Use the hidden blade to silently eliminate them. Worried about the big trance? Maybe your lucky gold coin will come through again. Lin Xun looked at the 3 options in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitching, lines of frustration appearing on his forehead. Whichever way he looked at it, these 3 options all screamed death trap. Helpless, he could only use the process of elimination again. The first option was to flee, which obviously wouldn't yield any reward, so that could be ignored. The second option was to stay invisible and recklessly charge in to grab the fruit. Although the text indicated that the trance seemed to be asleep, and he was still cloaked in invisibility, barging directly into the circle of trance to snatch the fruit likely meant he would get discovered and die a not-so-peaceful death. Eliminating both of those options left only the third. That was to use the Hidden Blade's special effect to take out the small trance one by one. But no matter how Lin Xun looked at it, he couldn't bring himself to choose the third option. For one reason, his gut instinct told him this option was also a death sentence. Knowing how this hellish game operated, even if the small trance didn't notice Lin Xun's assassinations, there was still the big one to worry about, the corrupted ancient primordial tree. If he accidentally alerted the ancient primordial tree, he probably wouldn't even make it to the lake before being crushed into a pulp. Lin Xun furrowed his brow and began thinking carefully. What if he dove straight into the lake and used the subspecies sea dragon pearl to submerge beneath the water? Would that prevent the ancient primordial tree from attacking him? But after thinking it over, he felt that was unlikely. All the ancient primordial tree had to do was extend its thick vines into the lake, and he would still end up dead. Lin Xun opened his inventory, checking his items one by one. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a particular item, and his eyes lit up. It was the item he had been using frequently as of late, the brass whistle. He could first sneak up while invisible, and if he managed to silently take out the small trance, that would be ideal. If he didn't alert the trance, he would proceed as planned by diving into the lake. Even if he died after picking the fruit, it would be worth it. But if he ended up alerting them, he would stay invisible and summon the 3-headed lion. Letting the 3-headed lion run away would draw the trent's attention, allowing him to swim into the lake and grab the mysterious fruit. Compared to the second option, if he could eliminate the small trance, his chances of successfully picking the fruit would be much higher. He just hoped that if he was discovered, the trent's intelligence would be low enough to fall for the diversion. After careful deliberation, Lin Xun felt this plan had the highest chance of success. Without further hesitation, he reactivated invisibility and selected the third option to deal with the small trance first. You remain invisible and silently creep into the trent's encirclement. Dozens of treants have their backs to you, rooted in the soil by the lake as they absorb nutrients. You tiptoe closer, approaching the back of a lucky corrupted forest treant. Holding your breath and focusing, you listen closely. The treant's heart, hidden within its trunk, beats slowly and powerfully. You have located its weak point. The hidden blade on your left arm springs out with a sharp glint. You suddenly stab the blade into the treant's back, striking directly at the beating heart, twisting your left arm to rip it apart. You have defeated the corrupted forest treant. Experience points slightly increased. The treant's branches and leaves slowly droop. Its death was silent and did not alert the other treants. Thanks to the special effect of your shell equipment Widowmaker, Hidden Blade, you remain invisible after successfully performing a fatal strike. Do you want to continue assassinating the corrupted forest treants? It seemed these treants were sluggish in their reactions, and sneak attacks could proceed smoothly. Lin Xun pressed yes. You tiptoe sideways, approaching the back of the next corrupted forest treant. Lin Xun eliminated the small treants one by one, mentally keeping count. The dancer's experience points kept climbing. Before long, a notification popped up announcing a shell level increase. Power surges within your shell. The shell level of the corrupted theater dancer has increased. Current shell level, 15. Lin Xun became even more enthusiastic, taking out treant after treant as if you were harvesting leeks. Power surges within your shell. The shell level of the corrupted theater dancer has increased. Current shell level, 16. Just as he finished off the 67th treant and the dancer shell leveled up again to 16, the game text finally changed. The corrupted forest treants around the polluted lake of life have been completely cleared out by you. Do you want to quietly slip into the lake? Lin Xun frowned and carefully examined the text. Polluted lake of life. Just hearing the name made it obvious that this was not ordinary water. The subspecies sea dragon pearl allowed him to breathe underwater, but it did not provide full protection from the water source. Would diving into the lake carry risks like contamination, or would he just die outright? After all the hardships he had endured to reach this place, there was no way he was dying and getting sent back to the resting page before claiming his reward. Who knew if he would ever get another chance to come here again? Just then, the game text suddenly jumped. On the opposite shore of the lake, the corrupted ancient primordial tree suddenly raised all its branches straight up, like a person's hair bristling in fury. Human-like facial features rapidly appeared on its trunk. The big treant had apparently realized that all the small treants had been wiped out and was waking up to avenge its offspring. No time to think. Lin Xun gritted his teeth, hurriedly opened his inventory, and clicked on the brass whistle. You remain invisible and blow the brass whistle. With a crisp whistle, you summon the fierce and massive corrupted three-headed lion. You can issue simple combat commands to the corrupted three-headed lion. Without hesitation, Lin Xun clicked on the retreat command. On the opposite shore of the lake, the human-like facial features on the corrupted ancient primordial tree have fully appeared. A scarlet glow of boundless rage shines from the tree hollow that serves as its eyes. From its mouth-like hollow comes a thunderous roar. It tears countless thick vines out of the ground. With a rumble, flinging clumps of wet soil, the vines wrap together to form two massive tree legs. The corrupted three-headed lion looked at you while you were invisible, tilting its three heads slightly. A complicated look flashed through its 6 eyes. The three-headed lion let out a low roar and turned to flee at full speed. The corrupted ancient primordial tree stepped forward with its enormous tree legs, striding across the entire polluted lake of life in a single bound, chasing after the poor fleeing beast. Plan successful. Lin Xun grinned and silently prayed that the little lion would hold out a bit longer. He quickly clicked on the option to dive into the lake. You remain invisible and leap into the polluted lake of life. T/N. Gonna take a break on the June 21st, 2025. Need to rest up, the heat is getting to me. You remain invisible and leap into the polluted lake of life. The clear lake water is scalding hot, and your vision is strangely tinged with a faint red hue. The subspecies sea dragon pearl on your body emits a faint blue glow, granting you the ability to breathe underwater and move freely in combat. The lake water is clear and transparent. With one glance, you take in the entire lakebed landscape. Throughout the whole lake, there is no sign of life. Not a single fish swims by, and there is not even a strand of aquatic plant to be seen. Do you want to swim toward the floating soil at the center of the lake? Is that even a question? Lin Xun immediately clicked yes. He still had no idea what kind of sapling was growing on that floating soil. You swim quickly toward the floating soil at the center of the lake. The closer you get to the center, the hotter the water becomes. The scalding temperature reddens your entire body, the pain almost unbearable. You grit your teeth and push forward with all your strength. At last, you reach the center of the lake and climb onto the floating soil. The crimson sapling, about as thick as a wrist and no taller than a person, sways its branches gently in the breeze. A dark red fruit hangs from one of its branches. Do you want to pick the fruit or uproot the sapling entirely? Lin Xun's eyes widened. He had thought he could only pick the fruit, but to his surprise, there was also an option to uproot the whole tree and take both tree and fruit. Without hesitation, he chose to uproot it. Greedy apostle, you step forward, wrap your arms around the sapling and pull with all your might, but the sapling does not budge an inch. Your summoned creature, the corrupted three-headed lion, has died. Damn. The three-headed lion had held out much longer than Lin Xun had expected. Originally, by now, he could have picked the fruit. But since the grand prize had suddenly turned into a jackpot, Lin Xun naturally was unwilling to settle for just the fruit, and that had cost him extra time. Do you want to pick the fruit or uproot the sapling entirely? Should he pick the fruit first, then uproot the sapling? Looking at the two options in the game text, Lin Xun was unsure whether the option to uproot the tree would still be available after picking the fruit. If he picked the fruit and the game text no longer gave him the option to uproot the tree, he would be furious. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Right, the dancer shell is just a scrawny assassin. There's no way it can pull out a tree by the roots. Work like this, heavy lifting, should be handled by the paladin of discipline. With that thought, he quickly opened the shell panel. The paladin of discipline shell was dull and dim, not yet reshaped. Forget it. Letting the engineer pull out the tree should work too. Its level is high and its strength is solid. Lin Xun clicked on the engineer shell. You have possessed the shell of the Pyramid Corporation engineer. You begin to hear deafening footsteps from behind. Turning your head, you see the towering, ancient primordial tree in the distance, striding rapidly toward you. Lin Xun quickly pressed the option to uproot the tree. In his heart, he prayed that the engineer's brute strength would pull off a miracle, yanking the sapling out before the ancient primordial tree arrived to kill him. If even the engineer couldn't pull it out, he would have no choice but to grab the fruit and run. You bend down, grip the trunk with both hands, straighten your back, and with full force, you easily uproot the small sapling. You have obtained sapling of the corrupted tree of life, material. You have obtained corrupted fruit of life, epic item. Done. Lin Xun pumped his fist excitedly. The engineer had successfully uprooted the tree and claimed the reward. The shell's high level of 32 was finally showing its power. Although the engineer was not a strength-specialized class, its level was so high that its strength attribute couldn't be too weak. The footsteps behind you have fallen silent without you noticing. You turn your head. The corrupted ancient primordial tree has reached the shore. Its crown of branches and leaves stands on end, and a furious roar rumbles from the hollow of its mouth as massive roots sweep toward you. You are ensnared by the roots of the ancient primordial tree. Without any power to resist, you are crushed into pulp. You have died. Lin Xun smacked his lips. That ancient primordial tree was ridiculously strong. Even a level 32 engineer couldn't resist and got instantly killed. But his goal had been achieved. He not only grabbed the fruit but also took the sapling along. This haul of rewards was basically a super jackpot. A feeble wandering soul is reborn in the familiar shed. Lin Xun opened his inventory to check the rewards he had exchanged his life for. Sapling of the corrupted tree of life. Material only Treant clans with a tree of life can flourish. Although this tree of life is just a sapling and has been tainted by corrupting power, it still contains incredible strength. Using this material to forge shell equipment will guarantee the generation of a related equipment trait. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. A trait like the Hidden Blade's ability to stay invisible after an attack was an equipment trait. Forging equipment with the Tree of Life sapling would guarantee the creation of a trait. I wonder what kind of trait the Tree of Life would have. Lin Xun decided that after the current chapter ended, he would head back to the library to forge a top-tier piece of equipment. Right now, he wasn't lacking in weapons, but he desperately needed a powerful piece of armor. The yellow-robed bishop's robe and the dancer's performance costume were both basically as fragile as paper, offering no real defense. During real-world battles, Lin Xun's engineer shell could only wear the Paladin of Discipline's armor. In the last fight against Talros, that armor had been battered into a damaged state and would need the blacksmith shell to repair it once the shell is reshaped. He then checked the other item. Corrupted Fruit of Life. Epic item. The Tree of Life can only bear one fruit of life at a time. The fruit contains all the essence and nutrients of the tree. After growing for thousands of years, the fruit would fall and develop into a towering, ancient primordial tree. This fruit is not yet fully matured and has already been tainted by corrupting power, making it incapable of growing into an ancient primordial tree. Using this item will cause the corrupting power to deeply infect your shell. It will not only increase your shell's level, the lower the shell's level, the more it will rise, but also allow the shell to recall its true name. This item can only be used on shells of epic quality or lower. Lin Xun's eyes widened as he carefully examined this epic item. Items that could directly boost a shell's level were extremely rare, let alone ones that also unlocked a shell's true name. This item was incredibly valuable. From the Apostle Forum, he had learned that true name items could generally only be obtained by continuing to search in the locations where the shells were first acquired. For example, Lin Xun's Paladin of Discipline and yellow-robed bishop shells had both had their true name items discovered in their respective locations by opening treasure chests, defeating bosses, or completing quests. But true name items were not guaranteed to appear. Sometimes treasure chests had nothing, and bosses dropped nothing. It all depended on luck. For instance, Lin Xun still hadn't gotten the true name item for the dancer shell. This epic item could unlock the dancer's true name directly and also boost its level. Should I use it on the dancer? Should I use it on the dancer? Lin Xun scratched his head, a bit hesitant. The dancer shell's invisibility skill was extremely useful, with significant applications in the real world too. It could be used both for spying and sneak attacks, as well as for escaping. But what made Lin Xun hesitate was the giant's corpse in the ancestor tomb. If everything went smoothly, he would reach the ancestor tomb and might be able to possess the giant's corpse. If the giant did not have a true name, this item would obviously yield a much higher benefit when used on a higher grade shell. After thinking it over for a while, Lin Xun still decided not to use the item on the dancer for now. He decided to first investigate the ancestor tomb and then consider which shell would be best suited for the item. He opened the shell panel to check the status. Currently, the only surviving shells were the yellow-robed bishop and the dancer, while all summoned creatures had perished. Lin Xun planned that after reshaping the engineer and the three-headed lion tomorrow, he would continue following the map's directions to head toward the Nameless Mountains. He exited the game and set his phone down. It was time to turn on his computer and start his writing session. He had only typed a few words when his phone chimed with a new text message. Blackstocking's Queen, come to the office. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. His boss was back. That meant his mission reward was back too. He quickly straightened up his clothes and went downstairs to catch a cab. Before long, he arrived at the Cultural Bureau. Perhaps because Li Xingyue had been away for a few days, the entire second floor of the Intelligence Division was deserted. Even Yi Xiaoqi, who usually holed up in the office, was nowhere to be seen. These coworkers really know how to slack off. Lin Xun made his way to the team leader's office on the third floor. The Blackstocking's Queen was lounging on the sofa, playing on her phone. After a few days apart, his boss was as stunning as ever. Her formal suit skirt perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, and her black stockings hugged her smooth, slender legs. Li Xingyue waved at him, signaling the handsome guy to come sit beside her. As soon as Lin Xun sat down next to his boss, he saw Li Xingyue manifest a glass box the size of a soccer ball out of thin air. Inside the glass box was a red heart, beating steadily. This heart was much larger than a normal human heart, with bulging veins, contracting and expanding with powerful thumps. Desert God Attendant's Complete Heart. Epic item. The massive heart retains the twisted divinity from the Desert God Attendant. Using this item grants 1 point of divine power. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking divine power items, and his shell slots had been maxed out for a long time, urgently needing expansion. He hadn't expected his boss to actually secure a divine power item for him. Li Xingyue didn't hand him the glass box immediately. Instead, she manifested another game item. It was a white mask, about the size of a palm, seemingly only able to cover the eyes, somewhat like the kind of mask used at a masquerade ball. Camouflage mask. Special item. You think some people have changed, but in fact, they haven't changed at all. Their mask simply fell off. Using this item allows you to disguise your soul imprint. What kind of item is this? Lin Xun frowned. He had never seen an item with such a special function before. Li Xingyue placed both items on the coffee table and, with a hint of apology, said, "This time when I went to Yun capital city, I secured 2 item rewards for you. Originally, this was great news, but headquarters requires you to take on another task." As she spoke, a familiar black metal card appeared in her hand. Lower tier seat pass for the Disciple Sanctum. Special item. Holding this item allows you to teleport to the Disciple Sanctum from the resting page or the library. This seat pass has been modified to let you successfully infiltrate the core organization of the New World. Lin Xun understood what his boss meant. His next task was to enter the Disciple Sanctum within the game and gather intelligence on the enemy organization. Compared to his previous tasks, this one was far less dangerous. Even if the infiltration failed and he got killed by the enemy, it would just cost him a bit of soul strength. Lin Xun nodded, indicating that he accepted the mission. The Black Stockings Queen smiled seductively, full of allure. The seat pass requires you to complete the initial chapter and unlock the resting page's teleport function before it can be activated. Your initial chapter is Chapter 323. Compared to other game worlds, its difficulty is extremely high. So don't rush. Only after you complete that chapter will the task officially begin. Li Xingyue seemed to be in a good mood. When you finish the initial chapter, let me know. I'll get you a promotion and a raise. Lin Xun continued listening to his boss's explanations. He estimated that it would only be a few days before he completed the initial chapter. Li Xingyue explained all the details on how to use the 2 items. Lin Xun committed everything to memory. Right now, his mission completion rate within the organization was practically 100%. Even if he failed in the future, it absolutely couldn't be on a relatively simple task like this. Li Xingyue handed over all 3 items to him, then pulled out her phone and sent a text message. The scene felt very familiar to Lin Xun. Sure enough, not long after, his phone pinged with a bank notification. 100,000 yuan had been deposited. The bonus isn't much. Just a token of the organization's appreciation for completing your mission. Lin Xun was speechless. For someone like Li Xingyue, who drove a Mercedes G-Class, 100,000 yuan really wasn't much. But for someone as broke as he was, that 100,000 yuan had instantly doubled his savings. After receiving his mission rewards, he bid farewell to his rich and glamorous boss and went home. He eagerly pulled out his phone and launched the game. A feeble wandering soul awakens in the familiar shed. He opened his inventory. The divine power item his boss had rewarded him with was quietly lying there. Without hesitation, he clicked to use it. You use Desert God Attendant's Complete Heart, epic item. You have gained 1 point of divine power. He opened the Apostle panel. Next to the 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms soul talent, a cute little plus sign had appeared. After clicking the plus sign, the game text continued to display. You consumed 1 point of divine power. Soul talent level +1. Soul talent, 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms +3. Your soul possesses a unique flavor, embracing all forms, rejecting none. Possessing any shell becomes effortless. Talent effect greatly increases shell compatibility, +45%. Shell slots +7. Lin Xun's eyes widened. His initial talent gave him an extra shell slot. The first time his soul talent leveled up, it added 1 shell slot. The second time, it added 2. Now, on the 3rd upgrade, it added 3. In other words, each talent upgrade added an increasing number of shell slots. Counting the default shell slot and the talent's initial addition, his slots now totaled 1 + 1 + 1 + 2 + 3. He opened the shell panel. It clearly displayed May 8th. Lin Xun grinned. His shell slots were more than enough for now. Looking at the camouflage mask still in his inventory, he didn't rush to use it. That item could wait until after finishing the current chapter, when he returned to the library. As his talent leveled up, a surge of scalding heat suddenly swept through his entire body. As his talent leveled up, A surge of scalding heat suddenly swept through his entire body. The torrent was fierce and seemed to flow out from the depths of his soul, rushing into every limb and bone. Lin Xun felt a swelling sensation throughout his body, his bones itching and aching as if countless ants were gnawing at him. The discomfort was intense. He clenched his teeth tightly, barely managing to stop himself from crying out. After a long while, the wave of heat slowly receded. His chest and back were drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. The sweat gave off a strong, unpleasant, fishy odor. Lin Xun grimaced at the smell and hurried into the bathroom to take a shower. With a light rub, the old outer layer of his skin turned into black-gray flakes, peeling away to reveal fresh, smooth skin underneath, white and supple yet full of resilience. Testing it out, Lin Xun gently scraped the back of his hand with a sharp razor blade, leaving only a faint white line. After showering, he stood in front of the bathroom mirror. His previously bulky, bodybuilder-like muscles had diminished considerably. In their place were sleek, streamlined muscles, the kind of physique seen in professional athletes who trained year-round in combat sports and track and field. It was that perfect build, slim and toned when dressed, lean but muscular when undressed. He could feel it. His control over his body had reached an unprecedented level. Trying a split, he effortlessly extended both legs into a full 180-degree stretch. Standing up, he lifted one leg high without any strain, easily pulling it behind his head. When he clenched his fists, the immense strength surging through his body was even greater than before. His agility and strength had both broken through human limits. Is this what they call rebirth? Having been with the organization for a while now, Lin Xun knew that upgrading a soul talent gave apostles significant enhancements to their real-world bodies. It was said that once the soul talent reached the +4 stage, new upgrades would unlock. That would go beyond just physical enhancements. However, progressing from +1 to +3 was one phase, and only required epic-grade divine power items. To reach +4, a legendary-grade divine power item would be needed. The epic-grade divine power items that the organization rewarded were usually passed down from elite apostles who had already reached the +3 stage. After savoring the physical boost from his talent upgrade, Lin Xun returned to his writing work. He didn't know whether it was a burst of inspiration or a side effect of the upgraded talent. But he found his thoughts unusually clear, and the plot lines for his web novel suddenly became much easier to organize. Upgrading my talent even cures writer's block? Lin Xun smiled slightly and began typing rapidly, the keyboard clattering under his fingers. The next morning, Lin Xun's soul strength had fully recovered. He pulled out his phone. The Book of Salvation, activate. A feeble wandering soul awakens in the familiar shed. The engineer shell had already been reshaped the night before. Now, with the 1 point of soul strength he had, Lin Xun was going to use it on the three-headed lion. Do you want to consume 1 point of soul strength to reshape the summoned creature corrupted three-headed lion? With a crisp whistle, you summon the fierce and massive corrupted three-headed lion. You can issue simple combat commands to the corrupted three-headed lion. After possessing the yellow-robed bishop shell, Lin Xun rode the little lion and set off toward the shadowy forest. You ride the lion off the path, galloping southwest. All along the way, you see no sign of life. The entire forest is eerily silent, the only sound being the rustling of scarlet leaves in the wind. You have entered the shadowy forest. Do you want to continue following the map's directions, or linger here? Having uprooted the tree of life of the Treant race, Lin Xun had essentially cut off their bloodline. No doubt the ancient primordial tree hated him to the core. At this point, there was no way he was sticking around, afraid that the giant tree would show up again and squash him a few more times. He quickly clicked to follow the map's directions. You continue galloping on the lion, racing toward your destination along the mapped route. Your unique scent and that of the corrupted three-headed lion drift through the forest. The scarlet trees seem to sense it, their branches and leaves rustling. The rustling spreads deeper into the forest. What the hell? These trees can sense scent? And even transmit messages? Lin Xun's heart sank. No surprise if the forest's trees were calling the giant tree over. At the edge of your vision, a towering tree gradually comes into view. In the distance, you can faintly hear earth-shaking footsteps. Do you want to stay put and wait for death, or keep fleeing along the map's path? All this over a sapling? Is this really necessary? There was no way the three-headed lion could outrun the ancient primordial tree. Trying to escape would probably still lead to death. Lin Xun quickly brainstormed countermeasures. From the text description, it was clear that the giant tree bore a grudge, tracking him and the lion by their scent. The forest trees acted like sensors, locking onto his position. Lin Xun opened his inventory and clicked on the brass whistle again. You blow the whistle, dismissing the corrupted three-headed lion. The rest could be handled by switching to a different shell. Lin Xun opened the shell panel, ready to possess another shell. Looking carefully, he noticed that the 3 surviving shells in his list had all been used in the earlier fight against the treants. He frowned, then quickly relaxed. He clicked on the dancer shell. You have possessed the corrupted theater dancer shell. You use blood shadow step. With agile movements, your shell's body gradually fades and disappears. You sprint along the mapped route at high speed. You race past the corrupted ancient primordial tree, slipping right by it. Looking back, you see the corrupted ancient primordial tree stop where you had just been, stomping furiously and shaking the ground with loud booms. Seeing the giant tree unable to locate him, Lin Xun kept running. His newly acquired Phantom of the Night cloak had a special effect. It could block detection skills and conceal his scent. Paired with the dancer's blood shadow step, not only could the giant tree not detect him, but even the trees acting as sensors in the forest were left clueless. The duration of your blood shadow step has ended. Your shell becomes visible. A tree ahead in the forest suddenly manifests human-like facial features on its trunk. Crimson light shines from its eye sockets, and its branches sway, the rustling sound spreading deeper into the forest. Damn it. You really can't uncloak in this forest. Lin Xun immediately activated blood shadow step again and clicked on the hidden blade. You step forward swiftly. The hidden blade on your left arm shoots out its sharp blade. You plunge the blade into the tree's trunk, piercing its heart with no resistance. You have defeated the corrupted forest treant. Experience points slightly increased. After taking out the tattling treant, Lin Xun resumed his escape. Not long after, the game text showed that the ancient primordial tree had once again arrived at his last visible location, raging furiously in vain. To evade the giant tree's relentless pursuit, Lin Xun had no choice but to keep running while repeatedly using his invisibility skill. Before long, a message appeared. You feel a bit fatigued. Lin Xun looked at the 3 remaining crimson-red sorrels in his inventory. He silently prayed that he could escape the shadowy forest before his items ran out. After consuming 2 crimson-red sorrels, the game text finally changed. The scarlet trees around you grow increasingly sparse, and the cracked earth beneath your feet gradually becomes fertile and moist. Looking into the distance through gaps between the thinning trees, you see a range of rolling mountains stretching across the horizon. As you run, you escape from the shadowy forest and arrive at the foot of the mountains. Lin Xun let out a small breath of relief. He had finally escaped the forest. He wondered whether the giant tree would burst out of the forest and continue its relentless pursuit. You look back. The towering, corrupted ancient primordial tree stands at the forest's edge, its scarlet gaze shining from the hollow eye sockets in its trunk. It unravels its massive tree legs, reverting them into root tendrils that sink back into the ground at the forest's edge. Its eerie crimson eyes remain locked onto you. It looked like the giant tree was unable to leave the forest, so the chase was over for now. Lin Xun finally felt the weight in his heart lift. Being hunted all the way by the giant tree had left him seething with frustration. Silently, he swore that once he finished exploring the ancestor tomb and returned stronger, he would fight that plant monster to the death. You arrive at the nameless mountain range. The main ridge is towering and majestic, covered in dense vegetation and overgrown with weeds, but not a single tree is in sight. Do you want to continue following the map's directions and climb over the mountain range? With the giant tree no longer chasing him, Lin Xun summoned the 3-headed lion without hesitation. Following the map's guidance, you ride the lion, skirting around the towering main ridge and heading toward the distant foothills. You ride the lion, beginning your trek over the mountains. The text froze here, and Lin Xun waited a while without seeing anything happen. After quite some time, the text continued. You have ridden the lion to the foothills of the nameless mountain range, continuing deeper into the mountains. Lin Xun set his phone beside his computer and kept writing while waiting. From morning until afternoon, he kept at it. Occasionally, the The text popped up with encounters with wild beasts, which Lin Xun casually took care of. After finishing 2 large 2,000-word chapters, the game text finally updated with something new. You ride the lion into a massive mountain valley, where the land is fertile and lush with green grass. On the cliffside of one part of the valley, you spot a hidden cave. Do you want to investigate? Another reward event? Lin Xun quickly pressed yes. You push aside the branches and weeds covering the cave entrance and look inside. The cave is shallow, and you can see everything inside at a glance. Floating within is a giant book page, emitting a faint glow. You have discovered a remnant page of the Book of Salvation, the resting page. It wasn't a treasure, but this resting page was even more important than any reward. Without a resurrection point in the Nameless Mountains, Lin Xun didn't even want to imagine the despair of dying here and reviving all the way back at the cemetery shed. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and set the resting page as his new revival point. You have set the Nameless Valley as your new revival point. However, there was one drawback to setting the revival point here. Lin Xun tried clicking the teleport option on the resting page. You have not completed the initial chapter and cannot use the teleport function. Sure enough, the teleport function of the resting page still could not be used. He could not teleport directly back to the cemetery shed's resting page. This meant that after exploring the ancestor tomb, he would most likely have to return the way he came. It seemed that a battle with the giant tree was destined to happen. After setting the new revival point, he exited the cave. You have left the Nameless Valley's cave. You continue forward and spot many beast claw prints on the grass in the valley. Upon close inspection, you determine that they were left by a type of beast that walks upright. Judging by the size and depth of the claw marks, you estimate that this beast's body size is similar to that of an adult human. You follow the beast claw prints along the path. Lin Xun frowned. According to Ezio's notes, the beastmen giants he was looking for should be massive creatures. The claw prints described in the text didn't seem to belong to beastmen giants. Up ahead on your path, clusters of huts appear. Most of the huts are built from wood, but they have long since been abandoned, many of them rotted and collapsed. You notice figures wandering among the huts. You widen your eyes and raise your hand to get a clearer look. They are a group of half-human, half-beast monsters, about the size of an ordinary person. Their bodies are covered in coarse black fur, their limbs end in sharp claws, their jaws are filled with fangs, and their eyes glow crimson. You have discovered the corrupted blood beastmen tribe. Do you want to approach and eliminate them? Corrupted blood beastmen? What kind of monsters are these? The creatures in front of him were not beastmen giants. Judging by their numbers and size, they were probably just small fry meant to provide experience points. As for whether his guess was accurate, you dismount and issue an attack command to the corrupted three-headed lion. The corrupted three-headed lion lets out a thunderous roar and charges forward. In an instant, the corrupted three-headed lion reaches the monsters, opens its massive jaws, and its huge, ferocious body pounces on the corrupted blood beastmen. Your summoned creature has defeated the corrupted blood beastmen. Experience points slightly increased. You have obtained Broken Bone Club, Junk. The corrupted three-headed lion tears apart one of the beastmen, and the nearby beastmen roar and slash at it with their claws. Seeing this, Lin Xun quickly took action. Possessing the yellow-robed bishop shell, he opened the panel and clicked Corrupt Sunlight. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant the incantation. A flash of red light. You have defeated the corrupted blood beastmen. Experience points slightly increased. With the three-headed lion holding the front line, Lin Xun only needed to stay behind it and provide stable output like a turret. The three-headed lion had high attack power and a long health bar. Even when focused by a horde of beastmen, it fought more and more ferociously, finally living up to its status as a boss. Before long, the text continued. The wandering corrupted blood beastmen have been completely cleared out by you. Lin Xun clicked the option to move forward. Do you want to search the huts one by one, or remain here? Just as he was about to click search, Lin Xun suddenly remembered something and stopped. He chose to stay put. You remain in front of the huts, now littered with corpses. You look down at the dead beastman's shell. Corrupted blood beastman shell, a mixed blood beastman, the offspring of beastmen giants and an unknown creature. It holds a low status within the tribe, performing the hard labor of a servant. After being corrupted, it lost its sanity, remembering only how to guard its hut. It was bitten through the throat by a large beast and died of suffocation. Compatibility, 88 plus 45%. Do you want to possess the shell? Do you want to possess the shell? The current shell slots were May 8th, leaving 3 open slots. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted blood beast man. You have taken control of the shell. The only memory within is to guard the hut. Lin Xun opened the shell panel for a look. Shell, corrupted blood beast man. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 88% plus 45%. Shell quality, common. Shell level, 6. Shell equipment, dirty beast skin skirt, ruined, a short skirt made from the hide of some wild beast, seemingly never washed, filthy and foul-smelling. Shell skills, none. Aside from its common-level shell quality, everything else about this beast man was completely garbage. However, a common-level shell could still serve as a main force for ordinary noob apostles to cultivate. After possessing the beastman shell, Lin Xun chose to search the hut. You search the corrupted blood beastman's huts one by one. Searching. You obtained rotten meat junk. Searching. There is nothing of value in this hut. You move on to the next hut. Searching. The game text kept prompting him, but it was either junk or nothing at all. You search the final hut. This hut is significantly larger than the others and has a crude door curtain made of beast hide. Do you want to lift the curtain and enter? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. A hut that stood out from the rest likely contained treasure. After a moment's thought, he possessed the dancer shell, activated the invisibility skill, and chose to enter. You remain invisible, lift a corner of the beast hide curtain, and slip inside. Inside the hut, an old, decrepit, corrupted blood beast man sits cross-legged on the ground, its hunched figure still, eyes tightly shut. Resting horizontally across its knees is a bone staff. Behind it is a battered wooden chest. Through the gaps in the box's weathered boards, you can faintly see a glimmer of light flashing within. Do you want to kill the corrupted elder beastman to open the treasure chest? A treasure chest. Lin Xun grinned and was about to raise the hidden blade at the old beastman. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. What if he entered the hut using the beastman shell and faced the old beastman directly? What would happen? Lin Xun decided not to kill the beastman and quietly exited the hut. He then switched to the beastman shell he had just acquired and re-entered the hut. He wanted to test his theory and see if exploring with the beastman shell would unlock a different story option. You swagger in, boldly lifting the beast hide curtain and stepping inside. Inside the hut, the old beastman suddenly opened its scarlet eyes, raised its bone staff, and shouted at you to get out. Do you want to silently leave the hut or step forward to negotiate? Just as I thought. By entering with the beastman shell, an entirely different set of options appeared compared to before. Only an apostle as sharp as Lin Xun could trigger such options, which might lead to unexpected hidden events. After a brief consideration, he chose to negotiate. Ignoring the old beastman's shouts, you step forward to initiate conversation. It suddenly stands up, raises the bone staff, and smashes it hard onto your forehead. With a loud crack, red and white fluid splatter everywhere. You are dead. Lin Xun slowly typed out 3 question marks. Where was the promised negotiation? They were both beastmen. Why kill each other? He had thought this might trigger some extra storyline, but instead, the cursed game had tricked him into another cheap death. However, this time the death cost him nothing. The dead beastman shell could simply be discarded, and by farming small mobs again, he could possess another one without any real loss. The feeble wandering soul is reborn in the cave of the Nameless Valley. The negotiation option was now confirmed to be a death trap. That left only one option, exiting the hut after the old beastman's scolding. Lin Xun frowned slightly, but decided to give it a try. After the shell had died once, all the small mobs in the corrupted blood beastmen tribe had respawned. He sent the 3-headed lion to clear out the mobs while he stood behind it, unleashing fierce attacks using the corrupted yellow-robed bishop. Soon, the entire mob tribe was wiped out again. Lin Xun discarded the beastman shell with the busted skull from earlier and stored away 3 intact beastman shells. Once again, he possessed the corrupted blood beastman and entered the same hut. You swagger in, boldly lifting the beast hide curtain and stepping inside. Inside the hut, the old beastman suddenly opened its scarlet eyes, raised its bone staff, and shouted at you to get out. Do you want to silently leave the hut or step forward to negotiate? This time Lin Xun chose to leave the hut. You bow and lower your posture, nodding repeatedly with humility, and quietly exit the hut. You stand guard in front of the hut, looking just like a vigilant guard. Do you want to continue guarding the hut or leave this place? Lin Xun narrowed his eyes and clicked Continue Guarding. The game text froze at that point. After waiting quite a while, a new prompt finally appeared. Do you want to leave this place? He ignored the cursed game and clicked No. Even after a long wait, no new text appeared, only the repeated prompt of Do you want to leave this place? There's definitely a hidden storyline here. Lin Xun knew the game's tricks all too well. When it kept pushing him to leave, that usually meant there was an extra event waiting to be triggered. He continued choosing No, stubbornly holding out against the cursed game. After waiting for about an hour, a new text finally popped up. The old beast man inside the hut calls out to you, motioning for you to enter the hut. It was happening. After a long and patient wait, Lin Xun's perseverance paid off. You lift the beast hide curtain and step inside. Inside the hut, the old beast man stands up, rubbing its shriveled belly, and gestures for you to bring back some food. The old beast man had issued a quest to fetch food. Lin Xun had already searched all the other huts outside, so the food the old beast man needed probably came from the junk he had collected from those other huts. He opened his inventory, where the largest quantities were rotten meat chunks and foul dung stones. Surely the beast man didn't have the same taste as the hungry old man quest from before. Lin Xun clicked on rotten meat chunk and tried to select give. You gave the rotten meat chunk to the corrupted elder beast man. It grabbed the rotten meat chunk and began devouring them ravenously. Before long, it had finished gnawing every last bit of meat. The old beast man signaled that it was not yet satisfied and wanted more. Lin Xun kept giving more, several times in a row, until the beast man was finally full. The corrupted elder beast man patted its bulging belly with satisfaction and nodded. It then untied its beast-skin skirt. It took out the few remaining black, round pills from its skirt and placed them in your hands. You have obtained Beastman Pill ×3 item. After gifting you the pills, the corrupted elder beastman sat back down cross-legged and ignored you once again. Having received the reward, Lin Xun quickly opened his inventory to check. Beastman Pill. Item: a round black pill made by blending unknown herbs with the blood of beastmen giants. It emits a strong, fishy stench. When used, it causes a human shell to undergo beastification, temporarily granting immense combat power. If used on a beastman shell, it temporarily enlarges the body to giant size, transforming it into something akin to a beastman giant. He stared thoughtfully at the item. For an ordinary person, the beastman pill was just a temporary power-boosting item, but for him, it might play an unexpectedly crucial role later in the game. After examining his reward, he clicked again on the option to talk to the beastman. The old beastman opened its scarlet eyes, raised its bone staff, and shouted at you to get out of the hut. It then shut its eyes once more, sitting cross-legged in silence. TCH, so now it's burning the bridge after crossing it. Lin Xun figured that the special event with the old beastman was now over. Judging by the previous game text, the old beastman had already handed over the last of the pills hidden in its beast skin skirt, meaning there was nothing more to gain from it. With that settled, Lin Xun did not hesitate. He possessed the shell of the corrupted yellow-robed bishop, opened the panel, and clicked on Corrupt Sunlight. He had been eyeing that treasure chest behind the old beastman for quite some time. You raised the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear, silently chanting an incantation. The corrupted elder beastman senses something amiss and suddenly opens its eyes. Alarmed, it tries to flee. A flash of red light. You have defeated the corrupted elder beastman. Experience points have increased significantly. Power surges within your shell. The shell level of the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church has increased. Current shell level, 21. The old beastman dropped absolutely nothing, leaving Lin Xun a bit disappointed. Still, the experience boost from the earlier mob farming had shot his experience up, and after killing the old beastman, the shell leveled up again. You look at the corpse of the elder beastman in front of you. The shell of the corrupted elder beastman, as an elder of the mixed-blood beastman tribe, though aged, was knowledgeable and well aware of some hidden lore about the beastmen giants. It died from some searing force that struck it down. Compatibility, 82%, plus 45%. Do you want to possess the shell? Lin Xun discarded one of the beastman shells from his shell slots and clicked Possess. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted Elder Beastman. You now control the shell, which retains fragmented memories from the Beastman's life. The corrupted Blood Beastman tribe is the offspring of unions between Beastmen giants and mountain monsters. Compared to the normal Beastmen giants, who are 5 to 6 meters tall, the mixed blood Beastmen have diluted bloodlines, and their bodies are similar in size to an average adult human male. Beastmen giants worship size. Not only do they seek massive physical stature, but they also demand certain organs to be as large as possible. They firmly believe that the bigger the body, the stronger the power. The largest Beastman giant is always chosen by the tribe to become the chieftain. Because of this, the petite corrupted blood Beastmen, though descendants of the Beastmen giants, are shunned by the main tribe and have ended up as enslaved labor. The Beastmen giant tribe lives deep in the mountains, separated from the corrupted blood Beastman settlement by a giant gate. They exploit the corrupted blood Beastmen to build homes, construct palaces, repair tombs, and even assign them hunting and food-gathering tasks. The broken memories end here. It seemed the old Beastman harbored deep resentment toward the Beastmen giants. Its memories were full of silent cries against unfair treatment. Lin Xun pulled out the key information. The Beastmen giant's normal size was 5 to 6 meters tall, essentially an enlarged version of the corrupted blood Beastmen. Given his current talent boost and compatibility, he figured that possessing a Beastmen giant might not be realistic just yet. Even the normal-sized corrupted blood Beastman barely hit the 80 compatibility threshold. He opened the shell panel to check the Elder Beastman's attributes. Shell, corrupted Elder Beastman. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 82%, plus 45%. Shell quality, common plus. Shell level, 10. Shell equipment, dirty beast skin skirt, ruined, a short skirt made from the hide of some wild beast, seemingly never washed, filthy and foul-smelling. Shell equipment, mountain monster leg bone staff, common plus, a short staff made from the polished leg bone of a mountain monster. It is sturdy, durable, and extremely powerful. Shell skills, none. The old Beastman's shell was 1 grade higher than the regular Beastman's and even had a common plus grade weapon. That was a pleasant surprise. After possessing it, Lin Xun continued to check the game text. Do you want to step forward and open the wooden treasure chest? A rickety old box with gaps in it, guarded by a monster. No way this was a mimic, right? Lin Xun clicked open, without hesitation. You have opened the wooden treasure chest. You have obtained nameless trace of spirit ×1. You have obtained corrupted blood Beastman's totem pole, key. Lin Xun grimaced. The chest was as stingy as the old Beastman had been. Sure enough, a leaky old box wasn't likely to cough up 4 or 5 loot items all at once. He opened his inventory to check. The spirit item, as usual, could be used to gain 300 points of spirit essence, so he stored it away as always. Totem pole of the corrupted blood Beastmen, key, a totem pole about the size of a human arm, carved from some kind of stone. It is decorated with images of Beastmen giants and mountain monsters. While restoring the tomb of the successive Beastmen giant chieftains, the corrupted blood Beastmen left behind secret locks unknown to others. Using this totem pole allows you to unlock these hidden locks. A key that could unlock secret locks inside the Beastmen giant chieftain's tomb, clearly a crucial item for progressing in future quests. After looting the chest, there was nothing else worth taking in the hut. Lin Xun exited the hut, switched back to the corrupted yellow-robed bishop shell, and mounted the 3-headed lion. You have completely looted the corrupted blood Beastmen tribe's huts. Do you want to follow the map guidance and proceed forward? You follow the map marker, riding the lion through the valley past the corrupted blood Beastmen's huts. In the distance, a giant gate spans between 2 mountain walls, blocking your path forward. The giant gate is built from hundreds of massive logs crisscrossed and lashed together. To the side of the gate hangs a thick metal chain from the top, which appears to be part of the gate's opening mechanism. A tall, muscular figure leans against the gate, fast asleep. That mountain-like figure makes the ground tremble slightly with each snore. The corrupted 3-headed lion senses intense danger. Its breathing becomes rapid and tense. You soothe your slightly restless lion mount and slowly approach to take a closer look. Leaning against the gate is none other than a corrupted Beastman giant. It stands as tall as a typical 3-story building, its body covered in massive, boulder-like muscles, with sharp beast claws at the ends of its limbs. Its long maw, lined with sharp fangs, hangs slightly open, and foul-smelling drool drips down. Even sitting against the gate, it forces you to look up just to see it properly. Lin Xun frowned. Weren't beastmen giants supposed to be 5 to 6 meters tall? A 3-story building, assuming each story was about 3 meters, meant this one was at least 9 meters tall. Had the Blood Sun's corruption made these beastmen giants even bigger and stronger? According to the old beastman's memories, the bigger the beastmen giant's body, the stronger it was. This unexpected change had just ramped up his game's difficulty by another level. Delicate and fragile apostle, what will you do? 1. Faced with such a colossus, even your corrupted 3-headed lion is trembling with fear. You had best avoid becoming its next meal and escape quickly to save your life. 2. Possess the shell of the corrupted blood beastman and try waking up the beastmen giant. Maybe it will let you pass, seeing that you are a descendant of the beastmen giants. 3. Send the corrupted 3-headed lion forward to wake the beastmen giant and lure it away. While it is distracted, seize the chance to pull the giant gate's chain mechanism to open the gate and pass through. 4. Raise your thunder dragon staff spear, silently chant an incantation, and fire off a corrupt sunlight spell, either sending it to heaven or sending yourself there. Lin Xun carefully examined the 4 options provided by the game text. The first was to run away, the second was to negotiate using a beastman shell, the third was to send the 3-headed lion to distract the giant, and the fourth was to go in head-on. Out of the 4 options, the second and third seemed to be the most reasonable. After considering it thoroughly, Lin Xun decided to try the second option first and negotiate using the beastman shell. Even if it turned out to be the wrong choice, at worst he would just lose 1 beastman shell without suffering any other setbacks. Thinking it through, since he was about to negotiate with a beastman giant, it made sense to use the elder from the corrupted blood beastmen tribe, the corrupted elder beastman, which might improve his chances of success. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted elder beastman. To be safe, Lin Xun first unsummoned the 3-headed lion, just in case the negotiation failed, and dragged the little lion into it. Then he pressed the second option. You tiptoe forward. Standing before the mountain-like beastman giant, you try calling out softly, but your voice is drowned out by its earth-shaking snores. Do you want to continue trying to wake the corrupted beastman giant? You tap its lower leg with your bone staff. Its eyelid twitches slightly, and the snoring momentarily pauses. Then it scratches its leg with a beast claw and continues snoring. Do you want to continue trying to wake the corrupted beastman giant? You jump up high and smash the bone staff against the beastman giant's knee. The corrupted beastman giant suddenly opens its eyes. Its scarlet pupils are filled with confusion, but when it recognizes who disturbed its sleep, it lets out a furious roar. You are about to apologize and attempt to speak. A blast of intense wind pressure hits as a massive beast claw slams down from above, crushing your tiny body into pulp. You are dead. Lin Xun spread his hands helplessly, successfully ruling out the second option. The feeble wandering soul is reborn in the cave of the Nameless Valley. Looks like I'll have to send the 3-headed lion to its death again. With the shell's death, the corrupted blood beastmen tribe's mobs had respawned for the 3rd time. Lin Xun decided to be cautious and did not rush to slaughter the mobs again just yet. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. You have used Blood Shadow Step. Moving with nimble dance steps, your shell's figure gradually fades and disappears. After activating the invisibility skill, he slipped past the beastmen's huts and advanced all the way to the giant gate. The corrupted beastman giant leans against the gate, once again fast asleep, its snore shaking the sky. Delicate and fragile apostle, what will you do? The game text once again presented the same 4 familiar options. Since the second option had proven useless, only the third option remained. Lin Xun opened his inventory and clicked on the brass whistle. With a crisp whistle, you summon the fierce and burly corrupted 3-headed lion. Remaining invisible, he clicked on the third option, ordering the 3-headed lion to move forward and attract the attention of the beastman giant. At your command, the corrupted 3-headed lion lowered its trembling body, hugging its 3 heads with its 2 large paws and sticking its rear in the air, clearly unwilling to go forward. Without a word, you gave it a swift kick on the rear. The corrupted 3-headed lion whimpered, then sprang up and charged toward the mountain-like beastman giant. The corrupted beastman giant jolted awake, baring its massive fanged mouth and roaring in fury. A giant beast claw swiped down at the three-headed lion, which quickly dodged and ran, narrowly escaping a crushing death. The corrupted beastman giant, eyes blazing with rage, got up and chased after the three-headed lion. The three-headed lion successfully lured the beastman giant away. Lin Xun silently prayed that it could hold out a bit longer. If he managed to open the gate before it died, he could cancel the summon and save some soul strength. Remaining invisible, you silently approach the giant gate. Looking up at the thick chain hanging from the top of the gate, you attempt to pull it to open the gate. You use all your strength, but the chain does not budge. Lin Xun suddenly realized that the dancer's slender shell clearly wasn't built for heavy labor. He quickly opened the shell panel and clicked on the engineer shell. You have possessed the shell of the Pyramid Corporation engineer. You step up again and pull the thick chain with all your might, but it still does not move at all. Damn. Lin Xun had never expected that even the usually reliable engineer would fail him here. He frowned. If even the engineer's strength couldn't open the giant gate, that meant the third option was also a dead end. Did this mean he had no choice but to fight the beastman giant head-on? Judging by the three-headed lion's reaction earlier, the hard fight option was most likely another death trap. Lin Xun found himself stuck for the moment. The only bit of good news was that the three-headed lion was still alive. Since the third option had also failed, he quickly opened the inventory and clicked the brass whistle, intending to cancel the three-headed lion's summon to avoid wasting soul strength. You blow the whistle, but the corrupted three-headed lion is too far away to hear the whistle and cannot be unsummoned. Upon seeing this message, Lin Xun's first reaction wasn't to curse this game. Instead, a crafty idea popped into his head. When he first obtained the brass whistle, the game text had mentioned something like this. Only one summoned creature can exist at a time. If you have already summoned another creature, using this item will summon the corrupted three-headed lion, and the previously summoned creature will be unsummoned. In other words, if he used the summoning horn to call forth his horse mount, the three-headed lion would be forcefully unsummoned. He opened his inventory, but the summoning horn text was grayed out. The Turkoman blood horse had died last time and had not yet been reshaped, so it was currently unavailable for summoning. Lin Xun let out a long sigh and prepared to return to the resting page to refresh things. That might reset the monsters and give the three-headed lion a chance to survive. Just as he was about to close the inventory, his eyes caught sight of an item. Beastman Pill. Item: a round black pill made by blending unknown herbs with the blood of beastmen giants. It emits a strong, fishy stench. When used, it causes a human shell to undergo beastification, temporarily granting immense combat power. If used on a beastman shell, it temporarily enlarges the body to giant size, transforming it into something akin to a beastman giant. According to the old beastman's memories, the larger the beastman's body, the greater its strength. If he possessed a beastman shell and used the beastman pill, causing the beastman's body to grow larger, could he then pull the chain mechanism? The idea made Lin Xun slap his forehead, cursing himself for being a bit slow on the uptake. If he had just used the beastman pill on a beastman shell to make it grow as large as a beastman giant, maybe the beastman giant would have mistaken him for one of its own and let him through without trouble. But that was only his guess. Whether it would actually work remained to be seen. Your summoned creature corrupted three-headed lion has died. Your summoned creature corrupted three-headed lion has died. The sudden game text flashed like a death sentence, informing Lin Xun that his time was running out. There was no time left to think or hesitate. He quickly opened the shell panel and clicked on the beastman shell. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted blood beastman. He opened the inventory and used the beastman pill. You have used the beastman pill. The pill's mystical power spreads through the shell. The corrupted blood beastman's eyes turn bloodshot, veins bulge all over its body, and its muscles swell like inflating balloons. The corrupted blood beastman begins to grow larger and larger, and your field of vision rises accordingly. In the blink of an eye, you become 5 to 6 meters tall, like a small mountain. Power surges through the shell. You can't help but roar, fully immersed in the overwhelming strength. You step forward and pull on the thick chain. The shell's massive muscles bulge as boundless strength wells up inside you. The chain begins to move slowly under your pull. As the chain moves, the giant gate in front of you gradually rises. With a loud clang, the giant gate reaches its highest point and locks firmly in place. Do you want to step through the giant gate and enter the Beastmen giant tribe's territory? Was that even a question? Lin Xun quickly clicked yes. If the Beastmen giant returned before he got through, he would definitely see the dreaded "You are dead" game text again. You step through the giant gate. The scene before you opens up into a vast, fertile plain. A fragment of the corrupted blood beastman's memory stirs within the shell. You remember that moving straight ahead will lead to the Beastmen giant tribe's chieftain's palace. Heading to the left leads to the residences of ordinary Beastmen giants. Heading to the right leads to the tombs of the successive chieftains of the Beastmen giant tribe. Hesitant apostle, where will you go? Lin Xun suspected that after taking the Beastman pill and increasing his size, the Beastmen giants might mistake him for one of their own. That might allow him to enter places he would otherwise be barred from without needing to fight. But according to the item's description, the Beastman pill's effect was temporary and could not maintain the giant form indefinitely. Lin Xun decided to prioritize his main objective, the tomb of the Beastmen giants. You step forward, following the map's guidance, heading to the right. As you travel, the once lush and fertile land gradually dries up and turns sandy. A gentle breeze kicks up layers of coarse, swirling yellow sand. Through the dust and sand, you spot a massive structure the color of the earth at the far end of your vision. You stride toward the massive structure. As you get closer, you see that it is an imposing tomb. The above-ground tomb is built from countless giant stones. Thick stone columns support a colonnade over 10 meters tall, and behind the colonnade is an arched doorway. A shimmering, translucent barrier covers the archway. Two corrupted Beastmen giant guards, each nearly 10 meters tall, stand motionless to either side, gripping enormous grayish-white bone clubs as they vigilantly guard the entrance. Do you want to enter the tomb of the successive Beastmen giant chieftains? The Beastman pill's effect had already been active for some time. Lin Xun figured the remaining duration was short and quickly clicked to enter. As soon as you pass through the colonnade, the two Beastmen giant guards step forward and shout at you. Unless you can present the chieftain scepter of the Beastmen giants, you cannot enter the tomb. Do you want to insist on entering or quietly retreat? Good news. The enlarged corrupted blood beast man seemed capable of passing as a Beastmen giant, as the two massive guards did not attack him outright. Bad news. Entering the tomb required a specific key item. As for forcing his way in and going head-to-head with the two Beastmen giants, the Beastman shell Lin Xun was currently possessing, even after taking the strength-enhancing pill, was only about 5 to 6 meters tall. Facing two 10-meter-tall Beastmen giants, calling it a suicide mission would be flattering. Knowing the pill's effect wouldn't last much longer, Lin Xun had no choice but to quietly retreat. After moving a safe distance away from the tomb, the game text suddenly updated. The Beastman pill's effect has worn off. The surging power within you gradually fades. Your tall and muscular body slowly shrinks and deflates, as though drained of all strength, and you revert to the small and scrawny, corrupted blood beastman. Good thing Lin Xun had retreated quickly. If he had shrunk back down right at the tomb's entrance, the two beastmen giants would likely have crushed him on the spot. He frowned, thinking through his next move. Lin Xun noticed that the earlier game text describing the tomb's entrance had mentioned a shimmering translucent barrier over the archway, which was likely some kind of alarm system. Maybe I should try sneaking in? He decided to give it a shot. After all, he had an invisibility skill, and if it really triggered an alarm, he could always just run away. If he could slip in unnoticed, he might be able to skip getting the key item altogether. Once he obtained a Beastmen giant shell and boosted his strength, he could explore properly. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. You have used Blood Shadow Step. Moving with nimble dance steps, your shell's figure gradually fades and disappears. After activating the invisibility skill, Lin Xun approached the tomb again. You advance, staying invisible, passing through the colonnade of the tomb of the successive Beastmen giant chieftains. The two massive creatures standing guard on either side of the archway remain completely unaware. Just as you are about to step through the giant archway, the doorframe's shimmering translucent barrier materializes, blocking your way. You lack the required key item and cannot enter this area. The barrier at the archway suddenly lights up, making the two Beastmen giant guards alert. Their huge scarlet eyes scan the area, but they fail to detect your invisible presence. Lin Xun let out a sigh. The barrier wasn't just an alarm system, it was also an identification system. Without the key item, there was no way to get in. It seemed clear now. He needed to acquire the key item known as the Chieftain's Scepter of the Beastmen Giants. Having failed his stealth attempt, he retreated all the way back to the fork in the road near the giant log gate. You look toward the gate's entrance. The corrupted Beastmen Giant is leaning against the mountain wall, fast asleep, completely unaware of your presence. This hidden map's difficulty was truly insane. The Beastmen Giant's strength far exceeded Lin Xun's expectations. If he didn't have the dancer's invisibility skill, he probably would have died countless times here. He opened his inventory. Only 2 Beastmen pills remained. He needed to conserve them. The game text popped up again, prompting him to choose a direction. The tomb on the right was off limits for now. The middle road led to the chieftain's palace, and the left road led to the ordinary Beastmen Giants' residential area. Lin Xun thought it over carefully. The chieftain's scepter was probably in the palace. But from the name alone, it was obvious that the chieftain's palace would be much more difficult to explore than the residential area. It seemed smarter to search the Beastmen Giants' residential area first. He might stumble upon some useful items there. With that in mind, Lin Xun chose the left path. You stay invisible and proceed down the road to the left. You stay invisible and proceed down the road to the left. After traveling for quite some time down the left path, you spot rows of towering stone buildings in the distance. You quicken your pace and move closer to take a better look. These structures are also built from giant stones, but compared to the grand tomb you saw earlier, they look extremely simple and crude. The uneven giant stone blocks are stacked haphazardly, with gaps so large you could fit your entire shell through them. These towering stone houses are the dwellings of the ordinary Beastmen Giants. You are surprised to find that there is not a single Beastmen Giant in sight within this residential area. Do you want to step forward and investigate? Lin Xun frowned. He had expected this area to be full of danger, but unexpectedly, the Beastmen Giants had all disappeared. As the saying goes, when something abnormal happens, there must be a reason. He focused his attention and clicked yes. You stay invisible and move in to investigate. On the ground between the towering houses, you see countless wide but shallow grooves, as if left behind by some huge creature being dragged along. Although these grooves are messy, they all point in the same direction. You cautiously follow the grooves. Passing through the cluster of stone houses, you soon come across a mountain of corpses. A foul stench carried by the wind hits you, making you gag. The towering mountain of corpses is swarming with flies and crawling with maggots. All the bodies are Beastmen Giants, their flesh shriveled and dried out like pieces of wind-cured meat. You tiptoe closer to examine them. Despite their horrific deaths, the faces of the Beastmen Giants look peaceful and calm. Lin Xun was instantly on high alert. All the Beastmen Giants from this residential area had died here, their bodies piled up into a massive mound. This was likely not a natural disaster. Could it be that they were slaughtered by some other creature, with their corpses deliberately stacked in this place? It was hard to imagine what kind of powerful entity could wipe out an entire tribe of Beastmen Giants. Do you want to stay and search the area, or return the way you came? Lin Xun, knowing his invisibility skills' time was limited, quickly clicked search. But the area was depressingly barren. After searching for a long while, he found nothing of value, only junk items like rotten meat chunks and broken bones. The Beastmen Giants' corpses were all dried husks, and no game text appeared offering the option to possess any of them. Seeing that this area was now fully explored, he retraced his steps back to the fork near the giant log gate. You look toward the entrance of the gate. The giant log gate, which had previously spanned between the 2 mountain walls, has now been destroyed and lies in ruins. Beside the ruins lies the shriveled corpse of a Beastmen Giant. It is the same one that had been guarding the gate earlier. That Beastmen Giant had turned into a dried corpse too? Lin Xun felt this place growing eerier by the minute, and a chilling thought surfaced in his mind. He quickly chose the path to the right, toward the tomb, and sprinted all the way back to the chieftain's tomb. Sure enough, the game text had changed. The 2 corrupted Beastmen Giant guards standing on either side of the giant archway behind the colonnade have also turned into enormous dried corpses. Their flesh is shriveled and withered, yet their expressions remain peaceful and calm. All dead? Lin Xun's brow furrowed tightly. He couldn't imagine how these enormous, powerfully built Beastmen Giants had all been killed without a chance to resist, slaughtered like wheat being cut down. Seeing the text repeatedly describing their horrific deaths but peaceful expressions, he had a creeping suspicion. He tried to enter the tomb again. Although there were no longer any guards, the shimmering barrier at the archway still blocked his way. Looks like the source of all these clues must be in the chieftain's palace. He retreated to the fork in the road near the giant gate, and the game text prompted him to pick a direction once more. You stay invisible and proceed down the road ahead. After traveling for quite some time, you spot a magnificent and towering palace in the distance. Climbing up the stone steps with both hands and feet, you reach the palace gate. The palace doors are wide open, and inside lie the bodies of beastmen giants scattered haphazardly across the floor, their corpses in the same condition you've seen before. Do you want to enter the beastmen giant chieftain's palace? Even though this palace practically screamed death at every corner, Lin Xun had no choice but to enter if he wanted to get the key item needed for the tomb. He waited for a while at the palace gate, letting his invisibility cooldown expire, then reapplied the invisibility skill and firmly pressed yes. You stay invisible and step into the open palace doors. Thick round columns line both sides of the hall, supporting the dome of the palace. The Grand Hall's decor has a primitive and ancient style. On the floor of the hall, dozens of beastmen giant corpses lie sprawled. Looking deeper into the hall, you see a towering figure seated on a giant stone throne, so large that you have to crane your neck to look up at it. Unlike ordinary beastmen giants, this colossal figure is so tall that even while sitting, it is slightly larger than the giant guards you saw before. Its thick, black fur has completely fallen off, and its once ferocious fanged face now looks more human-like. Its sharp beast claws have evolved into five-fingered hands. A thick, almost tangible bloody aura wafts around the corrupted beastmen giant chieftain, like a shroud of blood. The corrupted beastmen giant chieftain stares at the corpses of its kin scattered around the hall, its scarlet eyes brimming with madness. It sticks out its tongue and licks the dried blood still caked around its mouth. Lin Xun had already suspected what was going on, but now that the truth was laid bare before his eyes, he was still a bit shaken. From the game text, it was clear that the chieftain had slaughtered its own kin, draining their blood and turning them into these horrifying dried corpses. Why had it done this? Beside the giant stone throne leans a small bone club made of gold. Even though it appears small for the beastmen giant chieftain, it is still far thicker than your shell's entire body. The so-called small bone club is the chieftain's scepter of the beastmen giants, the crucial key to entering the tomb. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. If the scepter had been in the chieftain's hands, there would be no way for him to steal it or defeat the monster in a fight. He knew that without even thinking about it. But since the scepter was leaning against the throne, this at least gave him some room to maneuver. Reckless Apostle, what will you do? 1. Reveal yourself and challenge the corrupted beastmen giant chieftain to a one-on-one duel. A true warrior's battlefield is right here. Even in defeat, you will fall with honor. 2. Quietly exit the palace, giving up your chance to obtain the scepter. A coward who values life over death, you bide your time, waiting for a better opportunity to strike. 3. Stay invisible and sneak up to the giant stone throne. Seize the scepter while the chieftain is unaware. Then brace yourself for the beastmen giant chieftain's inevitable fury. Of the three options, the first was to fight head-on, and the second was to run away. Only the third option looked remotely sane. Unfortunately, the three-headed lion was already dead. Otherwise, a fourth option to lure the enemy away might have appeared. After thinking it over, Lin Xun decided to pick the third option. He figured that later, when he remade the little lion, it would cost him some soul strength to send it to its death again. If he could steal the scepter with the theater dancer shell and avoid being detected, he would save that bit of soul strength. You keep your head down, staying invisible, doing your best to avoid looking at the towering, terrifying figure as you silently creep toward the throne. A dense, almost tangible blood mist surrounds the giant stone throne. Do you want to step into the blood mist and attempt to steal the chieftain's scepter? Lin Xun frowned deeply. Could that blood mist around the beastmen giant chieftain be some kind of detection mechanism? The way the game text phrased it made it obvious, if he stepped forward, the chances of dying were high. He opened his inventory to check his items. The two remaining beastman pills were not suitable here, and none of the other items seemed relevant to the current situation. Unable to find a way to break through, Lin Xun steeled himself and gritted his teeth before clicking yes. If I die, so be it. As long as I get the scepter, it's worth it. Fearless apostle, you step into the blood mist without hesitation, moving closer to the giant stone throne. Your figure is stained by the blood mist. Your invisibility effect is broken. The form of your theater dancer shell becomes visible. A deafening roar of rage erupts from above you. The corrupted beastman giant chieftain has spotted you. Do you want to turn and flee for your life, or fight to the death to seize the scepter? The blood-red game text trembled furiously. Why are you even asking? Grab the thing already. Lin Xun quickly pressed to seize the scepter. Ignoring the corrupted beastman giant chieftain's furious roar, you crouch down, push off with both legs, and shoot toward the scepter beside the throne like an arrow. A massive shadow looms over you. A terrifying gust of wind pressure crashes down from above. You get closer and closer to the chieftain's scepter. Just one more step and you'll reach it. The violent wind pressure makes it impossible to keep your balance. You are pinned to the ground by the sheer force of it. Pressed against the cold floor, staring at the scepter just within reach, you stretch out your right arm, let out a furious roar of defiance, and push yourself forward by one last inch. You touch the golden bone club scepter. You have obtained the chieftain scepter of the beastmen giants, rare. The colossal hand crashes down with overwhelming force, instantly crushing you into minced flesh. You hear the furious roar of the beastmen giant chieftain once again. You are dead. Lin Xun pumped his fist excitedly. He had finally secured the key to open the tomb. Although the theater dancer shell had been tragically lost, it was a death well worth it. Getting the chieftain's scepter, even at the cost of some soul strength, was a trade he would happily make any day. The feeble wandering soul is reborn inside the cave in the Nameless Valley. Lin Xun quickly opened his inventory to check the loot he had just won. Chieftain Scepter of the Beastmen Giants, rare weapon, a weapon crafted from the shinbone of a mountain monster chieftain, coated in gold paint to give the illusion that it is forged from solid gold. The Chieftain's Scepter is not only a Beastmen Giant's weapon, but also a key to enter a forbidden area. This giant weapon is extremely heavy and difficult for ordinary shells to wield. Lin Xun had thought the scepter was merely a key item, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a weapon used by the Beastmen Giants as well. Reading the last line of the description, which stated that ordinary shells couldn't handle the weapon's massive weight, he decided to test it out. He possessed the engineer shell and tried to equip the chieftain's scepter. This shell lacks sufficient strength to wield this weapon. Not surprising at all. To the Beastmen Giants, the scepter was a small weapon, but for ordinary shells, it was a colossal piece of equipment. Thankfully, the game's mechanics allowed items to be stored in the inventory simply by touching them. If it required lifting the item to stash it, the process of grabbing the scepter would have been much more of a headache. Now that both the theater dancer and the three-headed lion were dead, Lin Xun put down his phone. The next morning, with the theater dancer shell remade and the three-headed lion resurrected, he set out for battle once again. The feeble wandering soul awakens inside the cave in the Nameless Valley. He possessed the corrupted yellow-robed bishop and once more wiped out the corrupted blood beastmen tribe's mobs for a bit of extra experience. Then he headed straight for the tomb of the successive beastmen giant chieftains. The giant log gate ahead has collapsed into rubble, with only a dried-out corpse of a beastmen giant left behind. After climbing over the ruins, you spot a massive crimson figure in the distance. The corrupted beastmen giant chieftain, shrouded in a mist of blood, scans the area with its head down, seemingly searching for something. From time to time, it lets out furious roars. Do you want to confront it in battle, or sneak around it? Wow, these monsters really know how to hold a grudge. Seeing the massive boss still looking for him, Lin Xun decisively switched to the theater dancer shell, activated the invisibility skill, and clicked to sneak around it. You stay invisible and quietly slip past the corrupted beastmen giant chieftain. The chieftain's blood mist had a limited range. As long as he kept his distance and maintained invisibility, he wouldn't be detected. You head toward the right side and soon arrive at the tomb of the successive beastmen giant chieftains. You pass through the colonnade. The shimmering barrier over the arched gateway glows faintly. Carrying the chieftain's scepter of the beastmen giants, you pass through the archway without obstruction. Your eyes widen as you enter a vast hall, where dozens of massive stone sarcophagi are neatly arranged. These horizontal stone coffins are so enormous that, even if you jumped with all your might, you wouldn't be able to touch the coffin lids. The burial customs of the beastmen giants were quite unique. Instead of burying the coffins underground, they just left them lined up in the hall, saving Lin Xun a lot of extra work. Do you want to stay here or continue exploring deeper into the tomb? The giant stone coffins no doubt held the corpses of beastmen giant chieftains. Lin Xun wondered if they had a tradition of burying treasure with the dead. After thinking it over, he chose to stay. You pause and look around. Other than the dozens of enormous sarcophagi, there is nothing of value in the hall. It seemed that the valuable loot was all inside the coffins. But the theater dancer shell was too small to even reach the coffin lids. Lin Xun smiled faintly. For him, this kind of problem was a piece of cake. You possess the shell of the corrupted blood beastmen. You use the beastman pill. The pill's mysterious power spreads through the shell. The corrupted blood beastman shell's eyes become bloodshot, veins bulge across its body, and its muscles swell like balloons. In an instant, you grow to 5 or 6 meters tall, towering like a small mountain. Do you want to push open the giant stone coffin lid in front of you? Do you want to push open the giant stone coffin lid in front of you? In your massive form, you stretch out a beastly claw, placing it on the coffin lid. Your bulging muscles tense and rise as you slowly push the lid aside. Inside the giant stone coffin lies the long-decayed and withered remains of a beastman giant. There are no burial treasures within the coffin, only a small, shimmering object. Recognizing that familiar glow, you do not hesitate and collect the item. You have obtained nameless large chunk of spirit *1. Lin Xun opened his inventory. This spirit essence item was worth 1,000 points. With dozens of giant stone coffins in the hall, that meant jackpot. His eyes lit up as he quickly moved to the next giant stone coffin. You have obtained nameless large chunk of spirit *1. You have obtained nameless chunk of spirit *1. You have obtained nameless trace of spirit *1. You have obtained nameless large chunk of spirit *1. You have looted all the giant stone coffins in the burial hall. Do you want to explore deeper into the tomb? Lin Xun opened his inventory. Not every spirit essence he looted was worth 1,000 points, some were worth 500 or 300 points. Even so, after opening all the spirit essence blind boxes, he had gained a total of more than 18,000 spirit essence points. This run is pure profit. He grinned widely. If that beastman giant chieftain outside knew its ancestral tomb had been raided, it would probably storm in and smack him down immediately. Thinking of that, Lin Xun decided to make use of the remaining time on his beastman pill and quickly chose to continue exploring. You walk past the rows of giant stone coffins, heading toward the far end of the burial hall. At the far end of the hall is a familiar massive archway, covered by a shimmering barrier. You cannot see what lies beyond the door. Do you want to step through the archway? Lin Xun was just about to click yes when he suddenly remembered something. He quickly selected no. You remain at the entrance of the giant archway. Greedy as always, you hope to dig up even more treasure, but unfortunately, all the coffins in the hall have already been looted. It might be wise to pass through the archway now. Do you want to step through the archway? Trying to push me along, huh? Lin Xun had clicked no just on a whim, but to his surprise, treasure really had been hidden in this hall before. He opened his inventory, where an item quietly rested. Totem pole of the corrupted blood beastmen, a totem pole about the size of a human arm, carved from some kind of stone. It is decorated with images of beastmen giants and mountain monsters. While restoring the tomb of the successive beastmen giant chieftains, the corrupted blood beastmen left behind secret locks unknown to others. Using this totem pole allows you to unlock these hidden locks. Staring at the item, Lin Xun chose to remain near the archway. The game text kept prompting him to enter, which meant the treasure left behind by the corrupted blood beastmen was likely hidden somewhere in this hall. Persistent Apostle, you carefully search along the walls of the burial hall. You discover a section of wall carving that appears slightly out of place. You squat down in your giant form and gently poke at it with your sharp beastly claw. Stone fragments crumble away, revealing a hole about the thickness of a human arm. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. He quickly opened his inventory. He swiftly clicked on the totem pole of the corrupted blood beastmen. You insert the totem pole, which is the size of a toothpick to you, into the hole. The totem pole fits snugly. After insertion, you hear faint clicking sounds from inside the wall. Before long, a few seams appear on the wall, and a hidden small stone door quietly swings open. Do you want to enter the hidden chamber in the tomb? Good thing I was cautious, otherwise I might have missed out on this reward. Lin Xun decisively pressed yes. Your body is too large to fit through the half-human-sized stone door. Lin Xun quickly opened the shell slots and clicked on the theater dancer shell. You possess the corrupted theater dancer shell. Switching shells does not refresh their state. Injuries, buffs, and debuffs all remain. Lin Xun did not need to worry that the enlargement effect of the Beastman pill would disappear right away. You step into the hidden chamber in the tomb. The chamber is dim. You rely on the light spilling in from the burial hall to examine the room. The cramped hidden chamber contains only a single stone treasure chest. Do you want to approach and open the treasure chest? A stone chest shouldn't turn into a mimic, right? You open the stone treasure chest. You have obtained the record seal of the corrupted blood beastmen chieftain document. You have obtained the bloodline essence of the ancestor giant, special item. 2 items, not a huge haul, but the second special item piqued Lin Xun's interest. He opened his inventory. Record seal of the corrupted blood beastmen chieftain document. In the eyes of the beastmen giants, we are nothing more than enslaved tools, servants, and beasts. This dark, oppressive life has persisted through countless generations of the corrupted blood beastmen. We once tried to resist, waging war, but the disparity in strength and size led to our crushing defeat. The failure of that war made our lives even more miserable. Fortunately, we had one final hope. To maintain the grandeur of the chieftain's tomb, the beastmen giants had to summon us every few years to repair the tomb. It was during these times that I discovered the ancestor giant, who was worshipped and enshrined deep within the tomb. Strangely, every time I returned to the tomb after a few years, the ancestor's remains would appear noticeably smaller. One day, by sheer chance, I uncovered a shocking secret. The crystal coffin was originally meant to condense the ancestor's bloodline and serve as a vessel to awaken the ancestor. When the bloodline power reached its peak, the ancestor would open its eyes and revive, and the crystal coffin would automatically unlock. But the chieftain secretly exploited the crystal coffin's properties to seek power for himself. Ever since, I began secretly collecting some of the ancestor's bloodline essence. These essences contain immense power, capable of refining and elevating our bloodline. Unfortunately, because our bloodline is too mixed, our people couldn't withstand the might of the essence. They all went mad and died. So far, not a single one has successfully endured the bloodline evolution. Recently, the ancestors' remains have grown even smaller, while the beastmen giant chieftain's thirst for bloodline power has only intensified. I've heard the chieftain has begun targeting criminals within his own tribe, using charges of violating tribal law to execute them, but in truth, it is to drain their meager traces of the ancestors' bloodline. This clearly shows that the ancestors' bloodline has been pushed to its limit, and the power-hungry chieftain is now turning against his own kin. Let them devour each other like dogs. My life is drawing to an end. I have left this hidden chamber in the tomb and entrusted the key to my tribe as a treasured heirloom. To my descendants, I hope you can withstand the power of the ancestors' bloodline, defeat and eradicate the beastmen giants, and restore the honor of the corrupted blood beastmen. Lin Xun carefully absorbed the contents of the document. The gist: the oppressed corrupted blood beastmen chieftain secretly intercepted part of the ancestor giant's bloodline essence to empower his tribe, aiming to rise up against the beastmen giants. But it seemed the ancestor giant had already been drained dry? Damn it. Lin Xun had gone through countless hardships to reach this place, only for this cursed game to tell him that the biggest reward was already gone. The ancestor giant was the shell he had dreamed of, now reduced to a pile of useless residue. Residue? What use could that possibly have? Suppressing his frustration and disappointment, Lin Xun turned to the other item. Bloodline essence of the ancestor giant, special item. Bloodline essence of the ancestor giant, special item pure bloodline that should have remained hidden within the body of the giant race, somehow extracted into bloodline essence. This essence contains incredible power. This item can only be used on shells that possess giant bloodline. After use, it will elevate the shell's bloodline strength, thereby enhancing the shell's quality. Lin Xun's first reaction was to kill the beastmen giant chieftain, then possess it and use this item. But on second thought, compatibility was not only tied to race, it was also affected by body size. The corrupted blood beastman's compatibility, even with bonuses, barely reached the 80s. Trying to possess the nearly 20-meter-tall beastman giant chieftain would be nothing but a pipe dream. He searched the hidden chamber once more and, seeing there were no other rewards, exited the chamber. You possess the corrupted blood beastman shell. Switching back to the beastman shell that had taken the beastman pill, he continued exploring deeper into the tomb. At the far end of the hall is the familiar massive archway, covered by a shimmering film of light. You cannot see what lies beyond. Do you want to step through the archway? Carrying the chieftain's scepter of the beastmen giants, you pass through the archway without obstruction. Inside the vast burial chamber lies a colossal transparent coffin, seemingly crafted from crystal. The coffin stretches almost the entire length of the chamber. Even if you stand on your tiptoes, you can barely reach the towering coffin lid. Inside the crystal coffin rests a naked human shell. Its eyes are closed, appearing to be in eternal slumber. You examine the human shell. Shell of the Earth Giant. Giants are descendants of the Titan race, and the Earth Giant is the largest and most powerful subgroup of the giants. They are beloved children of the Mother Earth. As long as their feet touch the ground, they are blessed by Mother Earth, gaining a constant stream of physical power and unparalleled shell defense. For some reason, the bloodline power within the shell has nearly dried up, causing the shell to shrink drastically to the size of an ordinary human. It died due to soul annihilation. Compatibility 141%, plus 45%. Do you want to push open the crystal coffin's lid, or do you want to possess the shell in front of you? This is the Ancestor Giant? Damn game, are you kidding me? Lin Xun had thought that, even if it was just residue, it would at least still look like a giant. He didn't expect the Ancestor Giant to be drained down to a mummified husk, completely indistinguishable from an ordinary human shell. But, since I'm here already. Even though he grumbled that he didn't want it, the shell's description still looked extremely impressive. He discarded a useless beastman shell from his shell slots and chose to possess it. You possess the Earth Giant shell. Possession failed. The feeble wandering soul is blocked by the crystal coffin and cannot possess it. Lin Xun's face darkened, and his mouth twitched. Can't possess it, so why the hell did you give me the option, cursed game? You return to the corrupted blood beastman shell. Taking advantage of the fact that the beastman pill's effect hasn't worn off yet, you quickly press the option to push open the coffin lid. Standing on your tiptoes, you place both beast paws on the crystal coffin lid. Both your feet and paws exert force simultaneously, muscles bulging all over as you strain to push the lid. The crystal coffin lid does not budge. What the hell? Even a beastman boosted by the pill can't push open the coffin lid? Lin Xun, unwilling to give up, presses the option again. You push with all your might. The crystal coffin lid does not budge. The effect of the beastman pill has ended. The surging power in your body gradually fades away. Your towering body slowly shrinks and shrivels, like being drained dry. You return to being the small and frail corrupted blood beastman. Welp, no need to keep trying now. Even a giant-sized beastman couldn't push open the coffin. There's still one beastman pill left in the inventory, but Lin Xun already understands. Brute force alone won't open the crystal coffin. His eyes shift to the newly obtained bloodline essence of the Ancestor Giant. Maybe using this, together with the beastman pill, could do the trick? Lin Xun frowns in deep thought. His instincts as a veteran gamer tell him, the Earth Giant must be salvageable. The bloodline essence of the Ancestor Giant is likely meant to be used on the Earth Giant to awaken its bloodline and enhance its shell quality. But the problem is he can't open the crystal coffin right now, can't possess the shell, and therefore can't even apply the enhancement, much less make use of it. For a moment, Lin Xun is stuck. Using the bloodline essence might just leave him with a garbage shell. But if he doesn't use it, he risks losing a shell with high potential. He put down his phone and lit a cigarette. Through the swirling pale blue smoke, the glowing ember at the tip flickers, casting shadows over his closed eyes and serious expression. After a long pause, Lin Xun suddenly opened his eyes and snuffed out the cigarette. He grabbed his phone and quickly clicked on the record stele of the corrupted blood beastman chieftain. When the ancestor's bloodline power reaches its peak, it will open its eyes and awaken. The crystal coffin will automatically open. His gaze shifts to the corner of the inventory, where a long-forgotten item quietly rests. Flesh core, item a strange crystal stone formed from countless bits of flesh and muscle, emitting the fragrant scent of blood and meat. After use, you can temporarily control some masterless flesh. This item had dropped when he killed the corrupted aggregate at the St. Rance marketplace. He exhaled a deep breath. All the clues are in place now. The only uncertainty is whether the crystal coffin's trigger requires the bloodline power to truly reach its peak, or whether it simply needs the giant to open its eyes and revive. If it's the former, he's sure no apostle could ever open this coffin at the current difficulty level. Which means the true condition must be the latter. Without hesitating, he taps the flesh core. Do you want to use the flesh core on the earth giant shell? You crush the flesh core crystal stone in your hand. A surge of blood-colored mist instantly rises. You inhale deeply, pulling this blood mist into your body, then slowly exhale. The blood mist flows upward, slipping through tiny gaps between the crystal coffin lid and base. It continues downward, spreading over the earth giant shell and entering its nostrils. You have obtained temporary control of the earth giant shell. The earth giant slowly opens its eyes and sits up. The massive crystal coffin lid seems to be pulled by an invisible force, tilting backward and gradually opening. With a deafening crash, the crystal lid topples to the other side of the coffin, smashing into pieces and leaving a deep pit. Do you want to possess the earth giant shell? Lin Xun smiled slightly and, without hesitation, tapped yes. You have possessed the earth giant shell. You have taken control of this unfamiliar shell. Its memories have completely dissipated with the extinction of its soul. Lin Xun quickly opened the shell panel, feeling a surge of anticipation for the earth giant's shell. Shell, earth giant. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 141% plus 45%. Compatibility exceeds the critical point, shell quality enhanced. Shell quality, common plus grade. Shell level, 1. Shell equipment, none. Shell skill, blessing of Mother Earth, epic plus grade as the favored child of Mother Earth. As long as your body touches the ground, you will receive the mighty blessing power, greatly increasing the shell's strength and defense. No complex terrain can hinder you. Even on quicksand, you can walk as if on solid ground. Lin Xun stared at the shell panel's attributes, falling into a long silence. The Beastman giant chieftain had really drained the shell dry. The shell quality was common grade, and only after exceeding 100 compatibility had it been bumped up to common plus. The shell level was just 1. Lin Xun knew that the earth giant's original quality and level had to be far higher, likely reduced because it had been sucked dry. The only thing worth praising was the earth giant's skill, which had reached a stunning epic plus grade. From this, Lin Xun deduced that the earth giant's initial shell quality had to be at least epic grade, possibly even legendary. It's too hollow. It needs nourishment. Lin Xun opened his inventory and decisively clicked on the bloodline essence of the ancestor giant. The purpose of this item was to enhance the earth giant's shell quality. Do you want to use the bloodline essence of the ancestor giant on the earth giant shell? You have used the bloodline essence of the ancestor giant. The earth giant's bloodline returns to you. The power of the bloodline gradually awakens. You clench your fists tightly and let out a low roar. The bloodline power within the shell begins to revive, and your body grows larger and taller. The earth giant shell quality has been upgraded to fine grade. The earth giant shell quality has been upgraded to fine plus grade. The earth giant shell quality has been upgraded to rare grade. Like a towering mountain, you step out of the crystal coffin with a single stride. As your feet make contact with the ground, you are blessed by Mother Earth, your body grows even larger, and your frame brims with endless power. You cannot help but unleash a thunderous roar. Lin Xun checked the shell panel again and saw that the shell quality had been enhanced to rare grade. However, without counting the bonus from compatibility, it was actually only fine plus grade. He frowned. For an ordinary shell, this would be an incredible leap forward. But for the Earth Giant, which was originally epic or even legendary, it still felt too underwhelming. According to the game's logic of higher risks bringing higher rewards, the Earth Giant's shell quality should be far beyond this. In other words, there must be another way to boost the shell's quality. Lin Xun's thoughts immediately turned to the Beastman giant chieftain. The blood mist surrounding the chieftain boss was likely a result of absorbing the giant's bloodline. If he defeated this chieftain boss, it might drop an item capable of enhancing the Earth Giant's bloodline. Based on his understanding of the game, while there was no guarantee of a 100% drop rate for such items, the probability had to be at least 80 or 90%. But how could he kill the Beastman Giant Chieftain? The other shells were no match for the Chieftain boss. If the Earth Giant used the Beastman pill, it might have a fighting chance, but with the Earth Giant at only level 1, it would probably just end up as cannon fodder. His gaze shifted to another item in his inventory, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Corrupted Fruit of Life, epic grade item. Using this item will cause the corrupting power to deeply infect your shell. It will not only increase your shell's level, the lower the shell's level, the more it will rise, but also allow the shell to recall its true name. This item can only be used on shells of epic quality or lower. Using this item would not only raise the Earth Giant's shell level, but also unlock its true name. Truly killing two birds with one stone. Just to be safe, Lin Xun searched the tomb again to confirm that there were no true name items for the giant here. Then he decisively clicked to use it. Do you want to use the Corrupted Fruit of Life on the Earth Giant shell? You have used the Corrupted Fruit of Life. The corrupting power within the fruit has infected the shell. Your eyes gradually fill with a scarlet hue. The Earth Giant transforms into the Corrupted Earth Giant. The Corrupted Earth Giant shell level has increased to level 20. You have unlocked the true name of the Corrupted Earth Giant, Morton. You can now manifest the shell in the real world. From level 1 up to level 20, it was basically a direct ascension. But even so, it was still far from enough to take on the Beastman Giant Chieftain boss. Lin Xun could only place his hopes on the one remaining Beastman pill, hoping that after using this item, it would boost the Earth Giant's strength enough to bring down the Beastman Giant Chieftain. He exited the tomb, preparing for a life-and-death battle with the big boss. Just as he stepped out of the tomb entrance, unexpected text popped up. You are being watched by an unknown presence. Your connection to the corrupting blood sun deepens. Your body mutates, sprouting twisted organs, and you have learned a new skill. Blood pineal gland. Blood pineal gland, epic plus grade and offering to the corrupting blood sun that brings its blessing. While bathed in the blood sun's rays, devout believers receive a temporary level plus 10 buff. Lin Xun's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected the corrupting blood sun to suddenly give him a boost. So this was the bonus benefit of letting the shell get corrupted by the blood sun? Thinking back, when he had used the blood sun cultist shell and touched the blood sun sculpture, he had also gained this skill. Back then, the blood pineal gland was fine grade and provided a temporary 5-level boost. It seemed that the Earth Giant's corruption had greatly pleased the corrupting blood sun, which had promptly rewarded him with an epic plus grade skill. However, Lin Xun also had another suspicion. Could it be that the corrupting blood sun had been keeping an eye on him, favoring him, and trying to lure him away from the opposing camp by giving him a powerful skill? Suppressing his sudden traitorous thoughts, Lin Xun opened the shell panel. Shell, Corrupted Earth Giant. True name, Morton. Compatibility, 141%, plus 45%. Compatibility exceeds the critical point, shell quality enhanced. Shell quality, rare grade. Shell level, 30 plus 10. Shell equipment, none. Shell skill, Blessing of Mother Earth, epic plus grade. Shell skill, Blood pineal gland, epic plus grade. Everything else looked well filled out, except the shell equipment slot was still empty. Lin Xun casually moved the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear into the giant's equipment slot. You, towering and mighty, are now gripping a weapon the size of a toothpick. You feel even weaker. Lin Xun's mouth twitched, speechless. Imagining the towering Earth Giant wielding something like an embroidery needle in battle with the enemy, it was indeed a comical sight. He swapped it out for the Chieftain Scepter of the Beastmen Giants. You have equipped the Chieftain Scepter of the Beastmen Giants. You feel stronger. He made his way back to the fork at the giant log gate, only to find that the Beastmen Giant Chieftain was no longer there. The corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain, who had been waiting for you here, has disappeared. Judging by the large footprints left on the ground, you deduce that it has returned to the Chieftain's palace. Do you want to head to the Beastmen Giant Chieftain's palace? Lin Xun prepared to use the Beastman pill at any moment and clicked yes. You stride forward along the road and soon see a grand and imposing palace. You step onto the towering stone steps, arriving at the palace gates. The palace gates stand open. Deep inside the hall, a massive figure can be seen faintly slumbering on the throne. Do you want to enter the Beastmen Giant Chieftain's palace? Lin Xun sneered. Only an idiot would go in. Once inside, he would no longer be exposed to the blood sun's rays, and the temporary +10 level buff would vanish. He opened the shell panel and switched to the yellow-robed bishop. You have possessed the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church shell. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and silently chant an incantation. A flash of red light. A deafening roar of fury echoes from deep within the hall. Now was the moment. Lin Xun quickly switched back to the giant shell, opened his inventory, and used the Beastman pill. You have used the Beastman pill. The miraculous power of the pill spreads through your shell. The corrupted earth giant bulges with red eyes, veins popping out all over, and muscles swelling explosively. The corrupted earth giant grows even larger. Your perspective rises along with it. In the blink of an eye, you have become nearly 20 meters tall, towering like a mountain. Power surges wildly within your shell. You cannot help but let out a thunderous roar. Although still far from your peak size, you have regained a faint trace of your former glory. Answering your roar is the corrupted Beastman Giant Chieftain. The earth shakes as it bursts out of the palace gates, blood-red eyes locked on you, charging straight ahead. You grip the chieftain's scepter of the Beastmen Giants, ready for a life-or-death battle. With a tremendous crash, the corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain falls to its knees, sliding forward and sending debris flying, carving 2 deep trenches in its wake. It prostrates itself, kowtowing repeatedly, and even lifts your enormous foot to kiss your toes. Noble-blooded apostle, what will you do? Lin Xun stood dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre plot twist was this? Seeing the words noble-blooded, he snapped back to his senses. In the world of the Blood Sun, it seemed that high-level bloodlines exerted overwhelming suppression over their descendants. For instance, the dragon pearl he had obtained before was able to suppress a powerful subspecies sea dragon boss, rendering it unable to fight back. And now, the awakening of the Earth Giant's bloodline had turned the Beastmen Giant Chieftain into a complete lapdog. Although this deduction made everything seem logical, Lin Xun still felt that something about it was vaguely off. Noble-blooded apostle, what will you do? 1. Mercifully spare the corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain. No matter what wrongs it has committed, it is still your bloodline descendant. A little betrayal is nothing, of course you forgive it. 2. Seeing your wayward descendant return to the fold, you feel gratified. You pat its big head and grant it the chieftain's scepter of the Beastmen Giants. Perhaps it will then become your follower. 3. The hatred of having your bloodline power stolen burns within you. You grip the chieftain's scepter of the Beastmen Giants and smash it on its skull. For such treachery, only blood can repay blood. The first option was the whole if you love it, forgive it thing. Automatically ignored. The second option seemed off. The scepter was originally the chieftain boss's item. Handing it back just to gain such a powerful boss as a follower? That was too good to be true. He thought back to when he had gotten that warhorse, a low-level mount, and even that had required extensive taming and the use of an item before it submitted. As for the 3-headed lion, that had been even more of a headache. Completing that questline had been a dizzying ordeal, and obtaining that powerful summon usually required apostles to give up the rest of their chapter progress as the price. As Lin Xun pondered, the option text began to tremble. You hear the corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain lying prostrate on the ground panting anxiously. Getting impatient already? Trying to trick me into giving you back the weapon? Lin Xun narrowed his eyes and decisively chose the third option, smashing its head in with one strike. You grip the chieftain's scepter of the Beastmen Giants, muscles bulging all over your body. With a roar of fury, you slam the scepter down hard on the head of the corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain. With a loud crash, blood splatters everywhere. It staggers, blood flowing down its head like a small stream. The corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain lets out a furious roar and rises to its full towering height, charging at you. You raise the scepter again and smash down on it. Without its preferred weapon and suppressed by your superior bloodline power, it cannot even unleash half of its strength. Beaten back and forth by your blows, it is soon covered in wounds. The corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain roars, spreading its massive arms and swinging wildly. You understand its meaning. Though defeated, it is unwilling to concede and wants to grapple with you in a fair contest of strength. For Earth Giants, they always relish testing their strength against enemies and love crushing foes with endless might. Brave and fearless apostle, do you want to toss aside your weapon and follow the Earth Giant tradition by wrestling it fair and square? Lin Xun raised an eyebrow and immediately pressed no. The Beastmen giants really had rocks for brains. Time to teach it a little lesson today about the new era. Your crimson eyes filled with disdain, you keep gripping the scepter and continue bashing it repeatedly. With a final roar of unwillingness, your enemy's bones shatter, and it slowly collapses to the ground. You have defeated the corrupted Beastmen giant chieftain. Your experience points have massively increased. Power surges within your shell. The corrupted earth giant shell level has increased. Current shell level, 35, plus 5, plus 10. You have obtained the Beastmen Giant Chieftain's Spirit Essence, Special Spirit Essence item. You have obtained the Beastmen Giant Chieftain's Skirt, Rare Grade Equipment. You have obtained the large amount of Bloodline Essence of the Ancestor Giant, Special Item. You have obtained the War Monument of the Beastmen Giants and Trant Tribe, Document. You gaze down at the limp, lifeless body before you. Corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain Shell, the chieftain of the Beastmen Giants tribe. Originally, by consuming the bloodline of the ancestor giant, its body had grown to a staggering 20 meters tall. However, this was not its true bloodline power, and at death, most of that power dissipated. Though the bloodline power has diminished, it can still be passed on to the next chieftain. Due to the large loss of bloodline power, the body has shrunk back to just over 10 meters. It died from blunt force trauma causing massive skeletal fractures. Compatibility, 61%, plus 45%. Defeating the Beastmen Giant Chieftain had instantly raised the shell level by 5 levels, like riding a rocket. However, because the Beastmen Giant's body was massive, the compatibility did not meet the possession requirement, something Lin Xun had already expected. Luckily, the Earth Giant, having been drained, had a body size similar to a normal person. That allowed its compatibility with talent boosts to reach an impressive 141%, making it easy to possess. Compatibility, as he knew, fluctuates depending on the shell's external form and appearance. Wait a second. Lin Xun suddenly felt something was off and quickly opened the shell panel. Even after the Earth Giant's body size had increased, its compatibility was still at 141%, without dropping. From the Apostle Forum, he had learned that some apostles, after acquiring certain mutation-type items and using them on their shells, saw their compatibility plummet below 80%, making possession impossible and forcing them back to square one overnight. Why hasn't the Earth Giant's compatibility changed? Lin Xun frowned deeply, searching for a long time before reaching a conclusion. His soul talent, 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms, had the effect of significantly boosting compatibility with shells. Perhaps this so-called boost did not merely mean an increase, but also included stabilization, or more accurately, only rising, never falling. There must be some hidden secrets in the 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent that I don't know about yet. Let's see what your limit is. Lin Xun grinned and opened his inventory. It was time for the most exciting part. Beastmen Giant Chieftain's Spirit Essence, a remnant spirit essence clinging to the shell, moderately strong, left behind after the death of the corrupted Beastmen Giant Chieftain. Upon use, grants 1,500 spirit essence. Alternatively, it can be added during the forging of shell equipment, with a chance of triggering an awakening effect, generating related bonus attributes. When the drop text first appeared, Lin Xun had thought it was just an ordinary spirit essence item, but to his surprise, it was a special spirit essence item. Special spirit essence items were dual purpose. If you were short on funds, you could use them directly as spirit essence currency. If you had plenty of savings, you could use the item's special function, which usually meant adding it as extra material in forging. Generally speaking, the higher the spirit essence value, the greater the probability of awakening equipment, and the stronger the bonus attributes. Lin Xun currently had over 22,000 spirit essence, making him a small-time rich guy, so he didn't care about this bit of extra spirit essence. He decided to save the special spirit essence for later and forge equipment at the library. Beastmen Giant Chieftain Skirt. Rare grade, a massive skirt passed down through generations of giant chieftains, made from the hide of an unknown creature. It has excellent toughness and can expand or shrink in size. It also provides excellent defense, though its coverage area is limited, protecting only key areas. What the heck, iron underpants? Lin Xun casually slotted the equipment into the Earth Giant's shell panel. You feel stronger. The next item was the real highlight. Large amount of bloodline essence of the ancestor giant. Special item pure bloodline power that should have been hidden within the giant race, somehow extracted into a concentrated form. It contains an incredible force. This item can only be used on shells with giant bloodlines. After use, it can refine the shell's bloodline power, enhancing shell quality. Without hesitation, Lin Xun clicked to use it. You have used the large amount of bloodline essence of the ancestor giant. The Earth Giant's bloodline returns to you. Deep power within the bloodline gradually awakens. You clench your fists tightly and let out a low growl. The bloodline power within your shell begins to stir again, your body expanding and rising ever taller. The Earth Giant shell quality has advanced to rare plus grade. The Earth Giant shell quality has advanced to epic grade. The Earth Giant shell quality has advanced to epic plus grade. Awesome! Lin Xun opened the shell panel, and sure enough, the shell quality now showed epic plus grade. Previously, his highest shell quality had been the yellow-robed bishop, which only reached rare plus grade, but the Earth Giant had just jumped 2 levels in a row. Of course, without counting the talent bonus, the quality was only epic grade. Now nearly 30 meters tall, you feel the surging power within the shell. The ancient shell talent begins to awaken. You have gained the Earth Giant race's unique racial talent, Earth Form. What the heck? Shell talent? A new shell talent section had appeared in the shell panel. Shell talent, Earth Form plus or minus. Earth Form, a unique racial talent of the Earth Giant race, a skill that only those with the noblest bloodline have a chance to comprehend. When used, it allows you to freely change your shell's size, with your body mass adjusting accordingly. The minimum size cannot be smaller than 1 meter, and the maximum size cannot exceed your current limit of 30 meters. The plus and minus signs next to the talent skill must be buttons to adjust body size. Lin Xun was dumbfounded. Did he just become Daegu? Or Kamen Rider Kuga? It was like transforming into an Ultraman. The Earth Giant could actually change size? For a moment, Lin Xun couldn't help but look down. It took him quite a while to snap out of it, thinking to himself that the giant's racial talent was truly a god-tier ability. He had originally worried that the giant shell would be useless in indoor environments within the game, rendering half its utility worthless. But this talent skill perfectly resolved that concern. Moreover, the giant's colossal shell had a true name, meaning it could be manifested in the real world. If not for this talent, he couldn't imagine the overwhelming scene that would unfold after manifesting it. I just hope the chieftain's skirt isn't worn commando style. Otherwise, that would be public humiliation on a whole new level. Good thing I have this god-tier skill. Finally, he looked at the last item. War Monument of the Beastmen Giants and Trant Tribe document. The Trant tribe's territory keeps expanding, encroaching deep into our tribe's hunting grounds. These damn Trants are incredibly powerful. Each ancient primordial tree has the strength of dozens of our most elite warriors. To conserve our forces, we can only send the mixed bloods to the front lines, wearing down the Trent's strength. The corrupted blood beastmen are too weak and die too fast. They can no longer meet the demands of the war. By the grace of the divine light, our tribe's shaman has finally developed a way to deal with the Trants. We spread these potent poisons around the mountains. The toxic properties seeped deep into the soil, causing the root-bound ancient Trants to wither one by one, greatly weakening them. Once poisoned, even an ancient primordial tree can be defeated by just 3 or 4 of our elite warriors. We achieved a great victory in this war. Only one ancient primordial tree escaped back to the forest. I believe it won't be long before we wipe out the Trant tribe completely. Lin Xun's eyes lit up as he read the document item. The real key in this document was not the war between the Beastmen Giants and the Trants, but the method for dealing with ancient primordial trees. From the War Monument of the Beastmen Giants and Trant tribe, Lin Xun learned the method to deal with the ancient primordial tree. However, it was unclear how much time had passed since the war between the Beastmen Giants and the Trant tribe. It was also unknown how much effect remained of the toxins lingering in the soil around the nameless mountain range. Lin Xun pondered for a long time and eventually figured out a way to verify it. He once again entered the Beastmen Giant Chieftain's palace and the Beastmen Giant's residential area, carefully searching around. Seeing that he found no item resembling a Trant poison, he immediately understood. Considering the immense strength of the ancient primordial tree, which could fight dozens of beastmen giants at once, it was strange that no anti-trent poison was found within the beastmen giants' territory. There was only one explanation. The residual toxins in the soil outside the nameless mountain range most likely still retain their potency and would still significantly weaken the strength of the ancient primordial tree. Otherwise, the ancient primordial tree boss would have been an unbeatable foe. The fact that the ancient primordial tree dared not step into the nameless mountain range was likely because the toxins in the soil were too strong. With that thought, Lin Xun returned to the mountain valley cave. He opened the shell panel and held down the minus button of the shell talent earth form. Your body rapidly shrinks due to the effect of the shell talent earth form. Your body size has returned to that of an ordinary person. After refreshing the shell state at the resting page, Lin Xun summoned the three-headed lion and set off on the journey back to the shadowy forest. Using the giant shell to travel would have been faster than riding the three-headed lion, but it would also drain the shell's stamina. To ensure he was at full strength for the ancient primordial tree boss fight, and to save on stamina recovery herbs, he had no choice but to make the little lion work hard. Lin Xun thought for a moment and, while riding, shrank the earth giant's size again until he was about 1 meter tall, looking like a little kid. As his size shrank, his weight also decreased, making it easier for the three-headed lion to carry him. I really do feel bad for my lion. A long time later. You have crossed the outer ridges of the nameless mountain range. In the distance is a dense forest of crimson trees, the familiar shadowy forest. Gazing out, you see that the corrupted ancient primordial tree, once rooted at the forest's edge, is nowhere to be found. Only the swaying crimson shadows of the trees remain, rustling in the wind. Huh? The big tree gave up waiting already? Lin Xun had thought the ancient primordial tree would camp out like the paladin of discipline, lying in wait indefinitely, but it seemed it had left after just a few days. However, he had his own way of luring the ancient primordial tree out. He commanded the three-headed lion to continue forward. As you ride, the sparse trees gradually grow denser. The crimson sunlight shines down without obstruction, piercing through the leaves and casting sinister shadows of branches on the ground. You have entered the shadowy forest. This should be far enough. Lin Xun opened the shell panel and switched to the yellow-robed bishop. You have possessed the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church shell. He opened the skill panel and clicked on corrupt sunlight. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant an incantation. A flash of red light. The blazing energy of corrupt sunlight bursts out, igniting fierce flames among the trees. He clicked the skill repeatedly, unleashing several blasts of corrupt sunlight. The fire in the forest spreads rapidly. The trees sway and twist their branches, the rustling sound echoing deep into the forest. That should do it. Lin Xun smiled slightly and quickly commanded the three-headed lion to retreat. They retreated all the way back to the edge of the shadowy forest and waited for a while. You gaze into the distance. In the depths of the forest, a towering tree far taller than the others gradually becomes clear. With earth-shaking footsteps and low, thunderous roars, the corrupted ancient primordial tree arrives at the site of the forest fire. It steps forward with its massive tree legs, stamping out the blazing flames one by one. Each heavy stomp of its tree legs sends tremors through the earth, accompanied by deafening crashes. You can clearly sense that the ancient primordial tree's fury has reached its peak. Lin Xun fired another blast of corrupt sunlight into the forest. Then he quickly issued the retreat command, guiding the three-headed lion to carry him away at full speed. The scorching flames from the corrupt sunlight reignite the forest fire, and this time the blaze is ferociously intense, raging like a sea of fire. Lin Xun did not believe that after such provocation, he still couldn't lure the enemy out. Anyone would be driven to the edge. Yes, trants are people too. He deliberately avoided revealing the earth giant's shell, worried that it might scare the ancient primordial tree off. As soon as the ancient primordial tree, enraged beyond reason, stepped out of the shadowy forest, that would be its death sentence. Just as expected, the next text appeared right on cue. The tree hollows in the eyes of the corrupted ancient primordial tree flicker with rage. It locks onto the source of the corrupt sunlight and, recognizing your face, is flooded with fresh and old hatred. It strides toward you with reckless fury. Lin Xun calmly stayed in place, waiting for the ancient primordial tree to come and deliver itself. Just as the ancient primordial tree is about to step out of the forest and charge at you, it suddenly halts, its crimson gaze fixed intently on you. The ancient primordial tree shakes its branches, the rustling sound echoing through the forest. Soon, countless wriggling tree shadows emerge as the corrupted forest treants begin to advance toward you. Huh? The big tree got smarter. It seemed that last time Lin Xun's bait-and-switch strategy, pulling the rug out from under it, had left the ancient primordial tree with too painful a lesson. Now the big tree was wary, clearly afraid of falling for another trick. But Lin Xun didn't mind. These treant underlings were nothing more than walking experience points to him. The more, the better. The corrupted forest treants leave the forest, their root tendrils writhing over the fertile soil and leaving behind muddy, chaotic trails. They suddenly seem to suffer from a mysterious curse. Their crimson leaves gradually wither and gray, and their once upright branches droop limply. The corrupted forest treants crawl toward you at a snail's pace, moving so slowly it is almost pitiful. Lin Xun wasted no time. As the small treants crept closer, he unleashed blast after blast of corrupt sunlight. The treants toppled like freshly cut grass, falling one after another. You have defeated a corrupted forest treant. Experience points slightly increased. You have defeated a corrupted forest treant. Experience points slightly increased. You have defeated a corrupted forest treant. Experience points slightly increased. Lin Xun happily farmed experience points, casting skills nonstop and watching the experience roll in. As long as the ancient primordial tree didn't step up and fight head-on, he had no reason to switch to the earth giant shell. Let's see who could hold out longer. Once the yellow-robed bishop leveled up, its fatigue meter reset, and it was back to a lively, monster farming state. Seeing its attrition strategy failing, the ancient primordial tree finally lost patience. The corrupted ancient primordial tree lets out a low, thunderous roar from its mouth-like tree hollow, shaking its thick branches with a rustling sound. The forest treants stop advancing and begin retreating like a receding tide. Pulling back already? Lin Xun took advantage of the moment before the treants escaped and frantically fired off a few more skill shots, claiming one last batch of kills. The corrupted ancient primordial tree roars in fury, its eyes filled with rage. It moves its enormous tree legs and charges toward you with unstoppable momentum. Lin Xun issued the retreat command once more. The three-headed lion seemed to recall the trauma of being hunted by the ancient primordial tree before and bolted at full speed. He had to lure the enemy deeper. Otherwise, once the fight started, if the ancient primordial tree tried to flee, Lin Xun might not be able to stop it. Your mount, the three-headed lion, runs for its life, and when you look back, you see the corrupted ancient primordial tree stepping out from the edge of the forest. As its thick tree legs make contact with the outer soil, its crimson leaves begin to wither and gray, its branches droop limply, and its pace visibly slows down. Even though the ancient primordial tree had slowed considerably, its massive size meant that a single stride covered more ground than the three-headed lion could run in quite some time. Judging by their speeds, it was only a matter of time before the three-headed lion was caught. Lin Xun silently kept count, waiting for the next text to appear. Your mount, the three-headed lion, runs madly, but the deafening footsteps behind you draw closer and closer. The deafening footsteps behind you are now right at your heels. Stones and soil kicked up by the crashing tree legs splatter onto your back. No! He quickly cancelled the three-headed lion's summon and clicked on the earth giant shell in the shell panel, immediately pushing the shell talent's body size to its maximum. You have cancelled the summon of the corrupted three-headed lion. Your mount dissolves into shimmering starlight and vanishes into the wind. Your vision darkens as the enormous tree foot, blocking out the sky, comes crashing down above your head. You have possessed the corrupted earth giant shell. You have possessed the corrupted earth giant shell. You let out a furious roar as your small frame suddenly expands. You press both hands against the descending tree foot, your body growing taller with the wind, and in the blink of an eye you become a towering giant 30 meters tall. As your body enlarges, you lift the tree foot and hurl the corrupted ancient primordial tree to the ground. With a thunderous crash, its trunk slams into the earth, forming a deep crater and kicking up a storm of dust. You straddle its body, gripping the chieftain's scepter of the beastmen giants tightly in your massive hands, and slam it down onto the humanoid features on its trunk. Each of your crushing blows sends wood chips flying from the thick trunk. The corrupted ancient primordial tree's wails echo through the quiet mountain range. It rides its branches and kicks its tree legs, struggling to rise, but your repeated strikes keep pounding it into submission. You continue to suppress the corrupted ancient primordial tree, each strike of your scepter leaving behind a massive dent in its trunk. The corrupted ancient primordial tree untangles its tree legs, transforming them back into thick roots. These densely packed roots coil around your shell, wrapping you up tightly and beginning to constrict. Your feet press into the earth as blessing of Mother Earth activates at full force. You let out a deafening roar, your muscles swelling like balloons, and the roots binding you cannot withstand the immense strength, snapping apart all at once. You continue to suppress the corrupted ancient primordial tree, each strike of your scepter leaving behind a massive dent in its trunk. Its branches transform into thick iron-like whips, lashing at you with fierce gales. You reach out and grab the attacking branch, exerting your full strength. With a loud crack, you snap the branch, which is as thick as several people's arms put together. You continue to suppress the corrupted ancient primordial tree, each strike of your scepter leaving behind a massive dent in its trunk. Realizing it is no match for you, the ancient primordial tree begins to beg for mercy. What will you do? Lin Xun stared at the flashing text in disbelief. This earth giant was ridiculously violent. According to the War Monument's data, even though the ancient primordial tree was severely weakened after being poisoned, it was still no pushover. But the earth giant simply went all in with brute force. No matter what tricks the enemy had, the earth giant's strategy was simple: sheer strength conquers all. Lin Xun suddenly felt like mages weren't so appealing anymore. Maybe it was just the thrill of something new. Perhaps the true endgame of the universe was big strength and flying bricks? Maybe a full-strength warrior was really the meta? Realizing it is no match for you, the ancient primordial tree begins to beg for mercy. What will you do? 1. As the beloved child of Mother Earth, you are undoubtedly an environmentalist who cherishes green spaces. Spare the corrupted ancient primordial tree, and your soul will be purified, raising your virtue stat to max. 2. Threaten the corrupted ancient primordial tree to hand over valuable items in exchange for its life. If it offers a ransom that satisfies you, you might feel generous enough to let it die less painfully. 3. Shout angrily, "Shut up and eat my big stick," then jam your massive scepter into the ancient primordial tree's mouth-like tree hollow, silencing its pleas and continuing your rampage. The first option was ignored automatically. That whole virtue stat thing was obviously just the game trolling. The second and third options were pretty much the same. Either way, the treant was going to die. It wouldn't hurt to squeeze some loot out of it before delivering the final blow. Lin Xun casually pressed the second option. You stop your assault, raising the scepter high, and threaten the corrupted ancient primordial tree, demanding it hand over valuable items in exchange for a dignified death. It spreads its branches helplessly, indicating that it has nothing on it. Enraged, you let out a roar and resume your fierce pummeling with the scepter. The crimson glow in the ancient primordial tree's eyes gradually fades. You have defeated the corrupted ancient primordial tree. Your experience points have increased massively. Power surges within your shell. The corrupted earth giant shell level has increased. Current shell level, 38, plus 3, plus 10. You have obtained weak spirit essence of steadfast will ×1. You have obtained giant branch of the ancient primordial tree material. You have obtained legacy sapling of the withered tree, special item. You have obtained heart of the ancient tree, epic grade item. Killing the ancient primordial tree immediately raised his level by 3. Without the blood pineal glands bonus, the earth giant's base level was now 28. The experience from killing a boss was clearly leagues above grinding regular monsters. Opening the inventory, Lin Xun saw that the boss had dropped 4 items at once, a very satisfying haul. Weak spirit essence of steadfast will, a fragment of spirit essence lingering on a shell, filled with unwavering resolve. Using it grants 2,000 spirit essence. A cool 2,000 points. Banked. Next item. Giant branch of the ancient primordial tree. Material: a massive branch harvested from an ancient primordial tree that has grown for over 1,000 years. Although made of wood, it is extremely sturdy and durable, surpassing typical metals. Can be used to forge giant weapons and equipment. The earth giant's current scepter was only rare grade, which seemed underwhelming compared to its epic plus grade shell quality. This material would be perfect for forging a proper weapon for the giant. Legacy Sapling of the Withered Tree. Special item: when the Treant tribe loses its tree of life, its lineage faces extinction. To continue the race, the ancient primordial tree grows a fresh sapling, channeling all its nutrients into it, sacrificing its own life to create a new tree of life. You can set this item to active or inactive. When active, if your shell dies, this item will be consumed. In exchange, your shell can revive at full strength within 300 seconds from the place of death. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. This was a life-saving treasure, much more valuable in reality than in the game. Although Lin Xun currently had 4 shells he could manifest, essentially 4 lives in the real world, no one would ever complain about having too many survival tools. Heart of the Ancient Tree. Epic grade item: the wooden heart that has pulsed within the ancient primordial tree for hundreds or thousands of years, brimming with vitality. Only an enormous shell can consume such a gigantic heart. Using this item will permanently and massively boost the shell's health. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. The Earth Giant was already tanky as it was. Wouldn't using this item make it downright invincible? Without hesitation, he clicked to use it. You have used the Heart of the Ancient Tree, epic grade item. The corrupted Earth Giant shell's health has been permanently and massively boosted. You feel stronger. After packing away his spoils, the shadowy forest stage was cleared smoothly. Now, in Chapter 323, only one location remained: the Church of Divine Light's temple ruins. Lin Xun shrank the giant shell into the form of a young boy and mounted the 3-headed lion to continue the game's progression. It took a long while to traverse the shadowy forest and return to the shed behind the cemetery. After resetting this location as the new resurrection point, he exited the shed. Apostle who has endured many hardships, continue riding along the road for half a day, and you shall reach the final destination of this chapter, the Church of Divine Light's temple ruins. Would you like to continue forward? You gallop atop the lion, advancing along the desolate road. Lin Xun waited idly as the 3-headed lion trudged onward. With nothing else to do for the moment, he glanced out the window of his rented apartment. The sky had grown dark. Unconsciously, he had spent another full day cultivating a game. Only when the moon hung high overhead did the game's narrative finally update. During that time, his soul strength had recovered, so he casually reshaped half the shell for the Paladin of Discipline. Bathed in radiant moonlight, you raise your hand to gaze into the distance and see the ruins of an ancient town up ahead. The once sprawling town has long crumbled under the erosion of time, leaving behind only broken walls and scattered rubble. At the center of the ruins stands a dilapidated temple. Perhaps due to its construction from special stone, this temple, its outer walls covered in carvings of enormous moths, remains the only structure in the ruins that has not collapsed. Do you wish to enter the ruins and proceed to the Church of Divine Light's temple ruins? Lin Xun opened the shell panel. The blood pineal gland skill of the Earth Giant had already grayed out. The shell level had also reverted to level 28, as the temporary +10 level buff had vanished. Looks like I'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to resume fighting. Without the illumination of the blood sun, his shell level instantly dropped by 10. Facing the chapter's final boss like this would definitely put him at a disadvantage. After observing the surroundings for a while and confirming no wild monsters were nearby, Lin Xun issued a guarding combat command to the 3-headed lion, then logged out of the game. Only when a shell dies does it immediately return to the resting page. If one logs out in the game's wild areas, the shell will remain where it was. This approach carries some risk. If there happen to be monsters in the area and the shell is killed while the player is offline, the Apostle will be greeted with a familiar resting page upon logging back in. Fortunately, there were no monsters around here, and with the 3-headed lion standing guard, as long as a boss didn't drop from the sky, there would be no danger. He opened the Apostle Forum and began browsing the posts made by other apostles. Most of the rookie apostles frequently got stuck, often dying mid-chapter, and even after struggling through more than a dozen chapters, many still hadn't cleared a single one. As a result, those who had actually encountered a chapter's final boss were rare. Lin Xun could only rely on those rare walkthrough posts to learn about the strength of the end-of-chapter bosses. After going through many guides, Lin Xun came to a conclusion. In general, end-of-chapter bosses were absurdly powerful, and most apostles couldn't brute force their way through with just their own strength. However, there were rare cases in particularly difficult game worlds where, despite a high base difficulty, the final boss was unexpectedly weak or even a freebie. The Blood Sun world Lin Xun was currently in was one such high-difficulty major volume, 10 chapters, a hellish grind that practically guaranteed players would get stuck. As for what kind of boss awaited at the end of Chapter 323, since there were no related guides, Lin Xun had no way of knowing. The next day, just after dawn, Lin Xun was already up and diving back into the game. If he'd had this much motivation back when he was a student, he might have made it into Tsinghua or Peking University. Actually, no, probably not. The Book of Salvation, activate. After logging in, his shell remained right where he had left it. The game text indicated that a few corpses of minor Blood Sun monsters now littered the ground. The corrupted three-headed lion crouches low, its three heads rubbing against you as if vying for credit. Clearly, the little lion had taken out the stray mobs. The corrupting Blood Sun slowly rises, its eerie crimson light blanketing the earth. Bathed in the light of corruption, the mutated organ in your mind begins to stir. Blood pineal gland skill activated. Current shell receives a temporary plus 10 level boost. You have grown stronger. Lin Xun opened the shell panel. The Earth Giant shell was back to level 38. You gaze toward the distant ruins. Do you wish to enter and proceed to the Church of Divine Light's temple ruins? He used his shell talent to shrink the Earth Giant down to normal human size. With the 10-level boost, he was brimming with confidence and decisively pressed yes. You step across the rubble and broken stones, advancing toward the Church of Divine Light's temple ruins. The majestic temple before you is encased by colonnades. The outer wall of the sanctuary is covered in carvings of massive moths, all swarming upward toward the top of the wall where divine light from the sun and moon has been engraved. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. That had to be symbolic. Because the Earth Giant had died from soul annihilation, its shell retained no memory at all. He tried possessing the yellow-robed bishop to see if it would trigger any extra plot lines. As you gaze upon the stone carvings, memories within the shell begin to awaken. Before the Church of Divine Light split, the world believed in the divine light. The church praised its faithful as moths drawn to the light. Moths symbolized devotion itself. At the time, the church's followers embraced the tradition of breeding moths. As the center of worship, the Church of Divine Light naturally played a leading role in this practice. Big moths? Lin Xun furrowed his brow. Could it be that the final boss of Chapter 323 was a giant moth? Didn't sound like something with much combat prowess. Was he finally getting a freebie fight? Having played through this cursed game for so long, Lin Xun knew better than to let confidence swell his head. One could look down on the enemy in strategy, but never in tactics. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted Earth Giant. He switched back to the powerful giant shell and entered the temple. You ascend the stone steps, pass through the empty, crumbling colonnade, and arrive in the temple's sanctuary. Inside, the sanctuary is desolate and ruined. The divine statue has crumbled into scattered rubble, and the surrounding walls are covered in countless massive white cocoons. Looking up, you see in the center of the temple's dome a single enormous cocoon hanging upside down, filling the entire ceiling. Welp. It really was a giant moth. Lin Xun couldn't help but wonder. If he had arrived earlier, would he have only faced a bunch of baby silkworms? The white cocoons in the sanctuary seem to sense your presence and begin to tremble. Brownish fluid leaks from the top of the giant cocoon, corroding a massive hole. From within, a creature begins to emerge. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes. The temple was already a ruin with nothing of value, so he didn't have to worry about losing potential loot by wrecking the scene. He swiftly opened the shell slot menu and, using the Earth Giant's talent, expanded his body to the maximum. With your shell talent, Earth form, your body begins to grow with the wind. In the blink of an eye, you burst through the temple's dome, transforming into a towering 30-meter-tall giant. In the blink of an eye, you burst through the temple's dome, transforming into a towering 30-meter-tall giant. From the shattered rubble strewn across the ground, a swarm of enormous, corrupted giant silkworm moths takes flight, beating their scaled wings as they lunge toward you. One of the moths is especially massive, its wingspan nearly 20 meters, identified as the corrupted divine light moth. Each time it flaps its wings, multicolored powder scatters through the air. With another beat of its wings, the powder drifts toward you. What is this, Mothra? An Earth Giant versus Mothra. Could this be even more intense than King Kong versus Godzilla? As the powder descends onto your body, you suddenly feel dizzy and lightheaded. Your shell, the corrupted Earth Giant, has been afflicted with an unknown poison. Damn. This boss fights dirty, using poison. Poisoned Apostle, what will you do? 1. Shout, retreat, as you scoop up the three-headed lion and sprint away on your massive legs. You firmly believe that where there's life, there's hope. 2. Command the three-headed lion to engage and draw the moth's attention, giving you a chance to flee. You trust the lion will understand your difficult decision. 3. Raise the chieftain scepter of the beastmen giants and strike at the largest divine light moth. Take out the leader to collapse the flock. Maybe you can kill it before the poison kills you. The game text before his eyes turned bright red, trembling and pulsing rapidly. Lin Xun's brain kicked into high gear. He quickly opened the inventory and dismissed the three-headed lion. Then, without hesitation, he selected the third option, fight head-on. The Earth Giant was a tanky powerhouse with immense strength, and Lin Xun had even equipped it with the heart of the ancient tree to increase its max HP. He genuinely didn't believe that the Earth Giant with its massive health pool would fall before he managed to kill the moth. In the face of overwhelming strength, all tricks were meaningless. You unleash a thunderous roar, raising your scepter to smash down on the charging corrupted divine light moth. The massive moth flutters its wings in a burst of speed, soaring high into the sky to dodge your blow. From its mouthparts, it hurls a stream of dark brown mucus at you. With a sizzling sound, the mucus lands on your skin. Even under the blessing of Mother Earth, the mucus still burns through your flesh, leaving gaping, bone-deep wounds. Countless moths swarm around you, blocking your vision. You swing your weapon to swat them away, wings and mucus scattering in all directions. Your vision remains obscured by the sheer number of moths, and the corrupted divine light moth stays airborne, evading your scepter strikes. It flutters its wings again, and multicolored powder rains down. Your internal poisoning intensifies. Lin Xun frowned deeply, thinking quickly. The Earth Giant had high defense and a massive HP pool. It should be able to hold out for a while longer. According to the text, the boss's powder seemed cumulative. The more exposure, the higher the poison's potency. If the fight dragged on, things would turn against him. After a moment of thought, Lin Xun had a plan. So, what if the boss could fly? So, what if it had a bunch of minions? If brute force didn't work, then it was time for a stealthy flank. After all, he had more than one shell. He clicked the retreat option. Realizing you are outmatched, you turn and dash away on giant legs, each step shaking the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. The corrupted divine light moth cannot catch up with your thundering escape and can only watch helplessly as you vanish into the distance. Phew. Lin Xun let out a long breath. After increasing in size, the Earth Giant was clumsy and had short reach, no match for an agile, flying opponent. In pure melee combat, the Earth Giant could go toe-to-toe with any current boss. But if the enemy wouldn't come down, there was no chance for a direct clash. Fortunately, Lin Xun had already devised a strategy to deal with the swarm of moths. The toxins in the corrupted Earth Giant shell slowly dissipate over time. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. Since the Earth Giant was no longer exposed to the powder, its natural resistance gradually reduced the poisoning. As expected of a tanky warrior, he smiled slightly and followed his plan, opening the shell slots and selecting the dancer shell. You have possessed the corrupted theater dancer shell. After activating the invisibility skill, he returned to the battlefield. The Church of Divine Light's temple ruins has been obliterated by a great force and reduced to a pile of rubble. Perched atop the ruins, countless massive moths have landed and are resting. Remaining cloaked, Lin Xun crept forward. As he neared the moth minions, he opened his panel and equipped the anti-mob cleanup tool, Widowmaker, Hidden Blade. Audacious Apostle, cloaked in invisibility, you sneak up to the corrupted giant silkworm moth. A razor-sharp blade shoots from the gauntlet on your left arm and pierces straight into the moth's head. Its softly fluttering wings suddenly freeze and droop lifelessly. You've defeated a corrupted giant silkworm moth. Experience slightly increased. After taking out one moth, Lin Xun moved on to the next. He would eliminate the boss's minions first, then deliver the killing blow. You've defeated a corrupted giant silkworm moth. Experience slightly increased. You've defeated a corrupted giant silkworm moth. Experience slightly increased. As he continued to eliminate the boss's underlings, the experience gained by the dancer shell surged rapidly. The power within your shell begins to boil. Corrupted theater dancer shell level up. Current shell level, 17. The power within your shell begins to boil. Corrupted theater dancer shell level up. Current shell level, 18. Across the ruins, all the giant moths have drooped their scaled wings in exhaustion. Only a single, massive corrupted divine light moth remains, gently flapping its wings among the broken stones. Do you wish to attempt an assassination? Lin Xun decisively selected no. What kind of joke was this? Sending the dancer to fight the boss was basically handing it a free kill. The dancer had already fulfilled its mission. From here on out, the rest would be handled by other shells. He withdrew the dancer to a safe location. Glancing at the time, he saw that his morning soul strength had fully recovered, so he took the opportunity to finish reshaping the paladin of discipline. At present, his shell slots were full. Aside from 2 trash-tier beastmen, only the blacksmith shell remained unrestored. Looking at the long list of combat-ready shells, Lin Xun couldn't help but grin. With this many shells, how could he possibly fail to take down a single moth? It was still early, so Lin Xun put down his phone to wait for nightfall. He opened his writer's app and was just about to start drafting when he remembered he'd forgotten to report the sales performance to his loyal readers. He quickly typed out an author's note and left it at the end of the chapter. Then he began his daily writing session. That evening, satisfied with 2,000 words spread over 2 chapters, his so-called epic length update, he hit publish. Then he pulled out his phone and resumed the game. The 3-headed lion was still loyally guarding the shell. Lin Xun opened the shell menu and selected the yellow-robed bishop shell. You have possessed the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church shell. He recalled the 3-headed lion and boldly strode toward the moth boss. The Church of Divine Light's temple ruins has been reduced to a pile of rubble by a tremendous force. Bathed in radiant moonlight, countless giant moths rest upon the ruins, unmoving with drooped wings. Only the lone, massive moth in the distance still flutters its wings slowly. Lin Xun opened his panel and activated Corrupt Sunlight. Audacious Apostle, do you wish to cast Corrupt Sunlight on the corrupted Divine Light Moth? You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant the incantation. A flash of red light. Corrupt Sunlight has struck the enemy. The corrupted Divine Light Moth has spotted you. Its wings beat furiously as it dives toward you. Without even reading the text, Lin Xun repeatedly cast Corrupt Sunlight. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant the incantation. A flash of red light. Corrupt Sunlight has struck the enemy. The corrupted Divine Light Moth, drawn by the flashing red light, flutters its wings and charges at you. In an instant, Lin Xun switched to the Earth Giant Shell. You have possessed the corrupted Earth Giant Shell. You swing your scepter and smash it down on the enormous moth charging toward you. With a thunderous crash, the corrupted Divine Light Moth suffers serious injuries. It beats its wings frantically and flees into the air. Lin Xun smiled slightly and once again switched to the yellow-robed Bishop Shell. You have possessed the corrupted yellow-robed Bishop Shell. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant the incantation. A flash of red light. Corrupt Sunlight has struck the enemy. The corrupted Divine Light Moth, drawn by the flashing red light, flutters its wings and charges at you. Lin Xun immediately swapped back to the Earth Giant. Repeating this cycle several times, he exploited the moth's instinctive attraction to light to lure it close and beat down this chapter-ending boss with minimal effort. You swing your scepter and smash it down on the enormous moth charging toward you. With a thunderous crash, the corrupted Divine Light Moth suffers a fatal wound. It lets out a silent cry and plummets from the sky. You have defeated the corrupted Divine Light Moth. Experience points significantly increased. The power within your shell begins to boil. Corrupted Earth Giant Shell level up. Current shell level, 29. You have obtained Weak Spirit Essence of Steadfast Will *1. You have obtained Multicolored Poison Powder Gland, material. You have obtained Antitoxin Core of the Divine Light Moth, special item. You have obtained Iridescent Scaled Wing Boots, epic equipment. With the death and fall of the corrupted Divine Light Moth, a massive page appears, floating in the air before you. Do you wish to approach and touch the fragment of the Book of Salvation, resting page? Do you wish to approach and touch the fragment of the Book of Salvation, resting page? Lin Xun stared blankly at the game text before him, a strange joy welling up from deep inside. I finally cleared it. He didn't rush to click yes, but instead, as always, opened his inventory first to check his loot. A weak spirit essence of steadfast will worth 3,000 spirit essence. Multicolored poison powder gland. Material, a gland within the divine light moth that produces multicolored poison powder. The powder has extremely potent toxicity that accumulates over time. Forge shell equipment with this material to guarantee an associated equipment trait. The previously acquired sapling of the corrupted tree of life also had a guaranteed equipment trait. Lin Xun speculated that equipment forged with this poison gland would likely carry poison-related traits. Antitoxin core of the divine light moth. Special item, a prismatic crystal core nurtured within the divine light moth, shimmering with vibrant colors. It grants excellent resistance to toxins. Carrying this item will significantly increase your resistance to all poisons. This was a solid item. Next time he encountered a poison-using monster, he wouldn't have to hesitate or be overly cautious. Iridescent scaled wing boots. Epic equipment boots crafted from wings as thin as a cicada's, shimmering with the unique iridescence of moth scales. Visually stunning. The boots are featherlight. Equipping these boots will make you as nimble as a swallow. In addition to a slight movement speed increase, they also reduce fall damage from great heights. Among the boss drops, this was undoubtedly the most valuable item. Generally speaking, equipment drops from monsters were extremely rare, and even if they did drop, they were usually limited to weapons or armor visibly carried by the monster. For example, defeating a paladin of discipline might have a tiny chance of dropping the two-handed knight greatsword or heavy metal plate armor. But Lin Xun had an overpowered talent. He could obtain a humanoid monster's full set of gear by possessing its shell, even if the monster itself didn't drop the equipment. In contrast, non-humanoid monsters like moths usually only dropped crafting materials. It was rare for them to drop finished equipment. The likely reason for this exception was that the moth had been a chapter-end boss and thus received preferential loot treatment. Lin Xun tried dragging the iridescent scaled wing boots into the Earth Giant's equipment slot. The corrupted Earth Giant shell is too large and cannot equip this item. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow, then thought of a cheeky move. He opened the shell panel and used the Earth Giant's talent to shrink its size down to that of a normal person. Then he tried equipping the boots again. You have equipped iridescent scaled wing boots, epic equipment. You are now stronger. He clicked the plus next to the shell talent, gradually increasing the Earth Giant's size. But he had barely enlarged it before the game text abruptly changed. Your shell has grown too large. Iridescent scaled wing boots have been automatically unequipped. You are now weaker. Damn it. This cursed game really didn't give him a single loophole to exploit. He'd been hoping he could trick the system into letting a giant wear normal boots, but the game's realism held true as always. Resigned, he equipped the boots on the dancer and finally stepped forward to touch the resting page. You step forward and touch the resting page. The lingering divine power within stirs your soul. A powerful resonance forms between the weak soul and the page. You may now access the following functions. The familiar menu appeared. First, set respawn point. Second, refresh rest. Third, teleport. Fourth, oath. But now, a new fifth option had appeared. 5. Interpretation rating. Favored Apostle, you have completed the main flow of the initial chapter. After settling the interpretation rating of the chapter, you may return to the library. Lin Xun reviewed his actions carefully and confirmed he hadn't missed anything important. He pressed the fifth option firmly. Calculating interpretation rating. You defeated the corrupted wolfhound in this chapter. Interpretation rating increased. You defeated the paladin of discipline of the Blood Sun Church. Interpretation rating increased. You defeated the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church. Interpretation rating increased. You discovered the hidden map Forgotten Abyss of the Fading Afterglow. Interpretation rating increased. You completed the hidden quest Guardian of the Golden Blazing Sun, Dan. Interpretation rating increased. The game text scrolled rapidly. Every boss and elite monster he had slain, from the wolfhound in the high tower, to the subspecies sea dragon, to the beastmen, treants, all the way to the divine light moth, each one pushed his interpretation rating higher. It also accounted for every hidden map he had uncovered: St. Rant's sewers, Forgotten Abyss, Nameless One's grave, shadowy forest, nameless mountain range. As well as all the side stories and quests, the starving elder, Titan Dan, the blind merchant, the clown in the catacombs, Ezio the tomb master, the earth giant. The text streamed endlessly, filled with the phrase. Interpretation rating increased. You defeated the corrupted divine light moth. Interpretation rating increased. Chapter evaluation complete. Congratulations, mighty apostle. You have received an SSS rank interpretation rating. This is the highest possible rating for this chapter. You will receive the highest tier settlement reward. You have obtained Type 3 Ultimate Source of the Apocalypse, Corrupting Blood Sun. Evaluation complete. The teleportation function of the resting page is now active. You may return to the library at any time. The game text stopped displaying. Lin Xun quickly opened his inventory to inspect his reward. Type 3 Ultimate Source of the Apocalypse, Corrupting Blood Sun. This item is unique. It will be forcibly dropped upon apostle death. You may bring this item back to the library to solidify it into a relic. Ultimate Source of the Apocalypse? He looked at another item in his inventory. Type 2 Source of the Apocalypse Fragment, Corrupted Mire. This item is unique. It will be forcibly dropped upon apostle death. You may bring this item back to the library to solidify it into a relic. Comparing the two, Lin Xun suddenly grasped several important clues. The source of the apocalypse tied to an S-rank rating was a fragment, while the one tied to an SSS rank was the ultimate version. One was Type 2, the other was Type 3. Coincidentally, the chapter he had just cleared was also difficulty level 3. Could this be a direct correlation? But then he noticed something that made his skin crawl. The ultimate source of the apocalypse was named Corrupting Blood Sun. Lin Xun's entire body was suddenly covered in goosebumps. Source of the apocalypse. Corrupting Blood Sun. The fact that using one in the real world required a life-for-life price, countless clues flashed through his mind. A terrifying thought struck him like lightning. Could the source of the apocalypse be a real-world item that materializes the corrupting blood sun? The sheer possibility made his scalp go numb. He didn't even dare to imagine materializing such an object in real life.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.